Hello and welcome to the GrandLive Season 5 Prague final table. We have 8 players and we come straight into the action. With me I have our very nice regular Gate and the card from Belgium. Always qualifier and a true player at Golden Palace. Welcome.
Thank you, Gainel, from Sweden. This is my first commentary on the final table, so
yeah, I can tell.
My English not so good, so I will try to do my best to give you the best comments.
Yeah, and we will not do maybe all the time perfect analysis and maybe not be the perfect host for you, but we will do our best. And we come, as I said, straight into the action. And Mr. Sormpas has the aces. So let's see what's going on. Sormpas started with 1 million in chips, 1,060,000. He's from Greece. He raised to 92,000. Sorry, 3 bets.
Okay, Forking has a pocket ace. It's Andrew King from Ireland. This is playing 600,000 chips.
4-4. 5-4. 6-4.
Yeah, the action is back to... Oh, comes around to... Alexander Nemtkov from Russia. Started the day off with 1,220,000. And he calls with the King 10. Tricky hand.
So...
Oh. We start off by flopping the nuts.
He will probably checks, I think, to get him in the trick. No.
Oh, he's going for the bet.
So he puts about
78,000.
90,000, pot of 220. So I think Russian people will call.
Yeah.
They never give up.
Yeah, probably just because he's from Russia. He's yeah.
Call.
Lot of oil and gas money going on.
Maybe king or 10, then we get a lot of action.
Straight into the action. This is only hand 2, and you can see what the GrandLive can offer with you when it comes to action.
Check.
Is he a little bit cautious now? Does he have the ace? Does he not have an ace?
If he checks now, it will be very dangerous. But he will not check.
Little bit scary card on turn. Could be a
Maybe
bad river coming up. So I don't know.
If I will be on this hand, I could check now.
Yeah. That's why you're sitting in here and not playing.
Yes. We are very close to the final table, but not on it. If you see the poster GrandLive, we are behind it.
Yeah. You never come closer to the final table than this, Kevin, right?
Yes. Only in the sides events.
Oh yeah, you're the side event specialist.
Yes.
We're just gonna finish off this hand, then we're gonna go into some more personal stuff with Gaten.
Yes, yes, Gainil.
Yeah.
Okay. So Russian people never give up. And he is almost chip leader, so don't cares to lose 150,000 more, I think. So he will give up.
Yeah, you got the full feeling there, right? But anyway, he doesn't trust the Greek guy. It's something about it.
You cannot read pocket aces in that hand.
He's Greek, they used to go crazy.
Yes.
Mr. Sorpas, maybe has a...
He gave up.
Yeah,
Best thing.
good fold, Russia.
Show.
So Keita, how's your week been so far? Are you are one of the qualifiers? Familiar face on the tour?
Yes, I had a good feeling by this trip to Prague. Decided not to play the first day because mentally, if you get some bad beats or something, you can not begin to the main event the day after with a good feeling. So that's why I decided not to play.
So you did as you should do? You went to the welcome party and like hang around with the other players? Or what do you do?
No, we just relax the first night.
Oh, it's pretty boring. Yeah?
No. We had a good trip. We went into the city, just hanging around, eat something early in bed.
Okay. Ah, there's a good chance maybe.
Yeah. That's why I didn't reach the second day of the final table, because I was eliminated last hand with pocket fives against jacks.
Ouch. How much did you have in chips at that time?
Almost 15 blinds. So
Smell it.
It's pretty standard.
yes, bad choice to shove all in. But it was because it was last hand. I told I thought the other guy will fold because it was last hand, but he got jacks. So
Yeah, and they're obviously not folding.
it happens.
How much is it?
Oh,
So we have an all in there. Oops. He's playing. How much he's playing? 250,000, I think.
Just too much.
Yeah, and it's Thomas Wagner from Czech Republic. It's home turf boy. The guy with the arm tattoos. And he gets the pot. He picked up a nice chunk of blinds. and
307,000.
I think I would probably call when I would be in big blind. For sure. Or
And as you know, this is a 13-minute delay. They are it's been going on for a short while, but we are live streaming as the hand goes, so we are up to the same speed of action as you are, guys. Listening to this.
so next time.
And we
have
took
more
away,
to
Poly,
Yeah.
as policy rules, we took away their all their cell phones and iPads. So for once, they have to talk instead of not just looking through phones. We'll see if that will make any difference. So they can't sit around tweeting and understand how everyone is playing. And now to Pontus. Pontus Argren from Sweden. He has pretty good live results so far in his poker career. Has a good spot in a couple of GrandLive events and a Battle of Malta he came for. We'll come back later on with more specific places in his career.
Yes, now we will get action. So for
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
Thomas Wagner with King Jack suited
Oh yeah.
on the cutoff, playing 364k.
The blinds are, as we see, 12,000, 24,000.
Ace Queen. This is the min race. 50,000.
Mini raise and change.
King Jack will probably re-raise to 110, think.
Yeah, maybe. It's looking.
He will not call. You cannot call on the spot. You
He
have
looks,
to raise
yeah,
to.
he's too short. I mean, he looks tempted.
You raise. Yes.
But I think we're wrong with the country and name tag now. This is actually under King from Ireland.
You raise.
Yeah.
To 120, 110 maybe.
And he started the day with 600,000, so I mean, we'll see.
He's still putting about 350, I think, after this.
Yeah.
And seat number 1 plays 603,000.
Pretty equal in stacks. This might get action.
Thank you. Will not fold this hand and not call.
No.
You fold or push.
I think so too. Yeah, call would be pretty strange.
It's 146. 36. 30.
Ace Queen's folds. It's a nice hand. It's like I said, it was fold or push all in, I think. So no risk with Ace Queen. If you had Ace King, then it was another mystery. He will re-raise to all in, I think. So next hand. 5th hand of the day.
That's pretty bad. I like the fact you put me in one exact hand.
You had a bet?
But 6-7. Would you have embraced the flip?
Huh? When you put it in the stack, you
Okay.
The next hand. Pocket threes. Nemtko. And Mr. King from Ireland. Will probably create action instead.
Okay, we have some mixtures with the graphics and the names, I think, but that was under King folded A7. Now, yeah, that's correct. And Wagner has A6.
5, 4.
And he goes. Now we're coming back to Raigo Azama from Estonia. He's a former winner of the GrandLive. Actually, GS Open old days. He won in Prague. That will be 3 years ago. And cashed back in about 100,000 euro to his nice little bank account back home in Estonia.
Nemtko.
8-4.
Mr. Asma races.
He just called Nemtko on the button, hoping to get to see a 3 on the flop.
Yeah. Set mining.
It's a min raise, so no risk. Just call. If we raise, fold. Okay. Now we have the flop.
Heads up.
What do you think, Gainil?
Yeah, Gaten. I think this is going to end pretty quickly. We have I will probably see a standard check raise fold.
Bet 52.
Sorry, check bet fold, of course.
And again, the Russian guy will not give up in this hand, I think.
You don't think?
No, he will call and hoping that the other guy...
You were
No,
wrong.
I was
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah.
That's why I sit there. Hit here.
Exactly, yeah. Like you always, when you want to try be as like a very professional chess player, and I think many steps ahead.
Yes.
You go wrong from every step. So
Russian people are not predictable.
no, but they're good chess players.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I like Russian people.
Yeah, they're really nice. A dealer change. Maybe she can
Yes.
create some more action.
Okay, now we have the chips. You have a chip leader from Estonia. At 1,900,000 euro.
Yeah, so
Chips.
78 big blinds. It's a very decent stack to.
And we have a short stack to 68,000, 11 blinds.
Yeah, Mr. Finland, Mikko Koponen. Great guy, also regular on the tour. Been a few times playing with us here at the GrandLive and GSOP.
I was with him the first day, main event, the same table.
Yeah.
Good player.
Yeah.
Good player. Yeah.
Did you see any special moves from him, or is he
No.
tight guy, or what can we
No.
expect from his short stack? Go crazy, maybe.
No, he will not do stupid things. It's 8,000 euro, I think. The 8th place, 8,200 euro, I think. It's 8,600 euro. The
Yeah.
min cash for final table.
And up top we have 64,200 euro waiting for someone today.
Yes, you have a big pay jump from 8,600 euro, and then if you are 5th, you get the double, 60,900 euro.
Yeah. Well spotted, Gaten.
Yes, I have good analyze on the prize
Yeah.
prize pools. Only that.
Yeah, but you should probably focus more on your game, and not only the top prizes.
Yes.
And see, we're into the action. We have a race from Asma with the ace queen, and Mr. Sorpas is the
It's not
pocket fives.
not the good spots to get action.
No. But I think Sorpas is pretty happy with this flop. I mean, only one overcard. See what he can do about that.
It's frustrating when you're short stack and
Yeah.
find a table.
And Rygo, he leads out with a bit of 55,000, and Sorpas calls. King of diamonds in turn.
Leonese or Queen can save Mr. Asma
Yeah.
Raigo from Estonia.
Maybe we want to take it down. Take second barrel on turn. Yes, so many chips, he can splash around a bit.
It's 1.7 million. Yes. Could raise a second barrel.
Sorpas also have a pretty healthy stack of just under a million, so yeah.
It's the second barrel that's coming. 100,000? No. 90,000. 96.
Getting harder and harder for Sorpas. His first name is Perikis.
Yes, good fault.
Yeah, good fold. I think you put it in your expense on the list.
So up 138,000.
Yeah. The rich gets richer. Later on today, we're also going to have a few other players coming in as commentators and other staff from working with us at GrandLive. For instance, we're going to have a really funny guy from Ireland called Mr. Gary Clark. He will definitely give you some more funny comedian action than we do.
Yes.
We are pretty dull people in this world, but Gary Clark.
Yes, he's you have a second name called Gary Legend.
Yeah, Gary Legend. And we'll try to put a few drinks in him before he gets in here, so like he will be on top. Mr. Gaten here is drinking a Jack and Coke. Oh, sorry, Jack and Diet Coke. But
Cheers!
Cheers! I'm still keeping my water, but Gaten doing the Jack and Diet Coke.
Yes, Gainel is more gay than me, so that's why he drinks water.
Oh, all this talk.
Yeah.
So much talk, no action.
4-5. Faults.
All in.
King 7
yeah.
goes all in.
Mr. Copeland goes all in with his King 7.
60.
Bold move. And bargain.
What do you think? He only has 500,000.
Yeah.
He has to call the half of his stack.
Yeah.
I think he will probably fold. It's best thing because 2 players are after him.
Yeah, he will fold.
Yes.
He doesn't want to gamble most of his chips away with pockets first.
No, he will not gamble. Heads up, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Not in this case. He's looking to the 2 guys.
Yeah. It's
Good fold.
Sorpas folds.
And now we have Jack 10. No.
That's Georgios Tsimas.
Also same situation for him. He has to call the half of his stack. So.
It's a fold. I told you to come back with some more information about, we're starting off with Pontus Dahlgren. All-time money played in is roughly $31,700. We'll find results. Yeah. Gaten, do you want to list his
Okay, so
previous winnings?
2 weeks ago he won in cash 8 position, €252 in Prague. But his best result was in to the Battle of Malta in 2014 in November. And then he finished 7th place with €16,000.
Yeah, that's a decent cash for a young guy.
Yes.
And as I'm from Sweden, I know he's from Sweden as well here, and his shirt is he's rooting for one of the big 2-3 teams in Stockholm. It's called AIK. They are very famous for lots of hooligans, drunk people, and crazy action at the games, both for hockey and the soccer.
So there will no action in this hand.
And for Prikis Sorpas from Greece, he has no previous listings for poker winnings. Maybe have some really good results at underground clubs in Greece that we can't find, but maybe we can speak to him a bit later during the day and get some more info about him.
Mr. Zompas. King 3. Folds.
But
No folding. Raise 50,000.
Easy. Check for
One time.
Mr. King Queen 7.
oh,
He's taking a risk. Re-raise.
he's tempted to get action, Mr. King. Going crazy here, Mr. Queen 7. Queen in Sweden we actually call Queen 7. It has a
No.
nickname. It's called bollen, which is called the ball. Because of a pretty famous guy in the poker community whose nickname is Bollen, the ball, and he loves this hand, and so it's Swedish spread famous that once you get the Queen 7 you must play it because it's the ball. Yeah, and we found some really interesting facts about Georgios Simas.
Timoros.
He
Maybe
has
it's
total live earnings of $137,557. So he is not the new kid on the block. He has
three large gashes.
yeah, one really nice cash in a 5th place in G-Sophie live main event in his home turf country in Greece. 2011 in Chaltiki. It was before my time. I didn't work at GrandLive that time, so I wasn't there and watched it with my own eyes.
We have an all-in with King Queen.
Oh, Mr. Koppinen.
And still five players after him. 6, excuse me. 2, 3, 5, 6. Mr. Timas with 448k will fold. The same for this guy, and the same for this guy.
Yeah, and he picks up a nice spot again.
Nice spot.
Increases his stacks really well every time he does that. So back to information about Georgios Simas.
He finished first in 2012 in Thessaloniki, Greece, 550 tournament, Paradise Poker Tour, for €26,000, 881.
That's a nice payday.
Nice payday.
That's since the world knows about Greece and their financial problems, I think that is helping his days going on in a better way, for sure. And I wonder if he puts the money to the bank or he keeps them at home to make sure they stay safe.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's better to put it on your
Your mattress.
in your mattress.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Now, action.
All in.
All in. Again.
I'm repeating myself, I know.
Yes. It's,
He's running good with the cards, Mr. Koppinen.
maybe people can think he is gambling now. Oh, we get some action. I think pocket 6, but 1, 2, 3, 4 players after him. So
Tough spot.
and he's playing 1.2, so he has to call about 25-30% of his stack. It's possible. He can afford it. But also tight player, Mr. Zompas. And he folds. And then information about Andrew King. So it's the 44th player or his country. And he went to Belgium in November, 2 weeks ago, to play the Belgian Poker Challenge in Namur. He finished 56th for €2,500.
I think we're pretty safe. He has the most live earnings
Yes.
of these guys. It's total live earnings are $348,000. So this is definitely not a new kid on the block.
And his best live cash was 134,000. I think it's a few years ago. I didn't know. 2 years ago, 1 year ago in January in France. EPT Deauville was second place, the 1,100 euro entry.
Also for the FPS, the French Poker Series, not EPT main.
Yes, FPS, excuse me. So he finished second for 100,000 euro.
That's sweet cash.
Yes.
I like surprises.
So it was a 1,000 euro buy.
And last year also a good cash in Cyprus, 2,200 euro WPT for 126,000 euro dollars. Excuse me.
And Mr. Gaetan, you see where they held that event at WPT, the Merit National.
Yes, I was also there.
Yes.
That
And
was the best accommodation ever.
yeah. And please tell us why.
Because everything was free.
Yeah.
All alcohols were free, but even cigarettes if you want.
Yeah, and the lighters and the chewing gums and whatever you wanted. You just call the waiter and they arrange it for you.
If you want the waiter, you just have to do it like this, and then they comes.
Yeah, easy one. No, that was a beautiful event. It was in February this year. Not perfect weather time for Cyprus, but we had roughly 17, 18 degrees, good weather. The hotel was beautiful, located just by the sea. So many players are asking to go back there, so we'll see. Maybe next season, we'll see.
Okay. So King Queen just calls in position on the button, trying to trap the other players.
Mr. Simas is want to get in the game with his 9-8 suited. All hearts.
Oh, King Queen. Yes.
Ooh. Might get an all-in action here.
All in.
Yes,
This
we
is the best
did.
thing to do. Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. Very well played, Mr. Kopanen. You're probably gonna get fold from both.
This is a good spot to go all in.
But it is hand number 13. Someone is gonna get unlucky, maybe.
Yes, he plays 1.9 and has to call 427. Oh,
Here's some
25%.
some Hollywood going on for Mr. Simas. He's obviously gonna fold his 9-8 suited. Doesn't want to look too. Doesn't want to be too quick with his action, maybe. But here comes the fold.
Bit over 400.
So King Queen versus King Queen, maybe. Okay,
Okay, let's dance.
let's dance. He calls.
Oh.
He will be happy that he sees King Queen. Mr.
Very
Copone.
happy. Yes.
That's mine. So.
Maybe flush.
I'm running hot.
Yeah, he's running for a flush. It's hand number 13.
3 hearts.
Boom.
2.
Okay, free roll. Heart. Heart me.
No, it's
And
okay.
no heart.
Split pot.
Very much split. They split a little bit of Mr. Sorpa's chips. So, no, sorry, it's George Simas chips.
So we can talk maybe about the caches of the other players.
Yeah, we're gonna go and find Mr. Thomas Wagner, Homtorp boy.
From Czech Republic.
Mr. Wagner, it sounds like actually a German name, but he's
First jump was
actually here
for
from
me.
just 1 hour outside of Prague. He lives, but he does not have any information about earlier caches. then we come to Mr. Raigo Azama from Unk, Estonia. Yeah, that's a really fun name of the city. And he has total earnings. Actually, we got a little bit more here. $360,000.
Wow.
Best live cash is $158,000. I'm pretty sure that is
It was EPT. Tallinn.
Tallinn, 2011, third place, €110,000.
Nice.
Great cash guy. And he's a former GSOP Live Prague winner, as we said, 2011. We cashed straight off €80,000.
King 8.
One.
All in again with King 8 for 411,000 chips.
That's
Still
pretty bold move.
one player. Evil thoughts.
And also we have another incognito guy, which is Alexander Nemkov from Russia. He doesn't have any listed previous poker earnings. But if you look at him, you can tell this is not his first time cashing in poker games.
Yes.
See from his straight back, short, speedy hairstyle. This is
Start
he's
3
used
bet
to this.
jamming.
This is his game.
You win more.
Try how much folding we do with my space.
And last out, about the rankings, we have Mikko Kopponen. Total live earnings, $85,000. Pretty decent. Well, he's not a little bird anyway. And we have the best live cash of $59,000, which was Unibet Open 2009 in Prague, same country. Loves the cash here. And there I got in 5th place, €40,200.
Now, yes.
Oh, we have jackpots.
He just went all in with King 8, and now he has ace. Maybe he will do the same move. No.
You want to get tricky with a race out of nowhere. Is someone gonna fall for this?
Not folding.
He doesn't want anyone to fold now.
He's just relaxed, sitting
Yeah.
after share.
Oh, Pontus is folding, of course.
Yes. One more chance to have a
Mr. Stormpass.
showtime.
You're gonna find a hand. King 9.
Hmm.
What would you do in this spot, Gaten?
Probably fault.
Yeah, good luck.
1.1 million. He only has to call 28,000. I think he will go to see the flop.
Yeah, yeah.
And if a king comes on the flop, then
We'll see action.
Problemski in Greece.
Yeah. So English is your third language, right?
Yes.
Very good in English then.
Speak Dutch, French, and English.
Yeah.
Some German.
I don't know. I'm speechless.
Yes. How many languages did you?
Swedish is a
And English.
native tongue, yeah, and then most people in Sweden are pretty decent in English and also speak a little bit of German, probably less than you do. And here we have a flop of 10-9 deuce, so Mr. Stormpass, he flops second pair. Maybe we can find some action. Probably think he's good here. And he checks. And Mr. Wagner, he looks... He looks certain that he's gonna do something here, so I'm gonna check this out. We have bet of 80, 90.
One.
We have it all in. This makes it very hard for Stormpass to call with second pair.
pocket aces go all in. And he calls with king 9.
Ooh.
It's very well played with aces.
That was
Hoping
drastic.
hoping the aces holds. Yes, it holds.
Boom.
No problem.
Now there's 0 outs for Mr. Sornpass.
0.
And Wagner picks up a very, very decent pot.
He doubles up.
This is definitely a force to be reckoned with right now.
What would you do on this spot on the flop, Daniel? Ganiel, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Ganiel and Gaeta. I would. As far I probably would put up. I would bet out with the king 9. a little bit.
Because the other guy goes all in. So
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would.
he is not on flush draw. He will
I don't
not definitely going on all in with flush draw.
I'll probably bet out a little
right.
directly and
First time I
see.
trust me.
And obviously we'll get it all in, and then you have a possibility to fold.
He's more the hand I like to get.
A hard, borderline.
Let's see the next hand. It's always fun when you get aces on the final table.
Yeah, and they held up, doubled up, and everyone is happy except Mr. Georgios Tsitsipas. Sorry, Mr. Sorpas. These Greek names, very hard for us to remember and also pronunciate.
No. Oh, beautiful.
Okay, now we have still big chip leader, 83 blinds, Mr. Asma. And we have, yes, 3 shorties, Pontis, Georgios, and Mikko. So where is the next one, Daniel? Is to Will?
Yes, going to first time to Estoril in Portugal last week of February. It's a new stop. Seems to be a very nice location, just by the sea, and casino and hotel are located just by neighbors. So it's a 2-minute walk, just through-ish a little park.
It's in the south of Portugal, I think.
Yeah, south of Lisbon. So yeah, have you qualified yet for that one?
No,
Of course
I
not.
didn't qualify myself this one.
Have you tried these coin flips we have online?
Yes, already tried, but it's really difficult to qualify
Yeah, this seems-
by gambling.
Yeah, but that seems like more a game for you. Like there's no skill involved.
It's my 4th package I won
Yeah.
without coin flips, Daniel, in 1 year, so
Okay.
I'm happy.
Yeah, that's impressive actually.
Only to travel around the world and meet other people.
Yeah. No, it's a very good vibe at these events. I mean, you've been at plenty of events, and I've been working here for close to 3 years now. And I mean, of course, I'm partial about this, but I mean, I can't see that any other poker tour has a better, like, a community feeling, and we have regulars who comes to every event, even if they don't qualify. They get an effort to pay in and get here by themselves.
The best we know is Mr. Manos, his nickname online, and he's a really good player. He wins
Oh yeah, the Greek guy, Manos, and some numbers.
Manos
yeah.
33.99, something like that.
Yeah. Oh my god, he is the package pro of.
It's the serial killer,
Yeah.
yes, of the packages.
Definitely, and also his friend Hades_7.
Yes.
Oh my god. Those two have by far the last 2 years won together most packages.
Mhm. So the next hand 21.
5 4. 6. He's 50k. 7 4.
Also, if you have any questions and want to see other information, you can of course always follow our blog. Our great blogger Chris Hall and Dana Manuel, who's running the show there. And it is of course on thegrandlive.com/blog, and also follow us on facebook.com/thegrandlive. Like us there and you will be updated with the action. Right now, me and Jake just put up a
And we have an all-in.
sweet little picture. Oh, we go
Pocket
straight to the all-in.
nines. Ooh,
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
That's-
Dirty action.
bad surprise.
Aye, aye, aye. Tough spot for Mr. Koppen. Really tough.
Problem. Mr. Koponen
Yes.
and
Mr.
Mr.
Finland.
Asma.
Mr. Finland are on a slippery road.
He's playing his tournament.
Flop is king, deuce.
Bad flop for Mr. Koponen.
Turn is a 10 of clubs.
And we're down to one card and 2 outs.
8th place finishing.
Will we see a 9 in the river?
Rivers at
No, it's an
Boom.
8.
Close.
Almost.
Very well played, Mr. Koppen. This is great to have you here. Nice cash.
Yes. 8,600 euros. Something like that.
Yeah, close to that.
What do you get?
Come on, you got
8,600.
So the next pay jump is 10,350 for 7th.
Yeah.
And then we went up to
Yeah,
13,000.
now we're pushing it up to 10k to next place. 10k and change. Maybe some tip for the dealers.
Maybe.
We had great dealers here on the place, so we really encourage the players to stick a little extra ship for them. They have been running the show and this week really, really well.
Okay.
What do you think? Have you had good dealers this week? Except
Yes.
the bad cards?
Yes, if we compare that to Belgium, to the small casinos, yes, it's a really good dealers. And all dealers are friendly, and yes, I love it.
Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, we're really happy about this week.
Very friendly.
We have a really funny dealer incident when it came to the dealers. It wasn't that good. That was in Marbella the first year. First time we were in Marbella, which is 2 years ago. We had plenty of dealers who was dealing for the first time, which
Oh.
was a little bit hard for everyone involved, obviously. Especially we had 2 tables. We had similar situations where 2 people had 2 pairs, and when the cards were up on the back and they were gonna divide a pot, which is not a divided pot because they were different 2 pairs. So yeah, 2 pair, split pots. But they shaped up to when we were back for the next year, so they were much better this April when we were there. So we should not complain about that now. But there was some funny moments. Yeah, and also about our little social media going on, as we said, with the GrandLive.com Facebook.com/the GrandLive. If you have any questions about anything, you can write us messages directly at the site. So shoot on, because it's very, very hard to find stuff to talk about all the time, and especially Gaten when it's not that funny.
Yeah. Sorry, it's my first time.
Yeah.
Every first time is difficult.
You need to your drink to be filled up.
Yes, it's
So, if anyone in the room can get a waitress to get a Jack Daniel and Diet Coke for Mr. Gaten Descartes.
yes. And one Bacardi Cola from Mr. Gainel.
Yes. No, not the Bacardi. I can.
No?
I'll join you for a beer actually. Make sure it's cold.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyone listening now? You know what
Yes,
to,
but
you know what to order.
problem is it's delayed. We will have to wait.
Good point. Good point. It's 30 minutes delay. Bad choice. I'll text someone to get the order for us. Yeah.
This guy is so
It's yeah, this is like this thing with internet. It's so hard for me. I can't understand it.
Oh yeah. Why is there no camera for us to see us?
I know. It's very strange. Like we should be the funniest part. These are just
We are almost the most beautiful people.
yeah, for sure. And like we are running the show. They're just turning the chips around, the cards around. That's that funny.
Yes.
Yeah, hang on. Just gonna text someone the order.
We can animate people if you record us.
Yeah, here's the guy who can get us drinks.
Thank you.
They're gonna watch you guys for a minute because they're gonna might take over after you guys.
I didn't go crazy, did I?
Two point 4, 5.
You were even hurt, but don't me up.
We're back in time.
Great.
So still 7 players. Now Ace King. Playing 32,000 chips. He raises to 16,000. Queen 7. Don't make that move.
Oops.
Fold. King 8. 7 8. Fold, fold. Yes, 31's hands. Still 7 players.
And we have raised the blinds. We maybe forgot to tell you that we're up to 15,000, 30,000, and ante of 3,000.
I predict Mr. Zompars will get the top 3, I think. He's a good player, very good player.
Mr. Stormpass with pocket sixes.
Min raises again with 60,000.
And his Greek buddy, folding of course, with his
Queen, now Jack 9. Maybe now surprise. No, no surprise.
only Pontus left. Let's see what he can find behind his sunglasses.
Playing 356, so
Oh, no instant fold. And we have, did we call this hand, Gaten?
what?
What did we call this hand in Sweden?
Queen 7?
Yep,
I don't know.
I told you before. You only had one drink. The ball.
Bowl.
The ball. Bollen in Swedish.
Oh, okay.
So that's why he's getting a little bit more tempted, since it's a special hand in Sweden, maybe.
Oh, okay.
And also suited.
Good information. Yes. We will see the flop. Special one. Come on. Queen 6-7. No. King 3-3. He will check with the ball.
We'll see C-bet and fold. What do you think?
Of course. First faking, he has nothing. Look his cards, and then raisins.
Still no messages for us. No one wants to ask us anything. That's pretty boring. Still waiting for our first question or comment at facebook.com/thegrandlive. Of course, they haven't heard this. It's 30 minutes delay. Back to that problem again.
The waitress is coming. There. Is the waitress? No. No. Yes. No.
Yes. Come
No.
in. Come into
Come,
this
come
room.
here.
Yes, yes.
After the wall.
Waitress.
Behind the wall. Have a big chip reader, Mr. Asma. 82 lines. Comfortable.
in the second division. Yeah? Agreed.
Okay. We'll check if I have questions.
Yeah, maybe you have some questions from your local boys down in Belgium.
Maybe I can send you a message.
Yeah,
No?
you can send me a question.
Okay.
So at least I have one.
Here we go.
You used to spam us with really strange questions before, so why not now? Maybe we should focus on the table now. We have a table going on, and King races with his pocket eight, and we're around to Pontus. Mr. Sunglasses is probably gonna involve himself with this beautiful ace 10 suited.
We have comments, I think, on the picture. Oh. Maybe there are questions. No questions.
No questions there either.
Few more comments.
Just a comment from Joanna Broman from Puff. She says, "Rocking it, old school." Of course. Thank you, Joanna. You're a lovely girl, and I hope you hear this. And let's see what happened here. We are a virtual coin flip. Ooh. What about one of those deuces would have been hearts? We would probably see even more action then.
Yeah.
This is a very, very good flop for Mr. King.
Mr. King playing 474.
And he's all in.
Yes,
wow.
and a pot of 200,000.
Yeah,
It's nice.
easy fold for Pontus.
The machine.
The machine.
It's non-alcoholic beer, it's like water. Water for sissies. Yeah, it smells like gas.
Smells like gas. Did he fart it? No?
Maybe.
Maybe.
A lot of heavy food going on here in Prague, so I mean, you never know what's going on in their stomachs, and that combined with some nervousness. How do you say that? Nervousity? Nervousness?
Alright, you guys are up next. Do you like it or not?
Oh.
Listen, you're done, you guys.
Alright, 60. Showing slowly better. Showing slowly better and folding.
Okay, back to action. Now we have short stack 7 blinds, Mr. Dargan Pontus.
Yeah, that's heavy.
You can show every moment.
5 fold. 6 fold.
92, Mr. Nedkov.
Soon, me and Mr. Gaten gonna do a little break, and we're gonna hand over to two of our great dealers who will take over, and they will tell you a little bit about what's happening this week, any special good country for tipping, what players you want to have at your table, yeah, typical dealer life, where they travel, where they go, and of course commenting a very precise and professional commenting of the game, probably much better than me and Gaten can do.
They are experienced guys.
Yeah, they've probably seen every flop, they've probably seen every type of race. So.
Yes, they will give you the outs in percent. Everything you want. Next hand.
Yeah, we're up to hand 35.
We didn't find a lot of action, till now, Daniel?
No. Down to 7 players at least.
Mr. Zompars.
Yeah, a couple of the big stacks. I mean, they sit tight. They haven't made any really big moves yet. So I mean, it's just the short stacks that has been creating some action.
Mr.
Oh, we have a walk from Mr. Wagner. Yeah, good race. Increasing his stack a little bit. Yeah, we're still waiting for our first question or comment. Let's see if we got there. No, of course not. So it's probably something wrong with Facebook, actually.
Yes, we only received the likes, but not the comments.
Yeah, let's call Zuckerberg or whatever his name is. I mean, he should take care of this problem.
This guy wanna play ace.
I want to play with this.
Okay, I like that matchup.
Oh, we have Mr. Leo Wagenius put up a small little video about us. He took this without us knowing.
Yes.
Typical Leo. And he was supposed to go in this room and comment, but he blames that he is sick and his voice is so bad. But we'll see what a couple of JD and Coke can do. So maybe later tonight you will hear Mr. Leo Wagenius working with the G Soapy and GrandLive all the way from the start.
King 10, Mr. Wagner. Raise to 60.
Yeah, he's been
No battle plans.
using his spots really well. I mean, he's been went from
His
a short
talking
stack
is
to
not sitting comfortable, talking to his neighbor. Yes, I won a pot with King 10.
Really good.
yeah, fold this 5.
What did you had? An
Five.
ace. An ace.
Here we have some information about a German poker tour. Didn't know about that, but since we are working with the King's Casino and This was probably in their Rozvadov casino, beautiful casino on the border between Germany and Czech, on the Czech side.
And the buy-in is 550 euro, and they guarantee 200,000 euro.
I've never been there, but I've seen pictures from their poker room. It's huge.
Really, really good accommodation,
Yeah.
and they have guaranteed tournaments.
You been there?
No,
No?
no, it's too far for me to play a tournament.
Yeah,
there.
that's far away.
Cheers to all the players and the followers and the comments that we don't have.
Yeah, cheers.
Race to 60 again, same player. Against.
We have our first question from
Really?
Veronica Engberg. Thank you, Veronica. She is asking.
Thank
who's
you,
your-
Veronica. Thank you.
Yeah, you will be remembered for this.
Yes.
She's asking, who's your favorite to win? So we start with you, Gaten.
Okay, I think box 2. It's box 2, but I don't. Mr. Samprol, I
Yes.
think. Yes,
Mr.
Mr. Zompas,
Zompas,
from
yes.
Greece. I think this guy will win it because it's a friend of somebody is railing, and I know his friends from Marbella.
Oh yeah, they're a big group of Greeks going to almost every event. I mean, they play a lot, both online and on their casinos back in Greece. So I mean, they're good players, good players. I mean, then of course, always easy to look at previous earnings. I mean, they should be in good favor. Me coming from Sweden, of course, a little bit finger crossed for a Swedish guy, but we are happy for anyone to win this.
They need more money in Greece, so
Yeah, Greece always needs more money, so that's also a good thing to cheer for.
Mhm.
And maybe we'll ask her back and see who she wants to win. See if she replies.
Thank you, Veronica, to follow us.
Yeah, and
Thank
she's
you.
from Sweden. Veronica Engberg from Borlänge, Sweden. So I think the obvious answer will be Mr. Pontus Dahlgren.
Thank you, Thomas McCann, to like the GrandLive
Oh
page.
yeah, thank you, Thomas.
Now you can ask a question.
Perfect. I'm gonna comment Veronica. She cannot. You cannot have Pontus as an option.
Raise to 60
'Cause that's
with
too
ace 10.
obvious.
Folds. A Russian guy. He finds 6 with something. It will be enough to win the pot, I think. No. Mr. Dargan was very short. 251.
Yeah.
If he pushes all in, he will get a snap call.
Yeah. I think this is really
Don't
bad
do that.
for him. No,
Not
good choice, Mr. Pontus.
cannot gamble with 3-4. I would like to sit there now,
Yeah.
just to make fun.
Do you have any previous final tables?
Yes, but small ones. I finished about the 5th person in side event 110 in Marbella, and I finished about the 3rd in the side event in Cyprus, also 110,
Good.
but not good enough.
What's your biggest live cash?
2000 or something like that. But I don't have a lot of time to play tournaments. because if you want to play tournaments, you have to travel and you need 4 or 5 days. It's hard to combine with work, with relation, something.
Yeah, it's true. So how's the poker situation in Belgium? You can tell the people who doesn't know what's the laws and the regulation for that.
So what about the laws and regulations? It's really strange because they want to tax the best players in Belgium, but how can they do that? If they win, maybe they will have to pay 35% of their winnings. But what about the losers? It's like a company. It's really difficult to regulate it.
So to put in here, we have Mr. King has the jacks. And the standard raise is 60,000, and Pont is looking down an ace-8 suited, so this might be
but
an action hand going on.
Mr. King is in early position, so he can represent a good hand.
Oh, it's
Just a call.
Oh. Call from small blind.
Oh, one out.
Sorpas.
One out is going there.
Yep.
The 8.
Ouch.
Give us some action, please, dealer. No action.
Yeah, bad action flop. Maybe Paul just wanna.
I don't understand the call of Mr. Target because he is really short.
He's all in.
He will get a
Pontus
call.
went all in.
Snap call.
Yeah, we'll get a call for this. And it's a call.
Yes, we have problem. Houston, we have problem.
Problem hand for Mr. Pontus starting from
Maybe
Sweden.
runner straight.
You never know. You never
7.
know. 7 on turn. No running hearts to expect.
An ace, only an ace. Yay! Damn.
That's a brutal for Mr. King.
Oh, that's a brutal for Mr. Dargan.
Yes, suck out back.
Yes, 2 suckouts for the price of 1.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Pontus is obviously devastated.
Yes.
Aye.
Mr. King is the king.
Yes.
At the bottom you can see kings.
Yeah.
Congratulations to our 7th place finisher. Nice job.
Yeah.
Nice
Congratulations,
play.
Arian. Small applause in here. Well played. Well run. Another nice flag on your hand on mob site will pop up with a chunk of 10,000 euro and change. And we're down to 6.
Who are the most famous players in Sweden?
Oh, in Sweden we have
Not only the
not-
cash
not
amounts, but
you-
the most famous.
except me, you know.
Yes, but you are not a player.
I'm very surprised you didn't ask me about my previous final tables and winnings.
Yes,
Yeah?
you don't have.
Yeah, we start with me.
You
and
really
then,
have it?
Then I do go to the real players. Of course I
Most
have.
free roll.
Yeah. Yeah, mostly free rolls, of course. That's the only thing I can afford, so... No, actually I have a really good cash in a Las Vegas event at the Bellagio.
Really?
Yeah, it's a $500 buy-in with 2 optional rebuys or /1 add-on. So I was playing for $1,000 and it was, I think it was like 69 or 70 players. And I cashed a decent amount of $27,000.
Really?
Yeah, actually no, that was the first price. We made a deal, so I got 24k.
Really? It's
Yeah,
a long
yeah.
time ago?
Yeah, this is
15 years ago?
no. It would be 4 years ago.
4 years ago.
Or 5 years ago during the WSOP. So that was a decent amount. Yeah,
Nice.
really happy times. Got a nice Bellagio crystal trophy.
Yes.
Standing in our room back home. Except that, I actually have to look at my own page. I have some like 5th place, long time ago finish in Sweden, but nothing exciting. But the Bellagio thing is not on, wasn't on Hand and Mob, which I was pretty happy for, since we're getting taxed if we win money in US. So
Really?
yeah, they never brought it up, so that's It was good for me they didn't take that. So probably now when the tax authorities in Sweden hear this, I'm gonna get a bill. Yeah, because my handle mob says all-time money is $7,000. Oh, look, go all the way back to 2005.
Wow.
Swedish side event, Swedish championship, but a side event. It's close to like a €600 buy-in, and I cashed out in dollars $4,300, and a small side event in Monte Carlo during the EPT, a €500 buy-in there as well, and small cash on 15th place, €2,640.
Nice payday.
Yeah, some payday.
10 years ago, almost 7 years ago.
Final table, the Poker Stars Sunday second chance, also one of my big days. Obviously,
I
busted as a 9th place.
I finished 2 times first on another side with the red spade. 2 times first, $2 buy-in. Really?
Really good.
Yes, $2 buy-in.
Sit and go.
No, heads up.
A real tournament.
It was
Oh,
heads up.
that's
No,
alright.
really. No, it was tournament. We were about 4,000 people, and I finished first.
Wow,
And I
how
get
much did you cash?
$1,800 with $2 buy-in.
Wow.
And the second time I was playing $5 buy-in. Also finished first, and I get $4,200.
Good.
Also with about almost 3,000 people. It was the day of my birthday, so maybe
Wow, what a good present. The poker site knew about it probably.
yes. It was about 2 years ago, and then I stopped to play on this Joker site. Now we will have some action. Pocket tens, min raises to 60,000. It's very long structure. You can real play poker.
Yeah, it's a really playable structure. It's
Yeah. The only thing I don't
made by Mr. Leo Vagenius.
is the structure is very good, but 20,000 to start is not as much.
No, but I mean, it's a 4-day event. We have to finish it
Mhm.
at some point. I know you.
I would
Like
like
in Belgium, you're used to like a 50k starting stacks and stuff. but then
30
you have-
or 50k.
yeah,
Yes.
But then you have much shorter levels. You have
Yes.
bigger ship jumps in the level structure. So I mean, in the end, this tournament runs for much longer. I know.
Mhm.
You want to sit with the big guns, the big 50ks.
So we are still six players.
Down to 6 players. Very soon we have 2 dealers gonna jump in for roughly 45 minutes, 1 hour, and of course comment in a proper way and talk a little bit about the dealer life, being on the dealer experience, going around the world and work with Mr. Steve Fraser from Planet Earth poker events, and also probably a lot of other employers.
Mr. Zorbas. So Mr. Zorbas wins the pot.
Put you as a Welsh. You wouldn't be Irish. If you're lucky enough to be Irish, you're lucky enough.
So the names of the next presentators, commentators will be Joni Viskwan
No, Vesanen. Joni Vesanen is correct? Yeah,
Sorry.
from Finland.
from
Very
Finland.
typical Finnish name, I would say. So you learned something.
Yes, the first thing I learned from you
Yeah.
in my whole life. So the next commentator will be Gareth Edwards from Wales.
It's pretty funny. I know actually another Gareth Edwards who lives in Sweden.
Yeah.
That's cool. Who's from UK?
It's like your name. It's the strange name, Klankfeld.
That is a very strange name, and it's only 5 persons in the whole world who has that
Really?
name. Yes. It's me, my mother and father, of course, sister, and my lovely wife, Kiresh Klankfeld. Doesn't really fit her first Iranian name, so it's a little bit of a mix-up.
We will get.
It's a little bit. I can tell it's a small short story we have about that name because my dad initially had a. Oh, okay. I'll take the story after Mr. King's Ace Jack. But
On the button?
Yeah, but what did?
Re-raise.
Yes. But what does Mr. Perike Sarkas have?
It's just a call.
But where's the hand? We didn't see the hand of Mr. Sorry, Georgios Tsimas from Greece.
It's one of his first hands, I think he played.
Yeah. It's a hidden hand. We don't know. There he is, Tsimas with the Jack 8 suited.
Strange flop.
Yeah, especially when there's no flop at all so far.
Maybe it's a prediction.
Yeah.
Top pair.
The guy from the IT controlling room, he's sitting here guessing what type of flop is coming out, and maybe he's right.
He jack 3-bet. Thought it was a call, but it's 3-bet. Mr. Dimas troubles. Playing 554 and has to call 124, so shove or fold. Better fold, I think.
Yeah.
You cannot call, man. He has a very tight image, this table. Yes, he mucks.
You know what that you're alive. You're alive for sure. No way. No way. 98%, 97, 98, they're alive.
Oh yeah, wow, no, nothing.
And we had a fold.
I just don't want to give
I
away.
will learn as soon as it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we have another question on the site.
Now maybe you can hear me as well.
Yes, so
But maybe
the
I've been
question.
on mute for a while.
Yeah, sorry. The from Martin Eck. Well, since you want more random questions, who's the best looking guy on the final table and why? Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay,
Gaetan, what do you think?
Gainiel we will see. First look the breasts.
Yeah, what do you think?
What do you think about the breast of the Russian guy?
Who's the winner? Yeah, I don't know.
I like
think-
Tommy's.
Yeah, Thomas Wagner showing a lot of skin. I think we have a winner for that. That's my option in a way.
Would like to take the only female player on the table.
Oh, the dealer, of course, better looking.
Yes.
unfortunately she's not playing and not able to win the tournament, but yeah, better looking than the rest. Yeah, by far, sure that.
So, Martinique.
Thank you, Martin, for that question.
No, the cutest guy is on the button now. This is the cutest
yeah,
guy.
that's a Thomas Wagner guy.
Ah, okay.
Showing a lot of skin.
Yes. Yeah. Tight skin.
Yeah. With good shape, not as you and me.
Mm-hmm.
As you've seen on the pictures, neither me and Gaten are any kind of gym guys. We rather sit playing poker, having fun, having a laugh.
Yes. Now we turn to the table. Day 7. Ace 4, just check.
Yeah, and Thomas McCann came with a very
Have a race.
smart comment here. I'll bring you up to speed.
Flop Queen to 5. Yeah, flush draw for Mr. Zompas. He will not give up.
He's not going anywhere.
He bets on the flush draw.
Gut
Mr.
shots.
Nemko from Russia, of course, he will call. Of course, for the gut shots.
Gut shots.
Maybe
they love gut shots in
if-
Russia.
If he decide to re-raise, then we will have a problem.
And after this hand, we will hand over to our
Good faults.
really good dealers, Johnny Vesanen from Finland and Gareth Edwards from Wales. So, Gaten, we maybe will be back later for some further comments.
Maybe.
If you're not going to play the side event, or maybe play the side event and bust early.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's probably the most common outcome for you when you play. So
Yes.
you probably will be back. That's a good bet for that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for this time, guys, and thank you, Gaten, for starting this live stream commentating off with me. I'm Daniel, working for the GrandLive.
You're not Daniel, you're Ganiel.
And thank you, Gaten. Speak
So,
to you later, guys. And
see you later.
Continue with the questions, and we'll try to keep you informed. And we're handing over to the other dealers here in 1 minute. So, see you later.
Thank you for following us. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, hello everyone, I'm Joni Vesanen from Finland, and here we have Gareth Edwards from Wales.
Hello. Hello. We are dealers working at this event. We've been asked to come in and commentate and give our perspective on the action at the table, and try and see if we can see some interesting stuff and explain it from our point of view.
And basically we don't know anything at all what we are doing right now, so please give us some room in here.
As everybody knows, the only reason you're a dealer is because you're not very good at playing.
And that is so true.
For us, yeah. We both of us have actually spent some time as professional players, so we know exactly what it's like to spend lots and lots of money and get nothing back in return.
Yeah, that's what you call professionalism.
So, where are we? Are we six-handed or seven-handed?
Should be
Six-handed.
six-handed.
We're six-handed. We're being told by our lovely assistant we are six-handed.
The lovely assistant tournament director Steve Freezer from Planet Earth Poker Events.com.
You should go to that website now and... No, not now. It's not up. Okay, not now. Later on when it's working.
Okay, Mr. Asma, Jack 9. It's raised, making a move. Well, he knows how to use that big stack of him.
Yeah.
Need to give some pressure for the other guys.
It's something you see all the time in all stages of any poker tournament. It's, you know, aggression pays off at almost every level. You have to really use those chips as a weapon to win. The more passive people play, the faster they get knocked out. Ooh. Middle pin.
So let's see how Mr. Zimas from Greece is gonna use his pair in there. Do he believe it's good enough or not?
So, Johnny, you play a hell of a lot more than I do.
Well, not anymore, really, but
This week you did.
this week I have, yeah. I haven't been doing that much dealing though.
Now, have you ever final tabled anything this size yourself?
Not on this size. I think the biggest final table I've had has been like a local Finnish tournament of some €100 rebuy Omaha. Finished up second, got like 4,000 or something. I think that's my biggest live event.
See, I
But I have had like online biggest wins are something like 16,000 or something.
I never really played tournaments. I concentrated on cash games.
Yeah.
So tournaments for me are all completely different strategies. You know, you need that more of a discipline to play tournaments, and you have to be able to put up with a lot of, you know, losing streaks and so on.
Yeah, and basically you need to be pretty. Well, yeah, the discipline is the right word. So you can't really play every hand in there. So, but then again, when you got chips, you have to use them. But yeah, the guys promised us to tell you something about the dealer life. So, Gareth, you have been on tour for how long?
I think I started freelancing in 2003, 2004.
Yeah, and I think most of the audience doesn't actually even know what that means. So can you explain a little bit about it?
So during Poker Boom, everybody started to run poker events. In Europe, especially, they you know, need dealers to come and work these events. So we travel to to an event like this, like the GrandLive, and we'll deal. We won't be living in the city. We'll come in the same way the players do. We'll come, fly to the country just for the duration of the tournament. We'll usually stay near the hotel and party near the hotel, and you know, so we live the life of a traveling poker player, but you know, we don't get as much money, although we are almost guaranteed money every time, whereas most poker players aren't. So but you've been at it yourself a lot of time as well, so.
Yeah, more or less. I'm semi-retired myself. Come to some events every year just because of the people I've met along the way. So it's nice to be here, doing a little bit of work, partying a lot, and sleeping very little. But yeah, basically, for example, in this event, I think we have dealers all over the world. We have Americans, we have Welsh, Italians, Slovakians, Slovenians, Finnish, Swedish, Croatians, French, I think.
Is there a French?
No, maybe we didn't have a French dealer
Just
this year.
We share an apartment between 5 dealers. We have just us guys. There's America.
You have a Polish, American,
a Welsh,
Swedish,
and Italian.
So
yeah, it's very mixed international. Picks up a draw on the turn here. This is going to change things. This is pair going to hold up.
also has the 2 overcards. You can, well, he can only count 1. Maybe a little bit afraid of the flush draw on the board. Well, 2 of them actually, and the other guy actually hasn't. King has the flush draw with his pair, so.
But his flush draw is really not strong. So.
Yeah, but it's a backdoor anyway, so.
Yeah, you can easily sneak in and get a big payoff with the back door, but you know, he's got to be looking at the board, thinking this is tournament life, so you can easily get knocked out here. But he doesn't know he's in the lead.
And Mr. Asma from Estonia is thinking of making a bet there. Yeah, looks like 100 and something. 135,000 into a pot of 193,000.
Obviously,
There's a call.
Yeah,
There's
you
2.
guys are watching the graphics at home. You're using the graphics to figure out the bets, but because we're such high-quality professional dealers, we just know how much these bets are by instinct.
Let's see the river now. No help there, except a straight, of course.
See, we know exactly what we're talking about.
What do you say? How about if it would have been a king of clubs? That would have made it interesting.
Very interesting. Yeah. I think we'd have seen a huge pot all in for the flush draw there, but this is just going to be a bet and fold. He knows.
So we need to first wait if king is going to make a move here. We don't know what he's thinking right now.
He's trying to calculate how much more he can get.
No, I'm talking about king. He's.
I thought you meant the player.
No. We got the players mixed up here. This is the professionalism we see. No, basically when you're dealing, you don't really think the players as you know who is who and everything like that. You just do your job well, and that's it. You know, the players should be the same for you. It doesn't matter who is it. It's like being a referee sometimes. So basically you shouldn't have any favorites or anything like that. So.
Yeah, you shouldn't really. We all do. We all have our own favourite players. We all know who we like to see win.
Usually they're the nice ones.
Yeah.
If you're being rude, you're not really being hoped to win.
Yeah. It's always a good idea to have the dealer on your side, even if it's just for the support on your way on.
Yeah, I've heard really good one from someone that the dealer is actually the priest for the poker god. So basically you need to bribe them. So tipping is good. Don't forget that.
It's not just. It's
He's a representative of the poker god on the earth, so you need to be good with them. To be good with the poker god who gives you all the luck you need.
And has that ever worked for you?
Well, sometimes, yeah. I tip a lot when I play, and sometimes I even win.
Oh, I only believe half of that story.
Yeah, you believe that you being a priest or the representative of God.
So is he gonna? No, there it goes. And he folds.
No moving
So
there.
did you get to deal any of the feature tables this week?
This week, no. I really don't want to deal those.
People assume these feature tables is just a regular thing for us to do, but it's actually
Yeah, we're gonna change the dealer now.
To pay attention to. The tables are usually much larger. You have a lot of equipment, electrical equipment, shuffling machine, microphones.
Plus, you need always to tell everything what's happening in there for the people back room who are making the live stream. Who are telling the amounts, how much they bet. So you need to say everything aloud all the time for the microphone. So it's really a little bit different dealing a feature table than a normal table, because you need to be talking all the time and of course you're on TV, so.
Yeah, a lot of people would get nervous just because they see the cameras. The lights on these tables are very bright, very hot, so it can be quite distracting.
Yeah, we have a Slovakian dealer, I think.
Yes. This is on Peter. He was there's another World Series. All the dealers you've seen so far this year have been on the GrandLive table, have all worked the World Series. Along with myself, I worked the World Series. Johnny, you didn't work the World Series.
No, I didn't actually know. I didn't actually know that there is a World Series going on. No, I didn't know that you can actually get there without the green card, which was the problem. I have been invited there years before, but the problem was always getting the green card to work it. And now the casinos have actually.
We got lucky this year, and hopefully next year, that they've actually started to see European dealers, or more European dealers, dealing the World Series. So it's turning into a much more a worldwide event rather than just an American event.
Yeah, and I think that what I've heard, that they were really happy about them, because they saw that it's more cheap to apply for the green cards for the Europeans than always educate new dealers, and you get better quality in there because you have experienced dealers, the best in Europe, to get there, and not to have trained just some new people who doesn't actually know what they're doing. So I think it's a good thing from the casinos there, and also a good thing from European dealers are getting paid from there. So I think it's a win-win situation for everyone.
You see guys like these guys dealing now today. They're really good dealers, great dealers. So it's always nice to see great dealers working big events.
Okay, Wagner with pair of sevens. And Zorba from Greece has raised, mini raise, with 7-6. And I think the Czech guy Wagner is now asking how much Zorba is having. And have you got the chip count there? They just showed it, and I saw you making a picture of it.
Yes, I'm fast like that. Oh, fold.
Yeah.
Fold for better hand.
Yeah, Trompas had 870,000, and Wagner had more. He had him covered, and he didn't make a move in there with the sevens. Or actually, wouldn't be even a move. But
No, it's a small enough raise. I think I could call him with sevens there, maybe even raising back to see, is he just stealing the blinds? Or?
well, I would definitely be making a raise in there. But then again, we haven't watched this table for so long. Don't know the dynamics of the table, so.
Yeah. We always get people asking us, if you're a dealer, do you get to, learn tells from players, and do you get to learn more? And I'd say there are a lot. I think most dealers would be players themselves. We all play poker occasionally. Some guys will take it seriously and play professionally. I know a few guys who play professionally when they're not at working events. And I think it can help.
Yeah,
It's a good way to learn how to observe the whole table, right,
Yeah.
and not worry about what you have to
Yeah.
do, make your decisions.
My opinion to that is that I really often get the same question, and I think you do learn to watch the tells because you're watching the players all the time. But the problem is that when you're playing yourself, you're not being objective, and when you're dealing your objective, you get to know the tells very much better. So it's really much easier to know who's having it or who's not having it when you're dealing than when you're actually playing yourself. So it's about the being objective in there, I think.
Have you ever had a chance to deal to a player and learn a tell for free and then play him at a later stage?
No, not really, but I have a chance to learn a tell from TV, and this was I cannot remember the year, but like 2004 or something, Heads Up World Champion who got a tell, and I can tell it to you everyone now. I can't remember the name of the guy, but a Spanish guy. So every time he looked at his cards, he looked at one of...
secrets now.
Yeah, this is not a real secret because I told the guy later on this when I met him in Spain. But yeah, he was watching his cards one at a time, and then he slid the other card underneath the other card and watched the second card. And every time he had a pocket pair, he did it third time just to be sure. And and he did that. He did that always. So even the world champions in Heads Up Poker can have tells like this.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, we have an all-in from Wagner
Wagner with the king queen offsuit.
against Asma's 3-bet, but now it's 871,000 to call. I cannot really see him making the call, just Hollywood thinking now.
Yeah, it's 30% of his stack with a junk hand. I mean, he's got to be thinking, what can I beat? And I say he's even stopped thinking, he's just staring into space now.
Yeah, thinking that he made a mistake by 3-betting there.
Of course, when you're dealing, this part of the game is always the best part, when they spend ages and ages folding, and we get to just stare at them and wait for them to do something. Because we can't obviously, change the action.
Yes, and basically we already know what's going to happen in here at this time. Everybody knows that he's going to fold, but because if he had it, he would just call it. So
if you could put thought bubbles from Peter's head and what the dealer is thinking, he's just fold, please, next time. Just want to go on my break. But I think Peter's a big fan of poker, so I'd say he's very happy to be on this final table.
And actually that makes a good dealer. Okay, we're having a break. Yes, we're on a break.
TI are one of our lovely floor people.
Troy Iverson.
A great pleasure to work for.
Always. But yeah, I was just coming back to the thing that what makes a good dealer a great dealer, or what's the difference between a mediocre dealer and a good dealer is always that you're interested in what you're doing.
Yeah, you see a lot of dealers who may not be the best technical dealers. They might not know the rules as well as everybody else, but they're interested in the game, so they pay attention, so they make less mistakes.
Yes.
And you get great dealers like me and you,
Yeah.
who pay no attention
whatsoever anymore.
But we both have a lot of experience all over the world dealing poker, big events, and it's hard to maintain not interest in your job as such, but interest in poker in general, because like the guys commentating before us said, we've seen everything, we've seen it all and done it all. It's hard to maintain that interest. But as far as being interested in the actual game and following the action, I mean that's natural for most dealers. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, I think the most the technical part of it is not that hard.
No.
But I've seen a lot of dealers in all over the world. Mostly when you go to local clubs or something, who are not actually paid too well, so that means that you don't get the best in there, and it means that they're just not interested in it. So basically, when it's your turn or something, they might be staring at the TV or the other wall or something, and or the waitresses, which I do a lot of time. Here they're particularly good ones, but yeah, I mean that they're just not paying attention to the game itself, so which actually makes it really boring as a player.
Yeah, you can't get involved as a player when the person who's running the game is obviously disinterested. You know? I mean, dealers don't have to entertain people. You don't have to feel like you need to talk to the dealer to make yourself comfortable. But the dealer should be polite and, you know, introduce himself to you and make you feel relaxed as a customer.
Of course, of course.
And if you want to, you know, joke around and chat with the dealers, most dealers are usually more than happy to have a little conversation with you, or as long as it doesn't distract them from the game, you know, or even distract you from the game. I've had many conversations where the players have forgotten to call
Yeah.
because I'm talking or joking with them. But with events like this, rather than just casinos, you know, we travel as a team a lot of the time, so we work with a lot of the same people over and over and over, so we get a good relationship with some of the players we play with the floor staff, and you know, we're like almost like a traveling family.
Okay, but we're gonna leave you for a while. We're gonna break also, and you'll be hearing from us a little bit later.
drink slower.
Okay, we are back online after the break.
So we have a slight delay. We could hear the chips going behind us. We're in the room just behind the GrandLive banner there. So we knew the game was starting, but we have a delay here, so we're picking it up. Let's see if we've seen anything. Hopefully we'll get something decent to talk about. See some action on the table. So what were we talking about before?
We were, I think,
Actually, we've
of
just
how to become a good dealer, but I think we can move on from
we can
that
dispense
subject.
with that now. How to become a good dealer is try really hard to become a good player, lose all your money.
Yeah, have no other options.
But we just got access to the Facebook thread. They've allowed us some technology, so we've posted up our picture. That's us taking over now. So if you have any questions, you can just comment in that thread, I guess. I don't really know.
Yeah, but okay.
I think Daniel and Gaetan went through most of the questions. That's it. The only other question is, Glenn de Cooper, are you drunk? I'm just going to say yes.
Well, not yet, I would say. We're trying very hard on it. So.
Nearly 4 p.m. No, he's talking. Look, he is talking to him. That's not us. We're not the GrandLive, so we don't have access to that information if he's drunk or not. So,
Okay, Wagner takes the pot with ace something. We didn't see the other card.
we're dealers. We never look.
So what do you think about Prague, Gareth?
Prague is fun. This is my second time here in Prague. I did EPT a few years ago. Obviously now working for Planet Earth Poker Events is a much different event, but much more enjoyable, I think. So I like Prague. It's a good city. Everybody's drunk. Well, most of the people I meet are drunk.
Yeah, I think there's a really good nightlife here, and besides that, it's not just the EPT and GrandLive, and it's really 18 days poker festival in here, and there's lots of card rooms who are doing their own events, and
So,
I mean there's smaller events for smaller players. In the local card rooms, there's like 3 or 4 of them. Besides
Were you
this,
donating money at one of these tournaments? Didn't you?
I have donated some money and I have won some money. But yeah, there's also the EPT going on and the Eureka Poker Tour, and we have already had here in the King's Casino. We have had WPT,
Tony Bet,
Open Face Chinese World Champions.
the World Championship and the biggest field ever.
Yeah, 100 and
Thanks to,
something players for a 1,000 euro Open Face Chinese event, and we also had the
135 or something like that,
10,000 euro
10K,
to Open Face Chinese
the
pineapple.
World Championship bracelet event, which was the biggest bracelet I've ever seen.
Yes, it was actually a belt, looking like the boxer's
Wrestling
belt.
yeah.
But yeah, then we had Red Bet, and now we're having the GrandLive,
GrandLive
and
now,
after
and then-
this we will still have Asian Poker Tour.
Yeah, the Asian Poker Tour starts shortly. Seats are still available. I think you can buy. I think it's a grand, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So it's 18 days here for us, and there's also a lot of other action in Prague. So if you're thinking next year coming here, so it doesn't really matter what size player you are, you can find 5-star
great place to
accommodation,
stay
you can find cheap accommodation here. For example, my hotel room cost like a little bit over than 300 euros for 18 nights. So
Oh, yeah.
so basically it's really cheap here. Food is good and it's cheap.
beer is cheap.
Beer is cheap, €1 in €1 a pint or €2 a pint, depending where you are. Of course, you can find nightclubs with €4 or €5 a pint, but not much more than that.
Yeah. And of course, if you don't drink, Prague is still a great city. It's one of the oldest cities in Europe. It's a beautiful
Yeah,
city to
lots
go
of
to.
old
We're
churches
lucky
and
this year. Well,
castle.
lucky or unlucky, we didn't get snow yet so far. Not much
Yeah.
snow anyway, so it's actually been quite warm.
Yeah, best I think is 12 degrees or something.
Yeah. So we've been walking around outside in just like a light jacket, so it's not even been that cold. When I was
And
here first
some
time,
some of us have even been walking around without jackets because they have lost their jackets while they were drunk. Not me though.
this time.
Yeah, this time it was somebody else.
Everybody always thinks being a dealer, you know, you work long hours, it's very exhausting, it's very tiring. I mean, dealers, it's not unusual to work 18, 20 hours in a day, but for me it's not the 18-hour shift that is the hardest part of the job, it's the 7 or 8 hours of drinking that, you know, that's really where it takes it out of you.
Yeah, and I think the hardest part is coming to work after that. Well, you finish your drinking at 6 in the morning, and then you start working 2:30 or something.
Work 12 o'clock.
So, and then you do the 12-hour shift in there. So basically, at the end of the shift, you're pretty exhausted.
Hungover.
Well, yeah, you get the hangover at the late
Some
of the
action.
shift.
Something's going on.
Something's
Small
going
pair
on.
versus 2 overcard, this is always going to be fun.
And he hits the
Sloppy
set
trips.
against the big stack. So the big stack might be doing a move here. Mr. Asma from Estonia.
Mr. Wagner getting stuck into a Czech beer there. That is the best thing, but second best thing. The other thing is that some of the women here are absolutely stunningly good looking. And the beer is very cheap, so it's best of both worlds.
Are the women cheap?
No.
So let's see
now.
if Asma is gonna walk into that one. Because he's got the stack to make a move here.
So these guys have gone up against each other, similar situation before, except, you know, King is a lot more powerful now.
Yeah, it was the same guys with the
Yeah.
Deuce 3 and against the Queen 10. No, that's a good decision today.
Does he think he has a read on him there? Do you think he knows he's beaten, or does he just doesn't want to play to have just a 2 overcard?
I think he's been thinking like what kind of a bet he made and how he acted and does he have it or not this time. And this time I think he thought that
I think he's probably leaning towards, you know, maybe quarter pair. I don't think he's thinking that, you know, there's a set there.
yeah, many players in that situation when you got the set and you're out of
Especially
position, they check
small
it,
set like
they check it,
fours,
but then again he tried to hide the set by betting it straight away.
Andrew King's an Irish player, so I think I'll be supporting him anyway, since that's where I live nowadays.
Well, I think I need to go for the Mr. Asma because he's almost having. Oh yeah, he's like a brother nation. How
So
do you say it?
our 2 supporting are the ones keep locking horns, so that's good.
Yep.
Would you not be supporting number 7?
Well, he's our neighbor also. I live next to the border, so I might.
Yeah.
But with the recent politics from Russia, I might not. But I think that's a subject we might want to avoid a little bit.
We're going to see some action here. No. Unless he's crazy.
Oh, gives a walk.
Says, doesn't matter what the small blind is, you really need really good cards to call anything in the small blind. You're much better off just folding and taking the button the majority of the time.
Well, I disagree. I think with that stack you're much better off racing and taking the big blind and the ante is for you.
This is why I play cash games.
Okay, we got new dealer,
Petra.
Petra. Where's Petra from?
She is local-ish. She's from Slovakia. I think all the dealers coming through are the Slovakian guys. They're all great dealers. Obviously, you know, we like Petra for other reasons as well. Petra and Peter are a couple, so, you know, strictly hands off.
Hands of material. Yeah, you actually brought in a interesting subject because I think there's a lot of dealers who actually form couples.
Yes.
And
We're like a box of hamsters.
Yeah. And you are actually married yourself to a
my wife
former
is,
dealer.
Yeah, she's not a dealer anymore. She works for a website, poker website.
And you guys met on tour?
We met at an EPT tournament. Yeah.
So you got lucky by working in APT.
Yep. Well, I don't know about lucky.
Yeah.
We got married this year at the World Series.
And they had actually another dealer marrying them.
Yeah, and our friend Uncle B, another dealer, another World Series EPT dealer, is ordained himself as a priest just so he could marry us.
And it was a really good ceremony.
Yeah, it was really funny. It was a good day.
It's not like the normal ceremony you see.
We were just all drunk. There was a few players there. We had like 4 or 5 players show up. Just because we're friends with them and they came along just to enjoy the wedding, but it was mostly just dealers.
Yeah, so basically we're saying here that it's a small community. People get paired up in there, and then everybody's friends, and everybody's traveled together. So basically, it's a small community out there. Not much action.
You'll bet with the ace there. I think I'm likely to bet with an ace there just to see if I can get away with it.
Yeah, I think the pot is going to the one with more balls.
Yeah, it's the first one to bet wins this. And here we have first one to bet. It's going to try and steal it.
Yeah, but from the look of
he's eyeing up his chips, so he might be calling here.
no, it's from the look of him. I think he's thinking of a raise. Because he thought for it. Yeah, there it goes.
Reaching deep. Nope. Cool.
No, it was a call. It looked like a raise to me,
We don't
but
know what these
we don't
chips
know
are
what
worth.
these chips are worth. Yeah.
I think the greens are 5k, so the whites, the yellows must be 25s.
No, it can't be. Or was it? Well, we have dealt this event, but I think we have dealt some other events in the between, so
Yeah,
different
we have
chips in every tournament.
Every day we're dealing multiple events, 3 or 4 tournaments a day. Each one has a different chip set colour. Each one has, like, we had the 6 max here, which was a great event yesterday. You know, so we're constantly moving in between games, and all dealers need to know how to deal multiple variations of poker. So sometimes when you sit down and it's the first hand, and you're not really sure what's happening, trying to figure out what colour the chips are. $175, so the yellows are 25k.
Yeah. So what is
7
the?
yellows there, so.
So now we're just thinking, does he have it? Can I really? Because I think Mr. King from Ireland is thinking that this does not make sense. This Greek guy shouldn't have it. But do I have the guts to? Do I have the guts to raise him off the pot, or what if he really has?
He's Hollywooding to try and get the biggest payout here.
No, I think he's really thinking that the guy doesn't have it, but how can I get him off?
And he wants the maximum amount.
Because I don't think. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm talking bullshit here. I missed the flush myself.
Lucky you don't do this for a living.
No, it's the small fonts on the cards I see.
Ah, right, okay.
I need a 4-color deck.
You need the 4-color deck, yes.
No, actually, I never used it.
He's just
Yeah, there's a good Hollywood going on.
just trying to milk as much as he can. He's thinking, oh my god, I can't believe I'm going to get paid. Yeah. Especially with the backdoor flush, it's so. That's what Mr. Zompa's thinking now. He's hit the flush. Don't call this.
Yeah, but basically I was watching. Okay, he's 100%, but he would be 100% with the ace high. So
400,000?
well, we already know what's going to happen here.
500,000. 495. 175. It's not a huge raise,
Yeah, but
it's most of his stack. So
yeah, and there's nothing to call with, and there's not enough left to raise.
yeah. So,
So,
if he's
king
all
is
in,
good.
he's all in. That's
Yeah. So
ultimate
king
he
is going to have a stack of 1 million and about 200,000
He has king high,
after this.
so he's folding now. Now we've seen some more Hollywood and then he fold. But
Yeah, as
he's
told
trying
before.
to figure out what he has. Does he have the flush? More than likely. Did he hear pair? There wasn't any betting early on in the play, so.
Yeah, and basically he can't even beat the king queen
Yeah.
of hearts or anything. So
Yeah.
there's nothing much to do in there.
No clubs.
No
See,
clubs, they say. We hear them
No
talking.
clubs.
No clubs, no clubs.
Liar. Yes, as dealers, we take a sneaky look when you fold. We always know when you're lying.
Well, some
Well,
of us.
I think this hand has actually affected Mr. Zorba quite severely. He seems very on edge here, so we might see a bit of tilt action coming up. If he gets lucky, he gets given aces now, and then
Yeah,
he can just shove all in a fit of anger and get paid off.
yeah, he's really pissed off at himself right now. If you can see the movements of his
Yeah.
body right now, so. And I don't know a Greek guy who doesn't actually get affected
Yeah.
by something like that. So
I
he might,
also do not know a Greek guy.
well,
Not any, I don't know any
Malaka,
Greek guys.
I would say.
Well, after that's a Greek word, but it's not a Greek guy.
Yeah. Well, I had a half Greek guy with me in the army.
Yeah. Which half?
Yeah. I can't remember which one was it, but he was Petros Kiparissekos.
Well, some name.
If you're listening, hi.
I don't think he's listening to you. Jack 8 straight in the muck. Yeah. And small blind raise. Nope. Mucks. We see no action on that.
No action, so he is not tilting yet.
Yeah. Have you dealt with these RF? This is an RF table. All the cards are scanned. There's no cameras built into the table. The cards themselves contain a code.
Oh yeah.
And these little boxes you see, where they're in the middle of the table, just to the right of where she's put the pot there, that's a scanner. Yeah, it's built underneath the table. So the cards themselves have to be specially made. They're not like regular cards, and they are almost 1.5 times bigger than a regular deck. So if you've never dealt with these cards before, it's extremely difficult to get used to. Shuffling them is really hard because it's like shuffling credit cards or deck of credit cards.
Yeah. This electronic device in them, and that's why you have to place it on the. As you can see, all the players placing them separately on this designed area for it, because the scanners are underneath there. So that's how we get to know what they have.
They used to use cameras in the table, but obviously that made the table much bigger, so that obviously made the table much bigger, and it's always uncomfortable to play on a table where there's, 1 foot high rail to lean over. It's very uncomfortable, so I much prefer to see players playing on an RF table.
So our friend from King's Casino, Lucas, here brought us a sample of these cards. So they have actually a little bit bigger. They used to be, I think, bigger than this, but
yeah, they're actually thinner now. Several years ago, when they first started to use them, they were really, really thick.
yeah.
Now they're much thinner. The technology's also improved. They're very expensive as well. The one deck of these cards is like 100, 150 euros. And so you don't want to see an angry player bending cards for these, because it's very expensive. But hopefully, as these things get more and more developed,
Okay, so
the
we're
prices
5,000
go down.
ante, 20,000, 40,000 blinds.
Exactly the same as
hidden thief. Stealing.
You better focus on the right than the video, right? You have more success.
Everybody knows that. He's hiding the corner. Constantly leaving the front.
Zimas with an ace jack from the button. The race.
Straight all in.
No, all in straight away against the blinds.
Man picks him up. Gets to survive another round.
Yeah, there's still 90,000 to pick up from the pot with only the blinds and antes. So
Yeah,
it's
a big difference.
so the level is getting. I mean, the blinds are getting bigger all the time. So I think we will see a lot of dropping the blinds from now on because the stacks are not so big. I think it's like. Of course, Asma has 2 million, but the others 1 million close by. Queen 4-4. Yep, go from under the gun. Folds, of course. There we see Zimas raising again. Yes,
Twice.
looks like it. Yes. No all in this time.
Against anything.
Just mini raise to 80,000. King having a king high. Does it mean that he's high himself?
No, I think he's king.
Yeah, he's just a king. Asma with king 10. And one of the kings are already in the muck. So what do you think? Is he gonna raise or just call? I don't see him folding with that
Yeah,
stack in here from the big blind.
Pretty looking hand. It's not a great hand, but it's a pretty looking hand. But I'd be raising there, I think.
Raise 1 million.
Yeah.
1 million. Raise 1 million. So he just raised Zimas to make a decision for an all-in call or not.
Yeah.
Zimas has 535k. So it's about 12 big blinds. 13. And a fold from there, as we all knew already. So there's the chip count again. So Nemco and Zimas on 500,000, Zombras 700, King and Wagner pretty close to each other at 1.1 and 1.2 million, and Asma dominating the table with 2.3 million. I think Netmkov, how do you pronounce it? Alexander, anyway, he has been really tight and he hasn't been playing, so he's just waiting for a good hand to go all in. I haven't seen him play a hand while we've been here. We've got 13 big blinds. 13 is the smallest stack and 58 the biggest stack, so there's a huge difference in there.
You can make a lot of money just by folding away and waiting for someone else to get knocked out at this stage. So.
Yeah, but it's always about do you play for winning it or do you play for getting paid a little bit more?
Play for winning it, of course.
In the long run, that would be the best strategy, I would say.
But he's going to risk all his stack when there's someone else, 2 other people equally as short stacked as he. He's thinking, I can't win this with these chips, I need to get a pay bump.
Of course, he has the problem that big stack is always against his big blind. We've seen him get one walk in here, but okay, now I'm talking and he's going all in. But yes, he has the aces against Asmas, the same guys. So Alexander was waiting for the aces, got them, and got them in a good time when Asma actually raised it first. So he only needed to call it. Okay, there is some possibility for a straight for Asma. Not yet. So he needs a 7. No 7 there. Double up for Netko.
He must have had his heart must have jumped when he saw aces.
Yeah.
He was this short stack.
And he immediately walked off from the table, just to go
talk to his friend
or something. Maybe just stretch your legs a little bit.
Put him back in the contention anyway.
Yeah, now he's back in the game and fought. Actually divided third into chips. And this also balances the chip count a little bit. So Asma is not having any more such a huge stack. He can double up anybody and still be on the game. So it might change his strategy a little bit.
Well, we're approaching under 20 big blinds, you know, you really have to start not caring what you're going all in with. You just have to shove and either pick up the blinds or double up.
Still got the one, yeah. How like today starting 1.8, yeah, a bit more. So still in profit. Oh.
So you know, Garrett, do you know this Irish Mr. King
I don't
personally?
I've met him. I know a few Irish players.
Yeah, you live in Ireland, you should.
Yeah, well, of course. But yeah, Irish has a great poker scene. There's some really talented players. A few guys have made it to the final table of the series. There's a few bracelet winners from Ireland. Some great players. They love Omaha. Some great Omaha players in Ireland anyway.
Okay,
And they're all good bunches.
same guys again, and Netkov finds it to fold ace-7 from the small blind against Asma, from whom he just doubled up.
It's a pretty big fold as well. Any ace here, you gotta be thinking.
Yeah, against the big stack from the button who has just lost a pot, you fold an ace against him. It's not really easy
I mean,
too often.
the blinds
But I see the Russian man Alexander is pretty tight in here.
Yeah. Well, the blinds are going up. He's going to have, you know, we're going up. What do we go up from here? 30, 60? That's a big portion of his stack if he doesn't start doubling up. 10% of his stack every blind almost.
Yeah, back to Ireland. Back to Ireland. So
Back to Ireland.
Yeah.
Until next week.
next week you're going back. Okay, fair enough.
Go back to sunny Dublin.
I worked the Irish Open, I think, 3 or 4 times. So it's a nice place. I like Irish people. They are. The only problem is you can't fucking understand their language. You know, it's really hard to understand the Irish speaking English. You know, always you don't even know that they're speaking English to you because the accent is so strong.
It's like Finland.
Well, some of us. But I think it's the southern part of Ireland that the accent.
Card, we found a marked card. That's going to cost us some money. See, these cards, although they're great, they do have a chip. Well, it's not really a chip. It's more of an area that scans, kind of, I don't know, with the radio frequency field. This chip can be seen, and it creates a pattern on the back of the card. But all the cards are identical, but they all have identical marks. Just sometimes these marks show up.
Okay, this can be interesting.
And they're fine again. Ace 9 and Ace Jack. This is going to be
Ace 9 and a position, and the stack to do it against Wagner. Wagner has approximately 1 million, and Asma 1.8 million. Asma being on the cutoff with ace 9. Raises to 285,000. Half of Mr. Sompa stack to call, so folds of course. And now we have a decision for Mr. Wagner from Czech Republic to make.
Ace Jack's not as good as it seems. You have to be scared with hands like that.
Yeah, basically you can get into a lot of trouble with it.
All those big, picture cards, Ace Jack, King 10, Queen 10, Jack 10, Jack Queen, they're all very, very dangerous cards to play, They look really good, but...
And also he's out of position, so...
Yeah. Against the chip leader, so...
yeah, if you think about it, Ace Jack out of position against the chip leader, you can it's really easy to fold. You only have 80,000 inside it. It's double big blind.
You can give it up. There's better spots, other people to pick on. So it's about staying in as well as accumulating chips.
Yeah, by the look of him, he's going to fold.
I think so.
Yeah.
And there it is.
There it goes.
Oh.
As soon as you start shaking your head, you're already you had made the decision already.
So sick.
He would be gutted to find out he was so far ahead.
Yep. But that's how you use your big stack.
Yep. GI's back. Changing the deck out. We'll change the deck out and check it for any marks and discrepancies. Which means he'll be coming in here and we'll get to play with it. We'll do some card tricks.
But maybe thanks to the mystic raising size, I did it down. Maybe.
Yeah, Asma is just saying that he actually accidentally raised to 285,000. He said that maybe because of the misclick raising size, so he might have wanted to raise a little bit less, but he raised to 200,000 on the initial raise of 80,000.
I don't think he realises how much that could have cost him and how far behind he was.
Yeah.
Maybe I should.
It's just funny somehow when people are used to playing on the internet and they come playing live and they do these silly mistakes with the chips.
Yeah, it happens
all the time.
All the time with players, they don't realise, they don't follow the action as they would, online. Everything's done for you, everything's automated. Your spot lights up when it's your turn. A lot of players will fall into a trap where they go from online satellites to go into a tournament, and they'll zone out from a hand because they're not. It's not their turn, so they won't pay attention to the action and call a bet or an all-in bet that they didn't really see, and it costs them a lot of chips, big mistakes like that.
Yeah, and because we have an all-in
and folded.
Yeah, so yeah, basically sometimes the chip colors might be funny. For example, yesterday we had on the 6 max event we had a black 1,000 euro chip, and many people thought it was 100, and I saw myself a lot of people raising, trying to raise 125 in the first level and raising to 1,025, which is
well, this tournament, when we started on this tournament, the green chip is the 5,000. That was actually in the starting stack.
Yes.
And in general, green chip would be
25. Yeah.
So there were many people flat calling the small blind when the blind or the big blind when the blinds were 25-50, but raising to 10k. I saw that at least 4 or 5 times in the first couple of hours of play when this event started.
I think I saw a really good move yesterday. Actually, there was this one guy seemingly accidentally, and he was in fact accidentally raising to 1,025, and the other guy just shoved it all in because he knew that he made a mistake trying to raise to 125, when with the 12k starting stack you get 1,000 just by spotting a mistake. So basically when you play live you need to spot those people who are not
Yeah.
used to it and
You've
get
got
an
a lot
advantage
more-
of it.
A lot more information to look at live.
Okay.
You know, you can read the player, you can read the game.
So net
Interesting hand developing here with
Yeah.
sevens versus queen 10.
and okay, no. Alexander initially raised that, I would say, but as he has been tight, he decided to play queen 10 this time and got raised off from it. It's the second hand I've seen him play, I think. The other one was aces, so
Yeah. He's getting
Man.
a good image. And another new dealer change. And who we get? This is
we got the
Martin.
chip count here. So Asma is back to 2 million then.
You want anything to drink or anything?
So now he can again double up anyone almost.
Beer? You want anything? How long you want to?
Okay.
Text me when you like it. Great.
We are gonna have a change of commentators again.
Just had a dealer change in the tournament, and we're having a dealer change in the commentary board.
Commentary room, whatever it's called.
I've had too many of these free beers. But yeah, we have one of my favourite players, Gary Clark, another Irish guy. So he'll be another one supporting Andrew King. You're going to be supporting Andrew King, Gary?
Yeah, I've
Awesome.
actually never met him before.
No, me neither. But, so we have another Irish guy stepping in,
And we have Björn Gustafsson from Sweden, I would guess.
Yeah, with that name. Yeah.
If we were on one.
So they are ready.
Finish out this hand because it's the only interesting that's happened.
Yeah, if we were here 124.
So there's a gotcha straight for Asma and two overcards actually when it's checked.
Yeah. Andrew King with a pair as a
Beer and
head.
red wine.
King's not really knowing that his 5 is good so far. Maybe thinking that Asma is trying to trap him.
But these guys are really locking horns every time.
Yeah, same two
The
guys.
only two playing. There's a bet. There's about just under 100,000.
Looks like 90.
90. What do you call? Does he think his 5 is good? Thinking it's going to be a call. Yeah.
Well, from the body language, I would say it might be a fold.
We'll put some money on it.
I'll bet a beer.
One beer. One beer. I'll give you 2 to 1.
You give me 2 to 1, so you're buying me 2 beers now.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Ah!
Just 2 beers. I think this is a very good place to change the commentators. Thank you guys for watching.
The 2 guys.
And we have Gary Clark and Björn Gustafsson coming in.
We have to go deal some poker.
You call him bet on the bluff?
Don't know. These questions.
I thought I was good on this pocket calling.
Am I raise also?
I know. That's what I'm talking about. I found a call that I'm trying to bet the time. I found a call that Queen C4.
Raise on him. 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds.
Okay, so this is Gary Clark here, taking over commentary. It's my first time commentating, so you'll have to bear with me. We have 6 left in the GrandLive in Prague. I'm here with Bjorn Gustafsson. Bjorn's just getting set up, and then we'll have dual commentary from there. First thing I've noticed here is that there's been a long break since we lost Pontus, so the play I assume has been quite cagey. We have an open here with Jack 9. Sompa makes the call with Ace 8 suited. Here comes the flop. Jack high flop, ace high flop. So both players here have hit a pair. We have an all in.
How much you have?
So you can all in here with ace 8 for the Sorba. I cannot see the Jack 9 calling here, although it is a bit strange that he just open pushed the flop. So hard to call here with the middle pair, but the open push does look a bit fishy. 2 diamonds out there. I guess he's trying to sell it as a diamond draw. I can't see him calling with the Jack 9. If he does call, he's going to be 22%. And he just has to be worried about the ace out there. The only thing that would lead me towards a call is the open push initially. But I think it's quite an easy fold, really. He's probably about coming up to 2 minutes now in the tank. In my experience, it seems to be that the more people think, they do end up folding. There is the fold.
So hello everyone, Bjorn here, joining Gary. Just had to set up all the gear, so hopefully it's working now.
So we're both on.
So just to update ourselves, we're playing hand 40 on blinds 2040 at the 5,000. Do you see what the average stack was before we came in here? We can't see those stats here unfortunately right now. So when we left it was on 1224. Andrew King folds 4-3 under the gun.
Okay, so we have a pair of trees here. Definitely going to open from the cutoff. King 3 quickly folds. Ace 7 suited. I think we're going to see a flop here. I think I usually call here in this spot.
Yeah, even if he's playing 630, so I think a call is fair.
It's not the type of hand I would 3-bet because it has such flop equity. I don't want to have to 3-bet fold it. So we've got a 10-9 jack flop
With a straight flush draw.
and the flush draw as well.
And they go check. Turn pairs to jack. I think pretty much if you get checked on the flop by the aggressor, you have to lead out with a flush draw here on the low end of the gutter. And he's pretty much going to pick this spot up every single time. Yeah.
Super quick fold.
So I'm kind of surprised we haven't lost any players since Pontus went out. I mean, they're not playing that deep, any of them. Except for the guys over 1 million. They're still just playing 30-ish big blinds.
So it's interesting, we have an Irish player here on the table, Andrew King. I don't know who he is, which is quite unusual for me because I think I know nearly all of the Irish players.
But do you play much live in Ireland?
Yeah, I play a lot. Any of the tournaments that are kind of over 200 or 300, 400 euros.
I was about to say the daily €10.
Yeah.
Anything for a free pint.
There actually used to be a lot more tournaments in Ireland than there is now.
Do you have a lot of poker clubs in Ireland?
Yeah, we have 5 in Dublin.
And it's legal?
Yeah,
Ish.
Private members club.
Yeah.
You have to become a member.
We pretty much have the same situation in Sweden. It's nothing clear cut that is not allowed, but they differentiate cash game and tournaments. So you are more or less allowed to arrange tournaments because they consider it a skill game, but cash game is a lottery, and if you arrange a lottery you have to apply through the lottery inspection in Sweden, and you would never be allowed that for a cash game in poker, because it's a monopoly on it from the casinos in Sweden.
Okay.
And obviously maybe everyone playing a lot at clubs know that the clubs make money from the cash games and not the tournament, so clubs run cash games but try to say they don't.
Yeah, it's all a bit
like they never print it out. They just say we have a tournament running tonight, and after that we have side games. Yeah,
that's nice.
And board games and backgammon and stuff, just to try to cover it up. So we turn a straight for king, but also an open-ender for Wagner. And they go check, surprisingly.
Check.
I think if I was king I would have bet the straight, not giving away a free card. It makes no sense at all, for me at least. And now he bets on a paired board instead, which is...
It's hard to know the dynamic in these things. Maybe there's some history there where he thought Wagner was going to take a stab at it himself on the turn, and he wanted to give him that opportunity, but I think 9 times out of 10 I would have just went ahead and bet the turn for value.
Yeah, I agree. So Wagner is considering if he should call with king high.
Yeah.
Or possibly try to bluff it.
Yeah, I think you could call here with king high. It would be a brave call, but it could be the right call at times. He's after
Accidentally flipped his hand. Yeah.
there was an old Irish player, Donncha O'D, who was a master at accidentally folding bluffs. He had a knack of being able to muck his cards and hit the dealer's hand so that they go up, and then he looks all surprised and bemused. But it was quite an arty play. Must get him to teach me that one sometime.
Did he berate the dealer after for flipping them over?
We just kind of knew.
Anyone we know?
That does it?
Yeah, no, I mean, someone I know, maybe.
No, he's an old guy.
Oh, okay.
But he's probably the most. He's the Doyle Brunson of Irish poker. Donncha O'D.
Okay, yeah. So hand 42 and Nemco finds King Jack suited. Nice hand from hijack. Puts in a raise of something.
And we have an all in.
Raise 80 and oh, Tsimas actually finds a shove with no.
Oh, wow,
the graphics they just skipped us here. Sormpa actually shoves queens for 710,000. Some Greek aggression.
Yeah.
Would you ever peel a flop there, 600 with queens?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't know if it's down to players not playing that much live, but I think on these type of final tables we usually see the quite straightforward shoves instead of trying to play tricky there.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you don't want to flop an ace or king if you have pocket queens, but in this case, if you would have flopped jack high, you might get everything, whilst shoving most likely never gives him more than the raise and blinds.
I think the most straightforward thing to have done there with the queens was a small 3-bet. I certainly would have been doing that most times.
Even with these stack sizes?
Yeah, I think you just gotta try and play the hands as well as you can and forget about the money, but I mean, sometimes that can be hard too.
So Sormpas finds another hand straight after having queens. Ace king offsuit. And his Greek friend has queen 10, which he mucks. And he gets another easy pot.
So, do you know any of the players on the final table, Bjorn?
I mean, Asma for sure. He's played a lot live.
Which one is he?
The Estonian guy in the grey hoodie.
Okay.
On seats. Alright, wait. Great. 1, 2. How is it saying? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, they were 8-hander from the beginning with the glasses. He's usually quite aggressive, and I think he finished, what was it, 2nd or 3rd at EPT Tallinn, his home field, 3 or 4 years ago.
That's a really nice line of form.
I'll actually double check. I think the other guy said early he had 360,000 live earnings.
Yeah. Which
is very decent for a GrandLive field. He cashed twice here in August at the EPT.
Yeah.
In the main event, 115th, a bit over min cash, and then went deep in the Strelos main, or not deep, we actually cashed it. But like I said, we'll see.
That's really strong form, as you say, for a GrandLive.
Yeah. So in August 2011, he finished 3rd for 110,000 euro in the EPT main. And just a couple of months later, he actually won the GSUP Live, or the GrandLive Prague, for another 80,000 euro. So he's one of our former winners of this tour.
Yeah. Well, you got to make him favourite in this short handed play we have left.
Yeah. I mean, I'm here in Prague together with Pontus Fustin in 7th, and he's a very good player, so I was holding him and Asma actually as the two favorites prior to the final table. I see Angro King has almost the same live cash, 350. Seems to play a lot more local things and a lot in Cyprus. Finished second last year in Deauville in the French Poker Series for 100.
This is Andrew King.
Yeah.
I guess he doesn't live in Ireland because I would have thought I'd definitely see him at some point.
Yeah, it doesn't say here exactly where he's from, just says Ireland.
Wow.
44th all time in Ireland?
Yeah. Better than me.
Yeah. Are you top 100?
Just about.
Just about.
I think I broke into the top 100 for the first time this year. 83rd or something. So we have a little bit of blind on blind action here.
So Asma led the flop and Nemkov raised the 2-1-85 with a gut shot.
Nice.
Good
nice
feeling.
play there.
Yeah.
I like that.
I think they're probably, most of them have picked up that Asma is quite aggressive and will lead a lot of flops and c-bet a lot. So guessing you're gonna get that one through quite often.
Yeah.
Especially in position.
You just gotta assume that they're maybe not ever gonna be capable of doing what he done there. So it's really nice play.
9-7. Will. I'm not gonna say will. Just that should hit the muck.
Sometimes I like to open with a hand like that there just for balance. Because you're going to be folding the under the gun so much that when you do raise, people are not going to put you on that sort of hand.
Asma picks up a decent hand, ace-9, 6-handed. It's a perfect spot if you open a lot and you start getting hands when we're here 6-handed. Some side event action outside here if you hear people cheering. Probably someone sucked out. So anyway, we get the raise, so 80.
Yeah, an easy raise and take him, that one.
No.
Shows the ace.
I don't know why he shows the ace there. I mean, he has an image of being aggressive. Why show the ace? Like,
I've actually never really understood the showing one card. The only time I've ever done it was I showed a 9 of spades for hilarity.
I get it sometimes. Like if I'm new at it, if they balance the table and they move me to a new table, often a new guy when they come to the table they want to make a stand straight away. And I mean, I don't mind it going a couple of hands before I play my first when I get a new table. So if you early on get a good stride of cards, it's kind of nice to show. Look, I'm not the aggro Swedish player that you think I am. I had the ace or whatever I want to show with it. But I mean, on a final table set 6, you're not gonna go anywhere else than this table. And you've been playing a lot of hands, why show the ace? Like, his image is actually better off getting cards now than showing that he has a hand every now and then. Another ace for the same.
Easy open.
I don't know how to pronounce his first name, but maybe you should call him Raging Asthma.
Rago Asma.
Rago. Ah, maybe. So you're not comfortable with Raging Asthma?
I wouldn't be comfortable with that.
So, let's see. So far, the second Greek guy here at CMAS hasn't played a hand while we've been watching, so we'll see what he does when he finally finds an ace. He opts to fold. And he chose an ace again last one.
An ace of spades. Prettiest card in the deck.
Yeah, I think that was quite a tight fold there with the ace. We know how much Asma is opening. So if you're on the big blind with an ace, you shouldn't be folding there really. I think I would have liked to 3-bet. A lot of the time you'd end up taking it down there.
Quite sure Asma wouldn't have liked a re-raise there. Like from a tight guy. Raising him back.
So it looks like we're going to have a raise on the button with 8-5 of diamonds from Sorba.
Love that.
Sorba, one of 2 Greek participants on this final table.
King getting an itchy feeling with Jack 7 offsuit.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what he's going to do here. Yeah, it should be a fold. It just looked like he was going to do something a little creative there.
We forgot to say though that we're on blinds 25-50 now with an ante of 5,000. Which means every orbit is 100k roughly, which is a big part of everyone's stack.
Lucky.
So here we see they're playing from 13 big blind for CMAS up to 38 for Asma.
What odds are you going on Asma to win it?
I don't know. I'll give you how much you want to bet. What would Pinnacle say?
I think Pinnacle will go even money.
Sormpa's finding pocket fours from cutoff. CMAS folds. No, I'm for sure betting him heads up.
Yeah.
And then we'll see. But I mean, obviously we're most likely gonna end up in a coin flip anywhere somewhere along the line. But
yeah,
I think this setup of players with Asma is gonna end up in a win frame quite often.
Yeah.
And checking the results, it's quite likely that Andrew King is the second most experienced player at the table.
Yeah, I think he's the most likely to stand up to him. But otherwise, I think Asma's just gonna put pressure the whole way from here. And now he has to chip lead.
I mean, the pay jump is almost 4,000. It's 3.7 from 6th to 5th, so which is a decent jump. So if you don't play live that much, it's a big deal to make that jump.
Now, will Andrew King open the button with 7-2? been folded around to him. Yeah, I think you have to fold certain hands there, and that's certainly one of them. So we have Wagner with Queen Mystery. Queen and a mystery card. He's all in and takes it down.
So we're guessing a 10 or a 9 or something like that. What do you shove with? Queen what? Or would you shove blind versus blind?
My guess is that he had Queen King.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a trend of people wanting to steal blind versus blind too much. I mean, the last couple of weeks I've been up to players like every time it's folded around them to small blind, they more or less shove every hand if they cover you, which I don't really get. So you pretty much get the same information by 2 or 3xing the hand. If you have a good hand, you can play back if you get play back that. But Gary loves his blinds, I know. I've never seen Gary let go of a big blind.
I've let them go before, yeah.
No, you haven't.
Of course I have. And the small blind.
And the small blind.
So here's our King Queen hand.
He's been picking up a nice share of hands here. Queens, Ace, King, King, Queen suited. I think he's chipped up from almost 700 to 1 million since we got to the booth. And Tima's opposite, getting all the cards he doesn't want. Asma with A7 offsuit. We'll see now just how aggressive he is.
Yeah, this should be good. This should be a good gauge of just how aggressive he's going to try and play this chip lead.
He's counting up now. Goes to stack to see how much is behind.
Yeah, I would fold there.
Yeah.
I think it's just too likely he has a good hand opening there under the gun to make it profitable to try and re-pressure him.
I mean, if both the big line and the razor were around the small short stacks, maybe you could find a shove. Just because you're still playing over 1 million if you're wrong, but Nemco was playing almost 1 million and so was Sormpas. Too big of a risk.
So Thomas Wagner is our last remaining Czech player here in Prague.
This is your first time here, Prague?
Nope. I have been here either 2 or 3 times. I can't remember. I think it's my second time.
And you enjoy it?
Yeah, it's good fun. Like anywhere in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, going out for drinks and dinner here is really cheap. It's a beautiful city. A lot of poker action.
So we have Zorba here with Ace King. He's had quite a heater here since we've sat down.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's gonna get playback at quite soon, maybe now even. I mean, Simas has been picking up quite bad hands the last 12 or so we've seen, while his friend has been racing all the time. Maybe he feels it's the time to take a stab with Ace-8.
I think we're going to see a fold here. It's quite frustrating when you're getting no hands and then you're trying to make something happen, and next thing people are putting you back under pressure. But unfortunately, he's just going to have to let another one go. And the ace king is shown.
Friends, I guess.
Yeah, must be. I think if you had a blanket policy of never showing a hand, it would be pretty much the right thing to do. Just, I don't see the point in giving away any information. Apart in some very select scenarios.
So it's taken us 52 hands or 51 hands to get rid of 2 players. What do you think is the final amount of hands we're going to have to play down to have a winner? Should we have a... I heard the other guys had a bet. Maybe we should have one. A couple of beers and...
What was their line?
No, they had another bet, I think. Just amongst...
Okay.
Winner gets a couple of beers in the lobby.
Okay, I tell you what, I'll be very sporting and set the line at... You can pick over or under. I'll set the line at 151.
Definitely under. My guess would have been around 110.
Okay, so we have...
Which I think is quite high too.
We have a bet on...
Blinds will catch up quick. Even if they get rid of a couple of players now, 150 is not that likely. But I'm gonna enjoy a couple of drinks in the bar and you, Gary. Thanks. Maybe we'll see some other action in the lobby too.
Yeah. Of course, when you bet the under, you have to take 1 to 5.
Oh. So, Cutoff and Nemkov finds king something and raises to 100. Sormpas finds ace 10 and actually opts to fold. What do you think about that fold from the button? After picking up almost 500,000 last 10 hands.
Yeah, strange fold. Maybe he just didn't fancy that one, huh?
King fancied his ace 8 at least. And whatever Nemkov has to his king, he flops a good flop of king 9-4 rainbow. See if king will try to take a stab out. Oh, he actually checked already?
Yeah, yep. we have a check and then a continuation bet. Can be awkward to play these hands.
Yeah, with 20 big blinds it's really hard. I mean, if you were sitting 40 big blind deep, you would maybe lead or even go check call here with ace high.
Yeah.
But I mean, 20 big blinds, if you're wrong, it's costly.
Yeah.
If you take that line on the flop, maybe you have to follow through on a blank turn and all of a sudden you're down to 12, 13 big blinds here.
Yeah, I guess he was worried about the king.
They should have a drinking game at the final table. That should be mandatory, I think. Do you think?
What type of game?
I don't know. Every time it's a showdown or you show a card, you have to have a shot or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm sure all these guys are well capable of drinking.
Or just have a drink every time you win a hand. Then you might reach your 151 after all, because nobody's gonna want to win a hand. Anyways, ace 10 suited for Nemkov in hijack. Fold around to Tsimas, 9-6, folds the button. King with a king. King for king, like Martin Jacobson would have said.
You are the king.
I know, and you're the queen.
Thanks, man.
I had to. You set it up nicely.
You're showing your commentating experience.
So, any good stories to tell from the last 2 weeks you've been here? On or off the table?
I can't really think of anything significant. Poker has been quiet. Lasted 20 minutes in the main event. Flop a set of 8. No good. But yeah, other than that, just enjoying Prague and enjoying a few beers and nice build up to Christmas.
So what type of player are you when you bust early in a main event? I mean, do you go back to your room and cry, or you go out for drinks and have fun and try to forget it?
Actually, famous Irish poker player Dara O'Kearney, he asked me recently what was my yes, a similar question, what was my bust out strategy, and to be honest I found it a peculiar question because I didn't even know there was such a thing of, you know, having a having a strategy for when you bust, as in a mental strategy, you know, like
yeah.
To me, it's you bust the tournament, let's move on.
Yeah, but maybe it is because we don't play like the live circuit full time, you and me. I mean, I know a lot of my Swedish friends, like if they bust, it's the hotel room, maybe online grind, room service, watch a movie, just stay in bed, like.
Yeah.
While some opt just to like just going straight up, hit the bar, like.
Yeah, I think I'd be.
And go bananas.
I think I'd be in the second bracket on that. Yeah, but there has been times before where, when I was younger, maybe I bust the tournament and I just want to go home. I just want to change my flight. I just want to get out of there. But it's too nice to come to these places and just play poker and try and get out of them as soon as it's over. You know,
yeah, I agree with you. I mean, when you play live poker, it's more to the trips than just poker. I think.
Absolutely, yeah.
I don't get the people. I mean, maybe I would if I played full time, but it's when you come to these trips and you bust and you go to room and online grind, it's like that you can do that at home. I mean, I'm not saying you have to go out drinking and getting shit faced every night, but I mean, there is stuff to do.
Like what?
Like what? No, I mean, there are a lot of nice restaurants around here. A lot of our friends have been trying a place called Kobe. Obviously having Kobe beef.
I actually went there.
Yeah, you did?
Yeah, I did.
How was it?
It was. I would give the place, the room it was in, a 10 out of 10. I'd give the service a 10 out of 10. But the food, I would give 8 out of 10.
You opted for the Kobe, the most expensive one, yeah.
I was disappointed with it.
Yeah, but are you disappointed because you had so extremely high expectations? Or
yeah,
you like,
basically, yeah, that's probably it. I was expecting to.
It was still like a really nice piece of meat, like,
yeah, I
compared to regular.
Yeah, it was like a really nice fillet steak or something. But I couldn't tell the difference between a really nice fillet steak and the Kobe steak.
Yeah.
Similar enough, but maybe that's my poor judgment than anything else.
Maybe you had 10, 12 drinks before you went there. I don't know.
I think it was only 8 or 9.
Meanwhile, at least hand 56, Sormpas picked up Ace King again, so he's getting really good cards at the moment. And he picked it down without any action. This time it's Asthma picking up Ace 9 on the button. Sormpas, I'm quite sure with how it's been evolving the last couple of hands that he will peel a flop here with Jack 9. I think I would.
If it was suited, I think he definitely would.
I was just assuming he would. He seems to.
Yeah, kind of seems to take a random approach, which is good because you don't want to be too predictable. Interesting. The only person who's smiling at the table is the one who seems to be running the worst.
Yeah.
C2.
Simas, our second Greek player.
Yeah, I must say I've enjoyed the Greek players here. Got speaking to some of them over the few days and seem to have a good attitude, good happy attitude, a bit like the Scandinavians.
Thank you, Gary.
Fun guys.
That was nice. No, I agree. I've been coming to the GrandLives, working and playing for the last 3 or 4 seasons, pretty much as long as they've been running, and I think the last 4 or 5 events, the amount of Greek players are increasing all the time. They seem to enjoy this tour, and yeah, they come with a good attitude, coming here to have fun. And maybe enjoy Kobe steak.
Maybe. So, our local player, Magnus, just took down the blinds. Ace-9 shove gets through. And number 59 coming up.
This is going to be a special hand.
All the time getting closer to that magical 151.
What odds do you give me on an all-in and a call here? I have a feeling this is going to be a special one.
I'll give you 16 to 1.
16? I'll bet a pint.
Okay. Done.
Yeah, 1 pint it is. I'm going to enjoy my 16 pints in the bar. So we have a limp on the... Oh no, we actually have an all-in.
Yeah, but all you need now is a call.
Come on, Simas.
Sweating the blinds.
Come on, Simas. No.
5-2.
Covers the deuce as well.
And we have
King
Andrew
seems to have a
King in the
decision.
pack.
Yeah. Are we going for 6?
Oh
Whoa!
my God.
Might get the pint. 16 pints coming this way. Oh, he calls. 16 pints it is. I run so good against you.
Okay, so meanwhile, serious action here at the table. We have ourselves a flip.
Yeah, we could
say he hasn't called yet, though.
Oh, he hasn't called.
We have some speech play going on here. Let's try and listen.
I actually thought he called. Now I'm going to be so disappointed if I lose this pint.
16 points. Very interesting speech play going on here between King and Wagner. King asked him what the worst hand he would shove in this point is. What is the best hand you'd shove with?
Can you ever see yourself folding ace-jack suited 6-handed when someone has shoved 13 big blinds, no matter what you have?
Sounds like King is saying to him that he oh, I like this move. This is the Phil Helmut. The Phil Lack.
Unabomber move.
Yes.
King likes it. No, but could you fold ace-jack suited here?
Everything is possible, but
you cover the guy, you still have 5 big blinds.
Everything. I'm surprised he hasn't called, especially considering his record and his earnings. Like it shouldn't be that big a deal from the ICM implications. Obviously, 16 points is hoping he doesn't call, but.
I'll share a couple of the 16 pints with you.
Oh, you have to drink them all. So you're sick.
Time on King. Called from Gary Clark.
I think he will call, but he's.
Yeah, I think the players actually counting out their chips and talking a lot. That's why I usually end up calling, compared to the first situation we had, where you said the longer they take, they usually fold.
I think a good tip for
He
players.
seems too curious not to call.
I think a good tip for players in this situation is if an Irish guy is trying to talk to you, you should say nothing, because they know how to talk. Oh, he doesn't.
He looks like fuck it, let's do it.
How perplexed does he look? And your king.
Oh, I thought it was a.
What he needs to do here is flip a coin.
Wow.
He's called it.
I think he said fold.
Oh, he's folded it.
Wow. How can I not win
He's
those?
folded it.
Fuck. Sorry for foul language. Just couldn't see him not winning me 16 pints there. I'm disappointed, King. Very disappointed. You owe me 16 pints.
But you know, the Irish look after each other, so he was always going to fold.
And to be fair, he can afford buying me 16 pints for that bad fold. No, I'm surprised he folded there. I mean, how many better spots are you going to get against the shortest player on the table with ace jack suited, six-handed, while playing less than 20 big blinds?
Not too many.
I mean, we're only playing 1 hour levels. It's not the 90-minute EPT levels, so I think it's a bit too tight. You're ahead of so many hands. I mean, a short stack under the gun is going to shove ace 10, ace 9, maybe suited.
Absolutely.
All the pockets under jack. Even if you play queens or kings, you still have a good chance.
But that was the question that King was trying to use the speech play with. He asked him several times what was the worst hand he would shove with in this point, because that is really the key question. And
so, did he come up with answer ace queen for himself though? Or what?
I couldn't hear what he said. He did say something initially, and maybe he did say ace queen.
No, but I mean, how do you think King is thinking in that situation? Now he shoves ace jack straight after for 935, and he gets a call.
So you were one hand away from winning 16 beers.
No, the graphics didn't catch up with us. I think Seamus called and now King called. We have a gut shot and a flush draw.
Big flop.
So Seamus is actually favored, although he's behind.
Okay, King goes favored on the turn, 59-41.
And he pairs up the 8. So now we're in this situation that if King would have shoved last hand, he would have been a favorite against pocket deuces. Now he finds himself short the hand after calling with ace jack offsuit against the guy that's played the least amount of hands on the table.
Yeah, well, he
with
actually,
a similar stack to what King had, or what Wagner had last hand. It was just a 100k difference. Simos was all in for 550 and Wagner was all in for 650. Why not call with ace jack suited and then call with ace jack off against a tighter player?
I prefer his call in this one.
The 100k really doesn't make a big difference, I think.
Different position on the table, different player who has been losing.
I definitely agree with the position, but still, I mean, short stack player under a gun could see quite desperate as well. Pocket deuces is not that strong of a shove. But I mean, it's a tough spot. Like we said, we're playing 13-2. Not much than 30 big blinds at the moment for the chip leader. King down to 7 big blinds. So I'm getting 16-1 this hand as well.
No.
What odds do I get for a brown fold?
This
to King on the button, he shoves and gets called.
Is retiring. He's closed.
King is retiring?
He's locked up.
Or you are?
I'm retiring as a bookmaker.
Your first winning bet this week and you retire?
Yeah.
I love that.
Take the money and run.
You're gonna see you fold with King 8 off from under the gun from that call. I'm guessing Greece goes fold. Over to king, that will most likely shove any two.
Huge double up there for Seamus.
King finds it really decent hand. Queen jack suited, goes all in, just as expected, and the very aggressive and a bit more loose player Asma folds. 7 deuce bonus hand again. So king adds 100k to stack. Now playing 9 big blinds.
So we also have one Russian on our table. Identical. So just to reiterate, 2 Greeks, 1 Irishman, 1 Czechman, 1 Estonian and 1 Russian.
Swarmpus finds 10-9 on the gun.
Expect him to open here. He's opened the king queen suited.
Grabs some chips, makes it a
100K.
100k. Standard race. Seamus folds. King finds ace-3. Imagine he's gonna shove this one. What would you do here? Would you go all in?
No. Because I have no fold equity. Or maybe I do.
It's another 330 for Zornpas to call his initial opening.
I was thinking king was shorter than he was. He's 455k.
Yeah, he picked up 100 last time. So
Yeah. So
I mean, if that's the thing though, a lot of people don't think if you open a hand with a player playing 450, I think you must call pretty much everything you open with.
yeah, I think you're getting 2 to 1 here. Your cards are almost definitely live. Stick it in and gamble.
Yeah. You're still left with 800,000, which is more than king is gonna have after the hand, or pretty much the same as king is gonna have after the hand if he doubles up.
Interesting percentages here. He's actually 49%.
But he
against the
folds.
ace.
So we're pretty much wrong in everything we say right now.
Yeah, well,
Learn something new.
seems to be the case. Nothing new for you, Bjorn, being wrong.
No, true. Always get it in bad. So back to the stories from Prague nightlife.
Yeah.
Have you been? Do you find any?
I've just been checking out the bars. A few nice restaurants along the way. How about you? What did you get up to last night?
Yeah, I went out for a couple of drinks, and then I got a text from yours truly and a friend of ours from Puff, one of the partners here.
Yeah.
Not going to mention any names. Asking me where I was, and I was home having a.
It was Emil.
Oh, it was Emil. Dan comes in, cuts in, and says it was Emil. No secrets here on GrandLive. Emil is never out, by the way. He's always working out in the morning. Never has a drink.
Okay, Andrew King all in with ace-10.
We have Wagner behind with ace-6 folds.
Oh, we have
Storm
an ace in the
buzz.
big blind. Ace-8, ace of hearts.
So far, 3 of the aces are out.
Locked. Must have been
And
a
he
bad-
picks up another hand.
Must have been a bad ace.
So King has stacked up from 350 to 680 without showdown, which just shows the value of every hand right now.
So it looks we have German Poker Tour coming up this Christmas, 25th to the 30th of December. 550 buy-in.
It's at the King's Keen Rosvadov, close to the German border.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Europe's largest poker room, I think. Even bigger than Dusk Till Dawn.
I've had a couple of opportunities to go there actually, and never done it. I'd imagine I'll be there before too long.
From what I heard the other day, I think the next Red Bet Open, one of the partners here, is playing Rosvadov later next year.
Okay.
Who knows? Maybe GrandLive will end up there one day. I'm curious about going there too. It should be a really good poker room, and everyone says they take care of the players really good. It's a 24/7 free buffet, cheap rooms if you're a player.
Cool.
And action more or less every weekend. So Wagner opens with an all-in for 700.
Seamus considering here with a7. Will be an aggressive call.
And he folds.
What do you think he would have called with there? What does he need to see? I think he needs,
guessing ace-10.
I think he needs ace-jack, what he's playing. I need ace-jack or better to even consider.
So pretty much the only move we've seen Wagner do is go all in. I don't think he's opened a single hand.
No, but he's
just been all in.
He's got 12 big blinds, so make it easy, shove it in.
So hand number 65. Still playing 25-50 with a running ante of 5. Wagner picks up another ace, ace-5. Folds. Asma has been passive the last. Swarmpus. 8-3, Seamus 10-7. Seamus opens 115 with 10-7 from small blind against king, and he folds. Asma folds. Under the gun, Nemkov. King 10 folds. Granted Seamus, 7-6. Opts to fold as well. Time for king to shove.
Jack 4.
Jack 4 all in from small blind, and Wagner folds his big blind.
Folds he shove.
King 5 suited for Sormpas. And 3 offsuit for Seamus. Fold. King folds his button. Round 2 Wagner. Finds a fold. Not much happening right now.
So Andrew King has made quite significant moves since he lost that big all-in. I remember he started off with 7 big blinds and he's back up to 15 without showdown, which is quite remarkable. But it can happen so easily. You get a few shows through and fine. Looks like Sorpa's going to open King 4 off here from under the gun. Wow. So we have an open with a pair of 9s, and Asma has an interesting hand here with 5-5. I fully expect him to play it. He can call, he can 3-bet. 2 big stacks going at it here. I reckon he's going to 3-bet to 225k.
I'll say 250. Could he even shove here? Since 5-5 is not a hand you want to see a flop with. If he goes 225, you see most calls. It's not a fun hand to see a flop with.
I think he 3-bets, leads the flop. Three bets, folds to shove. So it looks like he's called. I'm gonna have ourselves a flop. And we have a call with 10-4 clubs as well, so we're 3-handed to the flop. Flop comes 7 to 10.
Monster flop for 10-4.
2 clubs, huge flop for 10-4. Could have some action here. Good flop for the 9s as well.
Usually not a terrible flop for pocket 5s either.
No, absolutely. It'll be action flop.
Asma checks his pocket 5s. Namco leads his 10s with a flush draw.
You like that lead?
Yeah, I actually do. I mean, it's a hand you're not gonna fold anyway. And opting to check call a bet and then have to make a new decision if you miss the turn. Yeah, takes it down. I mean, would you check or?
Yeah, I guess I would, and I'd imagine that a lot of the time Seamus is going to bet there, and then I probably just jam it in.
So hand 69. Gary's favorite.
I think I'm favourite to win that bet now. We're getting closer and closer to 151. Surprised at how passively Asma played the fives there. Now we have him raising with 7-2 from the button. I guess Asma thinks he should play every button. 7-2 is good enough to raise.
Jacks for our Greek friend Sormpas.
I think we're gonna have a quick fold. He has ran well since we sat down, hasn't he, Zorpa?
Yep. Average good enough for all players, I think, of cards. Last, what is it, 28 hands we've been here. It's a very quiet final table. Folded around to Nemkov on the button, and he folds 4 deuce, offsuit, and big blind picks up the hand.
Yeah, it's basically
Queen Jack offsuit for Asma. So we put in raise.
I haven't seen much from our Russian players so far. Except for that time he 3-bet Asma on the flop, but nothing.
So king and big blind with king 5 offsuit. Folds and another pot without seeing a flop.
Hand number 72 coming up. Blinds 25,000, 50,000, running ante 5,000. And your king looks like he has somewhere to go.
Dinner plans?
Maybe he's getting ready for an all-in. Do you think you run better when you're all-in and you stand up?
I think it feels mentally better if you lose a hand. You already took the decision or mentally prepared yourself for leaving.
Quick exit.
It feels better to sit down again than to actually have to stand up when you know you have lost a hand.
I'm trying to think if I ever stood up when I was all-in. After it was called.
I do it when I'm covered. If I cover the player, I sit.
We're gonna try that next time as an experiment.
So a massive hand for Nemkov. Just after we called him quiet and passive. Ace queen suited. Raise to 100.
Yeah, I think he's gonna
Queen 9. Simas and
play for stacks here.
Quick fold from king. And Wagner picks up pocket threes in big blind.
I think if Wagner goes all in here, he's getting called. But he folds.
But he folds.
Yeah.
What do you think of that fold?
Tight fold, but you know, big pay jumps. Sometimes it can be hard to push the button. Threes are not that strong a hand, really. behind every pair, trying to be racing against every other hand.
Maybe we should take a guess on which hand the next player will bust instead. Seems like we're playing 250 hands, not
I
150.
don't like tempting fate on these poor guys.
I'll say within the next 2 or 3 hands, you go over or under.
I'll go over. Easier bet. One beer?
A beer, yeah.
Okay.
Even it out.
Trying to chase your money. Chase your beers.
10-8 offsuit for king. Goes all in from the button. Wagner finds ace-4 offsuit and folds. And Asma folds his big blind as well.
So that's one hand for me.
That's one hand for you.
How many more do I need?
2 more. 3 more. Third hand from now. You win.
Okay. Could go down to the last hand. So how you been doing on the sports betting this week, Lord?
Thanks for putting me on the spot. I've just been following your lead, actually. NFL bets have been quite successful.
Yeah.
I mean, we can tell everyone we were watching the game from our apartment the other night, and we were very likely to lose with the last play of the game, or one of the last plays of the game. But our team managed to find a miraculous interception.
100 to 1 shot.
Yeah. Making us some money.
So here we go. Is King gonna shove this one? Guess he's got nearly. What has he got? 750, 800 now.
I think he can open it
Yeah,
to 100.
He can open it. And he's playing 790, so he can open.
But if you open it and someone shoves, what do you do?
Yeah, it's one of these things where you open and you just have to assess it for what happens next from there.
So he goes for an open of 100, and it's gonna get it through.
I think that's the safest play because, like, you can take down the blinds there a lot of the times. If you shove and someone wakes up with a hand, you're in trouble. So just try and take the blinds while you have the 10 or 12 bigs.
So last hand for our bet. Do you feel it? Do you feel it coming this hand?
No, I don't.
Quite sure I lose this one as well. Ace-5 for Timas under the gun. $100 raise. King folds. Wagner folds. Asma folds. Not looking good.
2 chances left. 7-2 doesn't look good. Yeah, looks like I'm a winner again.
You're always a winner, Gary.
Not with QPR. They let me down.
So where are you staying? Here at the hotel where we're playing?
Yeah, I'm staying here. It's very nice.
How long have you been in the city?
We have some
Steve pushing
fueling
Troy.
around going on.
Steve trolling Troy live stream. So how long have you been here? 2 weeks?
Yeah, 10. I think it's going to be 10 days tomorrow.
Been at Corinth your whole stay?
No, I was up at Jury's Inn for the start of it. Prefer it here though.
Is that the one closest to, or closer to Hilton?
Yeah, Jury's beside the Hilton.
not a good hotel, or why didn't you like it?
Yeah, it's nicer here. Nicer people here.
And Nemtkov finds ace king offsuit. Makes it 100. Seamus with a jack something, considering what to do. Finds the fold and another raise and take it down. So more or less 10 straight hand without no action.
How's the 151 looking?
Still think we'll have an under. I think when we get down to 2-3 players, they'll sit down and have a deal discussion. Make things end quicker. But we'll see. Might be sitting here 5 in the morning still. Wagner with ace-4 offsuit. Goes all in for
Maybe this
590,000. Fold for Asma, Nemkov.
Not looking likely so far. So,
Round to Greece. Stormpas first, king 9 off. Seamus 7 deuce, folds, and he gets it through. So next three hands, 2 beers. You're 2 up on me.
Nope.
Double or nothing.
Nope. I think it will be the next 3.
You think?
Yeah. You can. I'll take these 3 this time.
Okay. I'll go over for 1.
For 1 hand.
1 beer.
1 beer, yeah. So a couple of early falls. And a raise from Sorpool, Queen 9 of clubs.
My favorite hand. Queen 9 suited.
Interesting dynamic here with the 2 Greek players beside each other. Quickly folds the ace-4, like he can 3-bet back there some of the time.
They haven't played a single pot against each other, I think.
Yeah, I think they have the kind of friendly thing going on. It can be costly actually as a player to be too close a friend with someone at the table.
Shallow stacks it could be. You make different decisions in spots where you maybe would have done something else against someone else. So 2 more hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bad for him. It's a kind of joke. I think I cannot agree.
Just win. And Gov under the gun, 7-4 suited, folds. 10 deuce, fold. Over to king, in. King has a lot of kings.
Me? 1.5.
Another walk for Asma.
Yep.
Yep. Last time he had Jack 9. This time he doesn't show. But graphics says he has 10-5.
1.5.
Up to 80 hands.
I'm the chip leader.
Asma tells the rail he's a chip leader with roughly 1.5.
Thanks.
We should be coming up to a break here closely.
You don't like flipping?
We have to do it because one person doesn't want it. So is there any point of talking about
No.
Players are discussing flipping skills.
Yeah, important,
If I get the 50k,
important skill to have in this game.
Players are actually leaving the table now, so it must be the last hand before the break. King goes all in with a7 from cutoff. Wagner folds. Asma moves all in as well with pocket nines. So we're actually on hand number 3, so not only did I win a beer back, but we actually have an all-in and call last time before the break. King flops a 7. He's an 80% favorite to hold here, Asma. 1 in 10 for King to win this hand, but we have a player out. 6th place finish for Andrew King from Ireland. Pays him 13,150 euros. How do you feel about that, Gary?
Yeah, it's not the greatest note to sign off on. But I think he done the right thing. Just Asma just woke up with the hand and say la vie.
So with that, we'll leave you for a while and come back after the break.
Okay, welcome back. So we are here with me and Garrett, the pair of dealers again. It seems like the break is going to end pretty soon, right about now.
Or not.
Or maybe not.
Ah, yeah, players are
taking their seats.
So we lost a player. My horse is now out of the race.
Yes, Andrew King is
So
out of the race.
Another new horse. We need an update on the chip count. Do we have
Yeah,
that
I
with
think
us?
we will have it soon enough.
If they give us a wider shot, we'll just count the chips.
Yes, so for those of you who don't know or haven't been here before, when you will soon see, the chips are the 5,000 euro chips are the green ones, and the 25,000 are the yellow ones, so you can follow a little bit how much the players have and how much they bet.
So what we're looking at here, the GrandLive final table.
And the payouts are 64,000 for the winner, 41,000 for the second place, 29 from the third place, 22.5 from the fourth place, and 16.9 for the fifth, which is the next one to drop off. So everybody has secured at least 16,900 euros out of this 1,000 euro buy-in.
So here we have the chips.
Our local Thomas Wagner with the
Rigo Asma.
yeah, and Thomas Wagner, our only Czech player left, local from the locals, with a small stack of 600,000. There's two
Greek players in still.
Yeah.
We've had this tournament's been very popular. We've had a lot of Greek players coming in to see.
Yeah, there's like a Greek invasion here in Prague.
We can see the numbers.
Yeah, okay, can we both see the numbers?
With 5 players left now. Blinds are 30 and 60 with a 5k ante, so short stacks are going to really start to feel some pressure. So I expect to see a lot of shoves coming up in the next hour.
Yeah, so the recent people knocked out were Andrew King from Ireland in the 6th place, got 13,000 and some change from it, and before that Pontus Dahlgren from Sverige, Sweden, and before that we had a Finnish guy who I actually don't remember the name of him because I wasn't here yet. I just saw that in some kind of list we had a Finnish player finishing on the 8th.
The unofficial final table was 900 yesterday evening. The televised final table is, or the streamed final table is 800. So the 9th place player gets some money, but he doesn't really get any credit.
Well, he gets some money and he doesn't need to be on TV.
What time did they finish last night?
I really wasn't here anymore.
They
I
went
was
down
off already.
They went down to, I think, around 10, 11:30 last night. So at least they got some rest. Maybe they weren't enjoying Prague nightlife. Most poker players will go into a club called James Dean. This is the most popular club amongst the group. We've been meeting up with a lot of players who are playing both the EPT tournaments and all the tournaments at the GrandLive in the Corinthia Hotel in Prague. And of course all the dealer staff.
Yeah, so
it looks like, for me, this looks like they might be negotiating something. They're coming to check their own chips, and something's going on here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some shaving off top prize for bottom place or something like this.
Yeah, nobody has actually told us what's happening here, so
yeah, we're not really.
We are relying on the live stream ourselves also. Of course, the final table is right across the room, but we're having the delay, so we can't really go there and tell what's happening right now since.
Generally, when it comes to things like deals, they're private between players, and they'll organise something.
So if they are making a deal, we will of course get you the numbers, but we can't give you the actual negotiation of it. So, nightlife in Prague, Gareth. I think you're a specialist on that one.
I'm not the expert, but I know a man who is. But yeah, it's been very good in Prague. It seems to be a great, very popular destination. I mean, there's so much poker going on this month in Prague.
Yeah. There's anything from 40 euro buy-ins to 10,000 euro buy-ins here. There are like 4 or 5 poker clubs, and there's the EPT at Hilton, and there's the GrandLive, and all the other we have here at Corinthia Towers, King's Casino. So there's really a lot to do in Prague, and the beer is cheap, nightclubs are great, and the food is good, and the accommodation is cheap. So basically, it's a really good place to come this time of year if you have nothing else to do.
Well, I'd definitely be putting it on the in the rotation for future events. I think most players should be looking at winning satellites into these tournaments next year. The GrandLive especially. We're coming up to the GrandLive final soon, I think, in May. So that'll be another good destination. We're not really sure what's happening now. We're waiting on someone to come back to the table. Poor Petra sat there staring at the logo. King's Casino.
Yeah, we should give the dealer a TV or something. Something to do in there except sitting detention and watching the wall.
Angry Birds on her iPhone. But I think it's very clever what they've done here. They've put us two talking nonsense over the nothing happening part.
Yeah.
We get the 2 pro players back in to talk all about all the actual hand-by-hand action. So, but we don't care.
Yeah, we just talk rubbish and
drink free beer.
Drink free beer. So but yeah, same thing. If you got any comments, any questions, feel free to ask them on Facebook.
Yeah, we're on the GrandLive Facebook page. So we'll head over there and see.
You know, this is the time that if you ever had a question for you want to know from the staff, from the dealers, so you have an opportunity now. We will be here and answering mostly truthfully.
Or we'll just make something up.
Yeah, basically we never know the answers, and we just make something up that sounds good or semi-good. Okay, now they seem to be coming back.
Whether something's agreed or not, we haven't been told anything, but
seemingly we are back to the action. Yes, everybody
looks like,
or at least somebody is posting anything. No deal yet, yes.
No, me mängime edasi ja
Kiivimega
ma oleks rahul küll, saaks kodus päeva lukku lükata, aga noh, 50 kilo, 50.
We are hearing in Estonian something.
Kui üks välja langeb, siis vaatame tõenäoliselt uuesti ja
To my understanding of Estonian, they offered him 50,000 for the deal, but
yeah, is that what they said?
I think so. But he was talking to his friends or something, so we don't know.
I don't know whether I'd take 14 grand off the top prize there for a deal.
No, well, you're a chip leader with yeah. Asma on the button with the big stack. Jack 2 of spades. Playing pretty much every button. Raise. Okay, our Russian friend Nemkov with ace-7 suited. They have clashed heads at least once, when Asma went all in with ace-4 and Nemko called with aces and doubled up. Otherwise Nemko has been pretty tight here, so not playing too many hands at all. Now he's gonna play this one. Looks like a 75,000 raise to me, or so. No, it's a little bit 65. No, there's 25,000. I'm wrong with the chips, as always. So 120, 115, 115.
270.
275, whatever. Don't give me any more free beers.
Lucky we don't count chips for them.
And Asma folds. So you can see from my counting that immediately when I'm off the table, my brain is also off the table. Okay, from Thomas Wagner.
Local player, Czech player. Follow round to the button.
Okay, Sorba with the decision, because he's got Wagner covered, but not by too much. Wagner has almost 600,000, and Sorba has 960,000, so he would only be left with 365,000 if he loses. So it's a big decision for him. It's basically the tournament life.
Two short stacks going against each other. Both with pocket pairs. I mean, if Wagner doesn't go all in here, then Zorba goes in all in immediately.
Yeah, basically, yeah, Zorba falls because you don't want to be calling for a pair of fives all in. You would have been okay with raising it. Yeah. But problem is that if Wagner is having a bigger pocket pair, so then you.
He's got to be putting him on all sorts of kind of hands, big aces. These are things you don't really want to be racing with.
Okay, Zimas on the other hand has ace-7, which could have been possible call also, but not likely.
Does he have enough chips to call off a big stack like that, 500k on just an ace, an unsuited ace?
Yeah, I don't really see him making the call. He had like 1.1 million, so it's half of his stack. So basically, not really worth it. He still got time to wait for a better opportunity. So yeah, 30,000, 60,000 blinds, 5,000 ante at this moment. Got up after the break, of course.
But there really isn't that much of a difference between short stack and chip lead at this stage. You know, it's one double up.
Yeah, and you're really back on the game at the time. And besides, you get 115,000 every time you get the blinds and the antes. So going all in with 500,000, you're up to 600,000 immediately if you just get the blinds. So I believe we are going to see some action pretty soon.
Wagner's all in.
Again,
705,000. Racing straight in the Zorba anyway.
Getting the chips from the creek.
Yeah.
think Wagner's been all in 2 times in a row now, so basically the 3rd time he is pretty certain to be called.
Yeah, he's going to be guaranteed call probably for.
If it comes anytime soon.
They're playing almost 5 or 6 hours at this stage. Almost 5, I think.
Yeah, something like
Today
that.
at 1 p.m. It's 6ish now, surely. It's unusual to see 6 players still, 5 players still. Lines are getting very high. People are just going to be knocked out, you know, just because of
Siemens with King 10 suited.
King 10 suited, nice, pretty hand to stick. Decent raising.
That's the mini race 120, I would say. I have been wrong before on these ones. Gets a nice addition of 100 and some thousands, 115 I think it was. So Gareth, what do you think, where are you going next to work at?
I'm back over in the States for another tournament there.
In the States?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking earlier a little bit about this life as a freelance dealer, and I think the best of us has been right now. One guy I know that he has been on the road for over a month now.
Yeah. This
Done a couple of events in the UK and came straight to Prague for 2.5 weeks.
But yeah, you do a lot of travelling. You know, you're spending a hell of a lot of money every year on flights. Frequent flying miles add up. I mean, this year coming 2015, I've only secured 4 or 5 jobs, but I'll be back and forth to America 4 times.
Yeah, so four times across the Atlantic. Okay, so Nemco, the tight player, has actually 3-betted from the button against Zima's A7. I'm pretty certain Zimas has no idea how good his hand right now is. No, Nemco is in big blind, sorry. And he's been playing pretty tight, really tight actually, before he has in for 1/3 of his stack, 1/4 of his stack. And Zimas gives off the better hand. But yeah, there's nothing much really you can do in there if you're getting 3-betted with an A7 offsuit. So. And also the Alexander Nemko's image here on the table is pretty tight. He hasn't been
shown aces, he's shown.
Yeah, and he hasn't been playing too many hands either. Really folding it. So he just made a good use of his image against the creek from the big blind.
And neither of them can really afford to get into a battle with somebody else without completely crippling their chances of stepping up in there.
Yeah, basically Simas was put to a decision for whole of his stack in there. You know, he can't just flat call that and fall on the flop.
So we're up to hand 85. We're over halfway to Gary and Bjorn's bet. I think they're betting 151 hands or something. That's what Bjorn mentioned just as he left the booth.
Oh yeah? Okay, we have the chip leader Asma with a hand here and from the button, and he's been playing every button so far we've seen. Once giving it away like an hour or two ago.
Yeah. No call from the small blind and no from the big blind.
And again gets the blinds. So he's actually, I think he's been making good use of his stack, robbing the blinds, and well, this was not a robbery of course, but he has been doing that also.
So Wagner now with the ace king offsuit. Shoved all in.
From under the gun.
Passes the button, folded to the button. Blinds are going to pick up any hand.
Well, I think he will get the pot.
Calling here. But like you said, you know, it's 115 grand every time you steal those blinds and antes, so you need to keep doing it just to stay alive. Short stacks are going to be...
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the moment that Asma is stealing from the button and someone decides it, or he's actually not stealing, he's having a hand on the button and it looks like a steal. Someone from the blind is getting tired of it and makes a move against him with some bad hand, and it is likely to happen before or after a few hands. I don't know, but sooner or later.
And Zimas is all in with Jack 9 and steals.
Okay,
Raise up to 120,000
from Zimas,
on the button.
and he gets the blinds again. So he's taking some more chips for his stack, and it's getting bigger all the time. He's actually getting back to the game. He was short stacked some while ago, or almost short stack, however you say it.
There's a cocktail waitress. We need a reload over here.
Sampas with King Queen.
The gun. No, this should be big enough for my hand to see some action here.
I mean, he has only got 700,000. It's really hard. That hand in that position with that stack.
But he's not going to get many opportunities, and he's folded.
Angry fold.
Yeah, not too happy.
I think on the button there would be no question what he would do, but
this could have been a completely different hand. So Wagner's now all in with the Jack 10 on the button, and runs into a pair of 7s from Asma.
Wagner's up to 840. He had 500,000. Now he's up to 840.
So I think we're probably going to see a showdown. There it is. 9-5 on the big line from Nick.
Player move all in with Jack 10. He's been called by pocket 7.
So
we flop. Wagner's on pressure here. He's the player at risk, and he needs to hit his draw. So here's a flop.
Flop is Jack 5-4.
And there's a check.
Jack 5-4 on the flop, so
we need a running straight or a set. No running straight.
7.
It's a 4.55% chance, not coming this time.
2 pair of jacks and 4s.
Wagner doubles up.
Okay, anyone wants to do the ICM now? Huh? Anyone wants to do the ICM now? I won't be greedy. Yeah, I'm okay with the ICM.
Wagner doubles up. He wins.
I will see how much.
He's now up to 1.7 million, I would say. 1.765.
765.
And Asma is down to 1.4 million. He's been the chip leader for a long time now, always having over 2 million.
Like I said, there's literally every player on the table is less than 30 big blinds, so we're getting into,
it will be really
territory here.
Yeah.
Which is a shame to see. I don't like to see tournaments end in a crapshoot. I like to see people play and win.
Yeah, this is really about every hand you play are potential to move you all in. It's every hand counts.
But if people aren't moving on the tables, then the blinds are just going to keep creeping up, and it's going to turn into a crapshoot eventually anyway. Have to make those moves early on. The short stack now seek to Perikis zone pass. Only 11 big blinds.
145.
Well, maybe if Alexander Nekmov can. How would you say that name?
I don't know. Nemkov. Nemskov. I can't pronounce. I know some Russian, but I can't pronounce that well. Basically, I see that players are again discussing a deal.
Yeah, things have changed here now. Maybe he turned the first deal down because he thinks he can win it. Now he's no longer chip leader. He's more willing to debate.
Yeah, there's 4 pretty even stacks.
Yeah. And there's really
3 pretty even. And
one hand in.
Yes.
One double up, and it's anybody's game here.
You're seeing there's Troy Iverson giving them the figures.
World Series restart date tournament director. Probably one of the most knowledgeable people on mixed games on the planet, I think, because his responsibility would be to run the day 2s for all the WSOP games, a lot of which are the mixed games and the dealer's choice game, which was the first time they had a dealer's choice mixed game this year at the series. That was Troy's tournament, so he has to really become an expert.
He's been also traveling around the world ever since I met him, and that was back in 2005 or something in the Caribbean.
Yeah, they mute the microphone. They mute the microphone for players, so we can't interfere and we can't hear what's going on. So we just have to guess.
Just have to guess if there's... what does it look like? But yeah, they are negotiating a deal now and the microphone is muted.
Yeah.
We can't really give out the info what they're negotiating. But of course we will have you the figures if they decide to make a deal.
And if they let us know. TI, great with rules, not so great with numbers. He's on the calculator on his phone. Maybe he has an app for deals.
I used to have my phone in a taxi.
Okay, I
It
think
looks like they've made some kind of agreement. People sitting back down again. No fisticuffs. Still a little
no,
bit
still
debate,
discussing. It will be interesting because it's really a situation where everybody has under 30 big blinds.
Yeah.
And there's 5 of you left, so it's a really huge difference on the money right now. If the next person to knock out is getting, correct me if I'm wrong, 16,000, 16,900, and the winner is getting 64,000.
If the small stack doubles up from the big stack, then there's literally 5 blinds between everybody.
Is that euro or crowns? Is it euro payout?
So it looks like they're getting ready to resume. They've come to some arrangement. Hopefully they'll let us know what it is so we can speculate until then. We're up to hand 90 now. I don't see this going much further than 120. I think their 151 there was a bit way over exaggerated.
Well, if they don't make a deal, I would say this will go to 140 something maybe. Because the stacks are getting bigger when we get a couple of guys off from here.
Set the line at 130, I'll take the under.
130, okay. 2 beers then.
2 beers. Yeah. now they've come to some arrangement, people are going to be a lot more prepared to put their chips in. So
if they can to
we'll see
arrange.
someone knocked out within the next 20 minutes.
Well, let me figure that out. Just a moment, sir. Okay, so we got the information that there was no deal done.
So everyone's still locked up.
There's pretty much two options here for you as a player, I would say. Either you shove it all the time, try to get the money, the stack from the blinds,
Yeah.
or you wait for some other to knock out first, and or you getting good cards, of course.
That's an instant match. We get to see Asma's cards. No, go 8-7, maybe. No. Yeah. Big blind gets a walk.
I think the Greeks are also fortunate in a way that Nemco hasn't been playing too many hands, so they are on the blinds together when Nemco has the button, so hasn't been robbing the blinds too much.
Yeah.
On the other hand, the Sorpas, Perikis Sorpas is always on a big blind for Asma, so he's been a little bit unfortunate in there. But
Yeah, Big Don Asma's definitely not afraid to put chips in. How many hands have we been since we've seen a flop? Since Wagner's all in? Was that the last flop we saw?
I believe so. Zimas just calls from the small blind. Wagner has an ace-4 offsuit. It's going to be interesting.
Shoot a raise in here, I think.
He checks with an ace on the big blind. Interesting.
1.6 versus 1 million now, the stack sizes.
And Zimas hits the 10, top pair, and 2 checks. Zimas tried to make Wagner the bet by looking weak.
Reduce a bluff. It comes out betting on the turn anyway. Maybe
And
check on the turn will get him that bluff, but we'll find out now. This is bet 75, is that 75? Called?
Yep. No.
And that flush comes out on the river though. Also
Yeah.
flushes up Zimas 10, so is he so confident with his 10? Wagner knows he's got the nuts now. Should bet when you have the pair.
I think that not betting the flop cost Zimas this pot. Probably would have gotten Wagner out. But on the turn when he got the nut flush draw, so
Wagner's not calling anything on the flop.
yeah, if he just checks the ace, so he's not thinking it's good enough. So checking the flop cost a pot for Zimas.
And calls. 135 bet and called.
He called with 10 high flush, so instead of winning this pot by betting on the flop, he ended up losing a lot more to it.
Yeah. He's got the button now, so maybe he can steal some of the blinds back. But if you're not prepared to put your money in, then
And Wagner actually has moved from 500,000 to 2 million almost now. So he has been coming from the short stack to be the chip leader, and has all the opportunities now to take this event on his home soil at Prague. He's from Czech Republic.
At this stage, I don't know about you, but at this stage I'm looking any ace. Any ace, any high suited cards, I'm not even, they're just all going in.
Yeah, it's really hard here to fold any of the
A pair of sevens versus 9-8
suited.
This could be interesting.
It's the 8 with the flush draw.
Flush draw, yeah. And his 7 is suited as well, the 7 of clubs.
How do you have 7s of suited?
7 suited, never had 7 suited.
I think it's double suited 7s now.
But no, he's probably thinking, you know, run a flush draw if that ever occurs, but not knowing how much trouble is in. You might see somebody get some money in here. Both players being very cautious though. He's reading him for the queen, he's thinking he's not his queen, you know, queen jack, queen 10. Does he put him on the flush draw?
Well, the only way Wagner is paying this raise is that he's putting him only a flush draw or a bluff. He can't really think these 7s are good.
Not really false. Smart move.
But yeah, Asma had a monster hand on the flop, so...
Asma calls an all-in bet pre-flop, do you think?
Not pre-flop, of course, but on the flop, you know, he could have a... Yeah. You have flush draw and you have a pair on the board, so basically you have about 15 outs. So it's pretty much a coin flip from the flop, even though if you're behind.
Chips, the two Greek players both getting very short stacked. They're going to start feeling a lot of pressure unless they make some moves. All the chips going over to the right side of the table.
Wagner again with a hand. He has been given really good hands recently.
But it was.
I think it's like the third ace king he has had in the last hour or something.
Raises to 120.
So basic mini raise from the button.
Yep.
And Asma can get to a lot of trouble here.
Yeah,
if he thinks Wagner is just using his stack. No, I think he might be thinking that Asma is just stealing, and I mean Wagner is just stealing from the button, so he might make a 3-bet here.
It looks like he is. He's reaching. And there it is. 200.
There it is.
Almost 300 and something thousand. Let's see. 1, 2.
280,000.
We're going to see some chips go right in from Wagner here, I think.
It's interesting to see here how Wagner is. Okay, he plays it pre-flop, so some players here would have just make a call and may make a usage of the position you have, because you know then you're kind of playing it weak. You're hiding your ace king in there. You're just wanting to defend your initial raise and then see what happens. You know, you have the position. You can make the other player move some more chips in.
But you know, with just that 280 raise, you can't really get much of a read. So you're entering into the flop without, you know.
Well, I'm pretty certain Asma has no other options here than fold, but
he's folding definitely. He knows his ace isn't strong. He knows Wagner has a decent enough image that.
Oh look, he's also, I haven't noted before, but he has a nice Estonian flag on his goggles.
Sunglasses, yeah.
Yeah, Estonian flag in there. Puts them on now.
Wagner picks up that pretty big pot.
Go back.
Queen 10 under the gun into a pair of sixes.
Yeah, Zimas hasn't been really getting the cards recently, and he's been losing a lot of chips. So
Short stack, short stack.
Nemko, really tight player.
How do you fold sixes then?
Easily.
I don't think I fold sixes then.
Well, that's why you don't play poker, Gareth.
No, I play poker, I just don't win.
Yeah, that's why you don't win any. But yeah, Nemko facing a decision here, but he's been really tight. I really don't see him calling this one. And then again, he made a move a little bit earlier here from the big blind with King 7 against Ace 7 and won the pot. So he might be. Yes, I believe he is re-raising. Yeah.
300,000.
So Nemko has a little bit of changed his style recently. He was really tight earlier. Now he's made already a couple of moves from the blinds against an initial raise. 3 bets twice.
And he walks into a pair of 9s. This could.
Yeah, the other Creek, Sormpas. And he's short stacked. 645,000 his stack, it says. And he's thinking. Okay, he moves on.
His stacks.
He moves all in.
He has to. Why would you even consider
Yeah.
a pair of 9s?
Maybe he was just thinking to give some. I don't know where you need the Hollywood in there, but
you're not going to get any much extra. It's I don't think it's worth considering. You're just going to shove anything there almost.
Nemko here has. I don't know if he actually has any fold equity, but.
No,
But then again, if he thinks he run into Ace King, Ace Queen, so if he puts Sormpas on that hand, so then he actually could fold.
So he calls.
It calls it.
When he goes
Virtually on a coin
you're
flip.
gonna see some cards. See how he makes some cards to the spectators. We're going to see a flop. Which is ace.
Use the diamond on the turn. Can you king or queen or double?
Yeah.
Therefore wins the pot, stays in.
Double up, and you can hear the Greek audience going wild.
Really crippled by that now. Winning almost 850 grand. And the Russian goes way down.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit angry for himself now because he has been playing tight. He could have folded earlier on. He would have folded the King Queen from there, but now he decided to make a 3-bet with it, and got stuck in the hand. You know, he had no fold equity anymore. So. Yeah, so he's down to 615,000. Only 10 big blinds left for him.
Wagner's way up again to 37 big blinds. It's a big turnaround.
Also, Wagner has been getting good cards recently, so they haven't made his fortune.
Georgi Azazimov still short stacked, but
yeah, he's been really tight also. Whenever he's raised, somebody has 3-betted him and he had folded.
they'll be due for another blind increase soon, so as soon as they put the blinds up, these short stacks won't be able to consider folding. They're just going to have to start shoving behind.
It's very clear that those guys are. Those guys are definitely the guys on the left.
Yeah.
They're in cahoots.
Ace-10 under the gun, asks whether he can do a lot of damage in his hand. And here it comes out firing. 125 grand. Everybody much round to Wagner, who looks at... Let's see his cards. No ace, no high pair, he's probably not even considering anything. He doesn't want to tangle against us.
The stream's a bit lagging here. We haven't got Wagner's card yet, and we're still having Zima's. So there we go.
Fours. Calls. 300 grand pot, I think. I think that's enough to scare Wagner away anyway. Asmus is going to try and get the most from his pair.
Wagner needs a 4. Nothing else except a 4 can save him.
Another 10 of spades would do it.
Yeah, that would be. I think we would have become as a misdeal at the time. Yes, have you actually? Do you remember that this has actually happened in Russia?
Happens all the time.
Yeah, 10 years ago I heard the story that in Russia there was some kind of final table, and two guys goes all in. Both are having the nut flush, and there was a really bad floor management and tournament director at the time in there. So the decision eventually was that the one who had the bigger ace of hearts, I mean, another guy had an ace of hearts, ace 9 of hearts, another guy had an ace king of hearts, and the pot went actually to the ace king of hearts. So there's a big hassle. You get knocked out with the nuts because there's two ace of hearts in the deck. But so I really can't understand. Well, I think there was not really. The tournament director wasn't too competent in there.
Well, the rule was quite explicit, so...
Yeah. And you might play your hand differently if you knew that you don't have the nuts.
Yeah.
But yeah, at that time in Russia, you know, you could still have lost with the nuts.
Or lost your nuts.
Yeah, if we're trying to follow the Facebook thread a little bit, so if you guys got any questions...
We're not.
We are. Yeah, nobody has been asking any questions. So
we have no clue what the answer was.
Yeah,
so
we have no clue on the WPT winners, but we are guessing. My best guess is that there's no more WPT winners here. Okay, Wagner is making a call with Queen Jack from the button, from the small blind. This could be interesting if against Asmus.
I think we're definitely going to see some.
Yeah, we need to see some action in here.
Someone do anything at this stage.
80,000 bet from Wagner with the open-ended. Asma thinking which would be the best play, just to call or raise already on here. Okay, he's making a flat call there.
I'd like to be raising there just to see how good my king is.
Yeah, me too, but then again we are not on the table. Now the king is not good anymore.
Wagner's holding the nuts, but
let's see how he plays it.
Put him on the straight. Just a flat call from the small blind, I'd say, is relatively.
I think he doesn't put him as Queen Jack. Usually you raise Queen Jack from there against this big blind only with the big stack.
I mean that would be a good hand for Wagner to be stealing the big blind from the small blind. Wagner's going to come out betting this straight now. Would you check here or would you come out betting?
Really don't know what would I do. Either way, you know, if you bet, if you bet, you know, then basically you make the other guy think you don't have the straight, because the straight might try to check raise you in there. But then again, you know, if there's a king with the other guy, you might get a call. So
yeah, Wagner bets 107.
it's a really difficult situation, and also there's a flush draw on the board you need to avoid the other guy to hit, because then you can get into a lot of trouble with your straight. So it's a really difficult decision, but Wagner here decides to make a bet, and he gets called.
Now, Asmus can't improve. Let's see what the turn brings.
Oh, and it full. Yeah, there's also the flush draw from the flop makes full. So now it's really interesting to see what Asma is going to do and how Wagner is going to react. Because all the draws on the board are full. So everything that can beat the straight, which was nuts on the turn, is now there. Then again, Wagner should know that Asma can't have King 10 or anything. He would not have checked it from the big blind. King 7 is still possible, or a flush of any kind.
Yeah. 225,000 goes in. It's
instant call, and gets the pot with the straight.
Well played.
And Asma seemingly not happy of himself in here.
Insta call though. That's.
Yeah, he decided already that he doesn't believe anything.
Yeah, anything less than half my stack is going.
Yeah.
Wins only 300 grand in that.
But it was a good check on the river though from him. He made Asma a bet there with the trip kings. So he made I think he made the best value he could get from there.
Yeah. Did Asma call a bet on the river there?
Well, he called on the turn. So the board, okay, changed a lot, but basically he decided that he's better on the turn. So only fold he can make is that he thinks that that he has a flush. Wagner again with a hand. He's getting them.
Hand here. This is
he's getting all the hands and he's getting all the chips. So they're like making the bet for him.
Like I said, it's an easy game.
It's an easy game when you get those cards and you got those chips.
Yeah.
The shuffle machine is specialist.
It's not easy.
The shuffle machine.
And Asma with King Jack suited here. Just clashed head.
King Jack, 2 big stacks.
Well, Asma is not only having a million now, but he's just played against Wagner the hand, not before, but before that.
Yeah.
So
you say all in?
He moves all in.
Yeah, he goes all in
with King Jack suited.
King Jack, sorry. King Jack.
But Asma, you gotta give credit to the guy because he hasn't been slow player. You know, he hasn't been a tight player. He has been playing those hands all the time.
He's going to pretend to want to call, but it's an avoid for him. And he calls with the ace queen. And we see a player eliminated.
We got a 60-40 here.
Asma, who was a huge chip leader not that long ago, is now
Fighting for his life on the tournament.
with a queen on the flop.
But this open ender for
Draw, yeah.
62-38.
Six of hearts on the turn, no help.
So he's gonna need a king, 9 or an ace.
King.
And there's the king on the river.
Wow.
So Asma doubles up. So this is how the fortunes can change in here, because Wagner was really solidly on the lead, and before that Asma was in the big lead, so they just doubled each other up almost.
Yeah, I mean,
so now it just changed. This
Asma only had 2.5 million when he was chip leader.
Yeah.
And now he's back to
2.3. Yeah.
Wagner went up to 2.2 and is now back down to
1 million something.
So
this is how the fortunes change. It's virtually one.
Since we've been commentating, the short stacks have been 500 to 600,000 the whole way through. Nothing. Even though the blinds have gone up and increased, we've had hands, we've had players eliminated. Nothing has really changed in the actual layout of the game. The chip leader has 2.5 million. The short stack has 500,000. Nothing is different. This is why I always think tournaments should charge a rake.
What do you mean?
Well, if we were taking rake, the game would be finished by now. There'd be no chips left on the table.
Yeah. So you're meaning we need to take a little bit of chips out of every pot.
5%.
That would make it really interesting.
And keep the blinds going up.
Yeah, keep the blinds going up. Take a little bit of rake in there. After a couple of hours, you say that I'm the chip leader with 2 chips.
At least you're still in the game.
Well, all you need is a chip and a chair.
Which is lucky, because all you have is a chip and a chair.
So we have Nemco with 500k, 8 big blinds, and Georgios Zimas with 750.
Asma with 28 or 38. Was it 28? 38. 38 big blinds I think he has right now. I'm not doing that this time of day. Everyone folds, blind on blind. Zimas picks up the blind and the antes for nothing. We're over a hand 100. Looks like my over and under is screwed. We're still looking good for Gary, and Bjorn's over and under 151. See what we have here.
So I said over 130 hands.
Yeah, well I said.
You already owe me 2 beers, so I'm very soon. After 28 hands, I'm gonna be up 4 beers from you. It sounds like a good night in Prague again.
That's fine. I'll owe you €8.
Well, more like 4 if you choose the place right.
Yeah, I know a place that sells for less than €1 beer.
Yes, I've been playing in this really small poker club, couple of tournaments myself here, and there was €1 a pint, and if you play cash game, it's free. So basically,
I would never take that deal. That's just way too expensive. Free alcohol in a poker game for me, no, that's just lethal.
So you might not survive it at all.
I'd be a millionaire if I didn't have that thing. Are they on another break? Or are they just all getting up for?
We went to talk to the audience for a while.
Queen back.
Yeah.
As queen back.
Do you know why they're not using the shuffling machine?
Not really. I think it's because of the cards.
Because I broke it.
Because you broke it. No, I don't think these cards are a little bit thicker, so
yeah, they are.
Maybe
they
the shuffling machine can't handle them.
Probably scratching the cards.
Yeah. So we have Ella from Slovakia dealing.
Yeah, I think she's Slovakian, Ella. Raise with a King 7 offsuit, and everybody works. If only they
gets the blinds. I think that was what he was aiming for.
Get to see their cards, or they were just too quick. 10-5 and Queen 7, so good folds. Hands till I owe you 2 more beers.
Yeah.
We've just been we just had a friend of ours come into the booth here in the commentator box. This is Anthony Mink. He's a World Series of Poker supervisor, very experienced dealer. So we've paid him with free beer to sit down and talk about this game for a little while. Let's see if he has any interesting opinions.
So Gareth, it's a pleasure joining you here inside the booth. We're live with 5 players remaining. We've elapsed about 6 hours of play here. It seems to me that these guys are playing a little bit tight. We have a few short stacks, and the money means a lot to these guys. It is Christmas time, so let's see what we can do. Looks like we've got an all-in from the small blind with King 10 offsuit from Asma. Actions on Nepgo. In the big blind, he has King Deuce off, and most likely he's going to fold this hand, but we'll see how it plays out. He is in the tank right now.
Well, I think he's playing way too tight to be considering that his king is good here.
Yeah, he raised all in about an orbit ago from the button with King Queen off. Lost a big pot to the player in seat number 1 on this position with pocket 9s, so I believe he is the shortest stack, and he is wondering if his king is any good.
I think 500k going into this. So.
Yeah, so an easy fold with just the King Deuce, and in the small blind, Asma's going to take this one down.
Shows the king. Netkov knows he made the right decision. Hand 105, and still 5-way action. Asma on the button, small blind to Netkov and big blind to Zormpas, Greece, Russia and Estonia.
So with the blind levels being at 5,000 ante, 30,000 small blind, 60,000 big blind, I believe the chip leader has right around 28 to maybe 30 big blinds. So it's close in range. The short stack here has about 8 big blinds, I believe. So I don't think this would take too much longer, but like I said, once again, these guys are playing a little tight, and obviously the money is good, so we'll see how it plays out. Once again, Wagner's picking up a very decent hand, marginal 5-handed hand. He's got King Jack of Spades, and he raises from the cutoff position. The button releases, small blind folds, actions over to the big blind with 6 tray, and he's folding as well.
8-4 small blind at the 6-3. Easy pickup for Wagner, but Wagner's getting hit in the face at the moment.
I've watched about 3 orbits or so since I've been back here in the booth, and he's had Ace King twice, Ace Queen offsuit, King Jack. He open folded pocket 6 as one hand, which was to his discretion, but he is getting the more favorable cards here at this moment with just 5-handed play.
go for slash.
Once again, Wagner's picking up an ace under the gun. He has the ace 7 of diamonds. Action's on him. Just open folds, actually, which is kind of an odd play. Over to the short stack on the button with 8-6 of diamonds, and he pushes all in. Small blind folds the 9-10 offsuit. Over to the big blind with 10-4.
Zimas is really, I think he's really thinking on this. Not just acting here.
I don't think that he's thinking too much about it. He's probably wanting an exact count to see if the odds are any good, or what type of equity he can gain with just the 10 high if he is ahead. And he doesn't know it right now, but he does have the better hand.
You need to know it to get the calculation.
Correct.
In his head. So if the pot odds are decent.
And he throws him in the muck with a little bit of regret, but we'll move on to the next one.
Maybe you want to call it good is it go?
So I don't know much about these players, but at this point, do you think that anyone's better than any of the other players at the table, or do you have a favorite, or someone you think is playing more aggressive?
I think Asma, the Estonian, is the one who has been making the most plays here, and Nemkov has changed his strategy a little bit. He started really tightly, and then he made a couple of moves, which actually the other one cost him a lot. So now he's in a situation where he needs to change his strategy again because he's short stacked. And the Greeks, they have just been solid rock in there. They only play the good hands, and seemingly they don't play against each other either.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much action from either of the two Greeks.
Then again, we haven't seen a hand that they actually both would have a hand.
That's correct. They aren't really getting any marginal cards here, so.
But yeah, we haven't seen anything. Nobody making lots of moves with bad cards or anything. So basically, they're only playing the cards here.
Right. We haven't seen too many things get out of line. Nothing's been really drastic or unfavorable based on the hands they have and the betting patterns. So it seems to me that they're just kind of hanging around, waiting for something favorable.
Yep. And waiting for set up somebody to drop out.
So now we have Zimas in the small blind with the 3-4 of clubs, and Wagner's in the big blind with the Queen 9 of diamonds. And he makes the call to the small blind. Wagner goes all in, and he's going to take this one.
Raising machine, you're all in. Doesn't give you too much room.
Queens. Okay. Under the gun with queens.
So back to the action, the short stack, Nepko, he's all in with pocket queens. Action to the cutoff, he folds. The button picks up 7 deuce. Zimas is going to throw that away, of course. Over to the small blind here with Wagner. A little bit of a delay. We can't see his cards.
Action.
He had 4 deuce of spades.
Because the cards are on top of each other and not separate, so we can't get the chips to read. We can't get.
Yeah. So with the RFID here at this table, if the players don't spread the cards out exactly to where they can be picked up by the computers, it's a little bit of a lagging play. So, but he did have the 4 deuce of spades and folded his hand. Action's over now to Asma in the big blind. He's holding the ace 6 of hearts, which at this time, it's a favorable hand 5-handed, and he's trying to get an exact count, seeing if the pot odds are there for him to make this call, whether or not his ace high is any good. So he's trying to see what the dealer cuts out here. He wants an exact count, and we'll go from there. And it looks like it's 485,000 total, so it's going to cost Asma another 425,000. He's gone in the tank here for a second, checking to make sure he still has the ace 6 of hearts.
Really doesn't have the odds if he thinks that.
He does actually make the call. So we have an all-in call situation. Ace 6 of hearts versus the short stack with pocket queens, and we'll wait on our fabulous dealer here to see what we got.
fabulous left-handed dealer.
So the flop is the 4 of hearts, king of diamonds, 9 of spades. The pocket queens are still ahead for Nepco. Turns the 8 of clubs. He's going to need one of 3 outs, Asma, here. He needs an ace on the river to go ahead and win this hand, and it's going to be another 9, which pairs the board. And the queens are going to double up. 485,000 total.
Second time Asma doubles Nemco up. First time he doubled him up with ace 4, went all in, and Nemco had aces on the blind. And now Nemco uses Asma's bank again to double up.
It's actually an unfortunate situation, picking up a suited ace in the big blind when you're faced with an all-in. That's only a small percentage of your stack. It's almost a forced call there. If you can knock a player out and jump up in the prize pool.
At this point, whenever this short stack gets a situation, he can throw all in to try to rob the blinds, he will do it. So basically, most of the time you might actually be ahead with ace 6, I would say.
I think 90% of the time it's a must call in that situation. So it's not that he got unlucky. He just had the worst hand and he didn't win. So. Looks like we have some updated chip counts here. Believe it or not, with 5-handed play, the biggest stack is 1.8 million, and that's only 22 big blinds. So I don't see this going too much longer, but as we've spoken about, it's a grind right now. These guys, it's Christmas time. Maybe they've got some gifts they want to purchase for the family. Maybe they've never cashed this much before, so...
All in.
Alright, so back to the action here. Asma has the ace-king of diamonds in an all-in situation against Zimas with ace-jack offsuit. This is an all-in call situation. The flop is deuce of hearts, deuce of spades, and the 6 of clubs. Ace-king is still ahead. The turn is the deuce of clubs.
So there's a possibility of a tie also here.
And the river is the tray of hearts. Ace-king is going to win this hand, and Zimas will be eliminated as our 5th place finisher.
Zimas is going to get 16,900 euros out of it. The next payout will be 22,560 euros. So we're down to 4 players. So Sormpas, our only surviving Greek player. Zimas, I think he played really solid game here. He didn't make any moves, and I think it might have cost him.
I know that he played one hand bad earlier that cost him a big pot when the board ran out runner clubs and his opponent made the nut flush. He actually flopped top pair on a 10-8-5 flop and was really passive.
10 deuce in there.
Yeah, didn't make a bet on the flop, and I believe that could have cost him the hand. Had he bet out when...
Yeah, he would have won the pot on the flop.
It seems the way these guys are playing. Had he bet out on the flop, I don't think it's any way possible that his opponent could have called with the ace 4.
Ace 5, I think. Ace 4 or I don't want. Yeah, Wagner could. I don't think also him making the call, but that cost him pretty much this tournament.
That's the only mistake that I've seen him play. He's been very patient. Picks up the ace jack. He's behind. Now he's going home. But once again, he did pick up just a little over 16,000 euros. So nice payout for him. We're at hand 110 here at the final table. We're now 4-handed.
And looks like we're going to have some action on this hand. Nemco, the only one with not really a decent hand here. Everyone else is holding something.
So from the cutoff position with the ace-10 of diamonds, Wagner does make a raise. Looks like it's 185. And Asma on the button has the king-jack offsuit, which 4-handed is obviously decent. When you look down and your cards can look back at you with 2 pictures, you're going to play. So it looks like he calls. The amount was 160 actually. It was 160,000 and called here from Asma.
And Sormpas
with a decision to make. He's got 1.1 million, which is the second lowest stack at this time. And he's got a pair of nines. If I remember correctly, he had a pair of nines before, which he doubled up with.
That is correct.
It's been a lucky hand for him.
I'm not too sure where they found this dealer at. She's very pretty, and it looks like we're going to have some fireworks. We have three very decent hands here with only four-handed play remaining. So we're going to have a three-way flop, with obviously nines being in the lead right now. Let's see what the flop brings. The flop is the Queen of Diamonds, King of Clubs, and the Five of Diamonds. So we've got top pair with kings. We've got a gut shot straight draw and the nut flush draw for Wagner with the ace-10 of diamonds. And it's pretty bad flop for the pocket nines. He's first to act and he checks. We might see a little bit of dancing going on here between Asma and Wagner.
So Wagner actually in the lead, starting the betting.
Looks like he bets 210.
Yeah.
185. 185 is the bet here. He's got an overcard with the ace, the nut flush draw, and he's got a gut shot straight draw. So it's a flip as of now. We'll see what happens when it comes over to Asma. He does have top pair with a very good kicker. I believe we're going to see some chips flying here. He does just make the call.
A virtual flip here.
Oh, sorry.
So 185,000 from each player heads up to the turn card. Let's see what the turn brings. The turn card is the Jack of Spades. This is going to give Wagner the nut straight right now with the ace-10. Believe it or not, Asma has top pair, kings and jacks. Once again, this hand's going to be hard to get away from for Asma. So
Wagner checks it to Asma, giving the action to Asma.
I think we're going to see some more chips flying here. This is almost like a setup hand, four-handed.
This time they're again clashing heads, horns, however you say it in English.
Has the nuts with the redraw to the nuts. He's just waiting.
These two guys have been playing each other. If there's something happening in here, they have already doubled each other up once, both ways.
And they have the biggest two chip stacks out of the four players remaining. So this pot could determine a very marginal chip leader here, depending what the river card brings. But once again, for now, Wagner has the nut straight and the nut redraw with the diamonds against the two pair of Asma with kings and jacks.
That's 225,000.
So 225,000 here from Asma on the button with the kings and jacks.
There's no need for Wagner to raise here. He can flat call that and get another bet out of him on the river.
If he thinks his opponent has a marginal hand, which obviously he does with the two pair, it's possible he puts in a raise here, but if he's going to play the hand a little passive and let his opponent have the action, he might just call on the river card, check call or check raise again. We'll see what happens. He makes the call here, so one card to come. Asma's going to need a king or a jack here to win this hand to make a full house.
Wagner is having the nuts, having a nut flush draw.
6 outs.
Only 4 outs for Asma.
And the river card is the 7 of diamonds, so he does improve Wagner here to the nut flush. He can't lose the hand. Let's see what he does here. He's first to act on the river card, and it's a scare card for Asma, but once again, four-handed play, two pair. Most likely, we're going to see some more chips going into this pot. And this pot right now, as it stands, is 1.38 million. So this is one of the larger pots that we've seen in the past hour and a half or so. Hand number 111 here at the final table.
Wagner still has $1 million behind, so.
So the action goes check, check, and
check.
Wagner's going to turn over the nuts. In disgust, he shows the king jack, and
Wagner's not happy with himself.
Very good check on the end by Asma there. Very disciplined play with two pair. He might have smelt something, and with just checking that hand on the end, I'm very fond of that play.
Asma making a good play, and Wagner trying to trap him into a betting split. No.
I believe if Wagner makes any type of bet there on the river, he's probably getting paid off. But wow, what a check on the end.
Good check, really good check from Asma. He's been playing good all the way along.
So we're going to have a pause for the calls here. We've got the dealers that are switching out here really fast, and we're going to take a short break. Be right back with you in just a few seconds.
So sick. Doesn't matter how much you bet. It's so sick. Wow. Thank God the diamond came. Thank God the diamond came in. So.
We're coming back to Ace 10 suited under the gun for Arsenal, who's just lost a big hand, so he needs to get some of these chips back. So he's coming out with a raise. It's like around 230,000. No, a little less than that, 160.
I believe it's 160. So with the blinds being 40 and 80 now, he just made a min raise with the Ace 10 suited. He's going to go ahead and take this pot down. No further action.
The antes in the blind, the small blind. You'd love to see a call from Wagner there. Blinds are now at 40 and 80,000 with a 10k ante, so they're really getting high now. So. I mean, do you think that the players are playing too tight for this level of blind?
I don't believe so. With the antes and blinds here, there's 160,000 in each pot as the cards are dealt out. So with the chip leader only having right around 30 big blinds and a stack of 2.5 million, I believe the money means a lot to these guys in this point, so they're just being as patient as they possibly can, just trying to play the premium hands. And the only big situations we've seen have been between Wagner and Asma, and I mean those hands you really can't get away from them.
Been chip leaders all the way throughout. Really.
Yeah, and they've been back and forth a few times as well. So
when Georgios was knocked out, he'd actually never got over 1 million chips in the whole time we've seen him play. So he was really low stacked all the way through. Everyone else has gone up to 1.4, 1.2 million. But to see him go was not really much of a surprise.
So the difference between fourth place and third place prize money, fourth place was going to receive 22,560, third place is 29,100. So that's a difference of about 6,400 or so. And like I said, I'm not really familiar with any of these players here remaining at the final table. So this could be, some of these guys their biggest cash. It might be their biggest accomplishment in their poker career. I'm not certain of that, being from USA, but none of the names really ring a bell. So I think they're just trying to grind it out and move up the ladder if possible. At this time, any of them can be eliminated, and it's Christmas time. The money means a lot. We'll see what happens. We're on hand 114 now. Actions to Nemco under the gun. He folds the 6-deuce offsuit. Over to the button with the king tray of diamonds. He releases his hand as well. Actions back over to Wagner.
No, you remember me. I feel bad.
So we're looking at 10-7. That's
3, 2 to 1.
You know they're looking at junk when you're looking at that hand.
He's in the small blind. We heard a little bit of conversation. These guys are having fun with each other. They've been battling throughout the whole final table. So. And he's just going to release as well. So we got a walk here for Asma. And Asma had the better hand with the queen of hearts and the 6 of diamonds.
Hand 115, blinds 40 and 80 with a 10k ante. This is a big game now, so
Did the guys have already a bet before this stuff that it's gonna end up in 115? I mean, Gary
No,
Clark and
151. Gary and Bjorn bet they would be over by 151. So
151.
under the gun, Zormpo with King 7. I don't see it going much longer. These blinds are getting way too high for anybody to make any plays.
So that'd be 36 more hands as it stands, and
we have a bet with you, Gareth, from 130. So
I'm under 130. That's my line.
So I believe that this will not end in the next 15 hands.
it's going to be close, and I think it's going to go over 130. The way these guys are playing, they're just sitting there like a bunch of rocks. So we have Asma here in the small blind. Action's been folded over to him. He has the King of Spades, 9 of Diamonds, and he announces all in. So he's going to put the pressure on one of the shorter stacks with Nepco. Has the 6 of Spades, 4 of Diamonds. Obviously can't do anything there, so loses the 80,000 in the big blind. On to hand number 116.
So we were talking earlier about how as dealers we get to travel around. You're coming from the other side of the states?
Yes, I actually live in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yeah.
I do some events for the Latin Poker Series, which is LPS. I'm a tournament supervisor at the World Series of Poker all summer long in Vegas, as well as doing some circuit stops, and very fortunate to have the PCA on my schedule as well, and that's coming up. That's my next stop. So I'm flying home tomorrow afternoon back to Cincinnati. I'll be there for Christmas and New Year's, and looking very forward to attending the PCA, which is January 6th. I also run tournaments in Reno, Nevada at the Grand Sierra Casino, so very fortunate to have that job. The poker room manager is a great friend of mine, Charles Williams. Actually came out here to enjoy Christmas vacation in Prague. I've never been here before. It's a beautiful city. I've got a lot of friends that are here at the King's Casino, Corinthia Hotel and Casino, sorry, and as well as a bunch of friends that are doing the EPT Prague Poker Festival over at the Hilton. So just came to enjoy about 10 days vacation and hang out with everyone. So I'm here in the booth now and happy to be here with you guys. So hand number 117. Wagner's in the big blind here. Action's going to be on Asma. Queen of clubs, deuce of hearts under the gun. He releases his hand. Over to Nemco with the 4-6 of diamonds, and he's been being really aggressive on the button, and look at this, he announces all in.
For him, 4-6 of diamonds, I wouldn't have thought to see him do that.
So he's all in on the button here, and action folds over to Wagner with 2 aces. Oh, wow.
Ace with the deck over the last couple of hours.
So, once again, Wagner picks up the best
Chips
hand.
are just being shoveled into his rack.
He's a huge favorite here going to the flop.
His diamonds, 4 6s, he's...
So let's see what the flop brings, and 2 4s in the flop. Oh my gosh! This is devastating for Wagner. He's got 2 aces here.
I've seen Wagner lose one of his big hands.
Well, it's not over yet. He has 2 outs remaining. He's going to need one of the 2 red aces on the river. Let's see what the card is. It's the 9 of clubs. So with 4s full of 9s here, the short stack Nemco is going to double up with an unbelievably lucky hand. I mean, 4-6 of diamonds. He's been being aggressive on the button. What can you
Puts
do?
him back up to around 1.5 million from 7 or something.
So it looks like his total chip
that
count.
is the 3rd or 4th all in Nemco is actually surviving now.
So he had right around 725,000 to begin the hand. He doubled up. He's now up to a little over 1.5. And with some updated chip counts here, the big blind, Asma, or the big stack, sorry, Asma has 2.375 million. At this point in the tournament, that's only 29 big blinds. So the shortest stack has 13 big blinds, and the biggest stack, four-handed, 29. I don't think this is going to go much longer. These guys are... they're starting to play a little more aggressive here, as we just seen with the 6-4 diamonds on the button, getting very, very lucky. Wow, what an unbelievable flop. I mean, that's a really tough beat there for Wagner, picking up 2 aces in the big blind. So Zornpas has right around 1 million, just a little over. Wagner 1.5. Looks like Asma has 2.3, and Nemco now winning that hand has 1.5 as well. So
What do you think would have happened if Nemco would just have made a mini race trying to steal blinds? Would Wagner
have 3-betted or just flat call with the ace, try to slow it down. Because obviously on the flop it would all go in anyway.
Yeah, I believe that if on the button there, if he would have just made a min raise with the 6-4 of diamonds, that most likely with 2 aces he could flat. His opponent that he's playing in the hand is short stacked with only 700,000. So if he flats and the flop comes 4-4-9, he believes he has the best hand. He could put his opponent on maybe, you know, Queen Jack, King Jack, a lower ace, or some type of small pocket pair. But I think the hand plays out the same either way.
Especially since the hands Nemtkov has been actually showing 6-4 diamonds.
I mean, wow, he just got extremely lucky there. So that's very fortunate for him. On to the next one, hand number 118 now. So he likes the 6-4 diamonds, but the Queen 10 offsuit's no good. He releases under the gun, and everyone's folded. Action over to the big blind, and Asma's going to take this one down. And he shows pocket deuces.
So I have about 11 hands to win my bet.
I think you're drawing dead.
Me too.
So if Gareth wins tonight, then we'll have to go out and enjoy a night on the town once again here in beautiful Prague.
Another night on the town.
Gareth is losing, so but in the end we have to go
Ace
out
four
still
under the
because we have
guns
to
won't
buy
pass.
this.
All in under the gun.
So we've got an all-in here under the gun with the ace 4 of
Instant
spades.
fold from the bigger stacks.
And everyone releases, so he's going to win this hand. And Zornpa really hasn't done too much here. He's sitting on the left-hand side of the table all by himself. He picks up a small pot here with taking down the blinds and antes. I've almost forgotten that he's still here at the table. We haven't seen anything from him really.
No,
Just
not in a while.
One hand he had pocket nines about 3 orbits ago, and that's the only thing I've seen him do. Besides that, his cards aren't the greatest, and I think he's showing the most patience out of everyone here.
Which is really, actually, to me, it's really unnatural for a Greek player. Racist. No, but there are.
Yes,
what do you think? I think there are a lot of these national characteristics on players that if you come from Spain or Greece or somewhere like that, you're
passionate.
Tend to be more aggressive than if you come from.
That's correct. I believe that everyone, based on their ethnicity and their location geographically in the world, you can put some type of read on them. Russians, tend to be aggressive, as well as most of the players that I know from Asia. They love to gamble. These guys gamble higher stakes money than most of the people on the planet, and they play super fast. They love the casino games like Baccarat, Punta Blanco, different forms of thing, horse racing.
Welsh people, how do we gamble?
I actually only know one person from Welsh, Gareth, and he's an amazing guy. That just so happens to be you.
You must know Roberto Romanello. He's one of the...
I actually do know him as well, and I'm fond of his play.
Yeah, he's a great player. Ace 10 under the gun here, offsuit.
So hand number 121, Asma's under the gun, ace of spades, 10 of clubs. I believe he's going to take the action a little higher. Let's see what he makes it here. He's cutting out some chips now.
And again, another low bet.
Yeah, just a min raise here to 160.
Button folds.
So Zornpa here has the 4-7 of clubs. He folded his hand as well. And the action over to the big blind. Wagner has the queen of spades, jack of hearts. He does make the call, so we're going to be heads up to the flop. And the flop is the 8 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds, deuce of clubs. The turn card is the tray of diamonds.
I think that's good.
And we have Wagner making a bet here. Looks like 125,000 with just queen jack high. No players have anything here. No one's really connected in any way. Asma still has the best hand with the ace high.
I will give that.
We'll see if he thinks it's still good and makes the call, and he does not. So a little bit of aggression here from Wagner. He's going to take this one down.
Then it's empty. Good. Keep taking it.
So hand number 122, action folded over to Zornpa on the button with Queen 8. He releases. Wagner's in the small blind here with 7 of diamonds, tray of spades. He folds as well, so we've got another walk for Osman.
I'm really starting to wonder what hands they need to actually start shoving with. I'd have been shoving hours ago with this stuff.
Yeah, this is taking quite some time here. We've elapsed the 6.5 hour mark as only 5 players eliminated thus far. So at this rate, we're losing 1 player per hour, and I think you're going to lose your bet, Gareth, so I'm going to save a seat for you at the bar. I'm going to take off early tonight, and I'll be anticipating those free drinks when you arrive.
3?
Free drinks.
Only 2.
No.
2 free.
It's 4 really soon.
So we're having a little fun here in the booth. We do have a little side action, and something for us to talk about as we're sitting here in board.
Finally, pocket pair, we're going to see something.
So hand number 123 under the gun. Zornpa here has pocket 10s, 10 of clubs, and the 10 of diamonds. Action's on him. Let's see what he decides to do here. He does announce all in.
All in. Instant all in.
Action over to Wagner on the button. He's holding the ace of hearts, deuce of diamonds. Looking roughly at the chips. Decides to release the hand. Jack 6 of clubs.
Queen 9. He's going to fold as well. You take a great hand and turn it into a blind steal.
So the pocket 10s here under the gun being really aggressive. Yeah, going to take this one down. So at this rate, four-handed, the way the blinds and antes are, I believe you need to win 1 hand per orbit. Just tread water here.
Float,
yeah.
Is that players on break?
Go ahead. So it looks like we're going to take a short break here. We'll be right back with you in just a few seconds. All right, so back to the action. Hand 124. Look at this. Wagner under the gun here with the ace-9 of diamonds. And once again, he does seem to be picking up the more favorable hands. He's also playing aggressive. He is going to make a raise here under the gun. So he does make a min raise to 160,000. Action to Osman on the button with King 8 offsuit folds, small blind folds, big blind folds as well. So an easy pot here for Wagner. So hand number 125, Gareth, you getting a little nervous? Looks like you only got 6 to go.
I have 5 hands to go, so I reckon I could end it. If I was dealing, I'd have finished it by now.
Yeah, most certainly, for sure.
And the only reason actually Gareth could finish this so early is that he's so annoying to the players that they really want to go off from the table.
Because I give him a better option. Let's just split the money up and go to the pub. So we have a raise all in on the button from I can't say this word. Nettenkov. And he runs into a pair of deuces from Wagner. Wagner's is he going to be playing his luck on these deuces? No, he's going to flip them. I'd like to have seen that flip.
Yeah, once again, these guys are playing really, really tight, but it's only a pocket pair of deuces, the lowest pair possible, so based on the counts, he just decided to release them.
So I have 4 hands left. This is hand 126. My over and under bet is definitely going to be losing. I'm trying to sell off a piece of my action. Would anybody like to buy me a beer?
No, I'm going to be actually, I'm going to save you a seat at the bar for the free beer, so.
Well, King 10 of spades on the button for Zormpa. Now short stacked, he's got to be looking at this hand like it's a
Wow.
folding possibility. That is phenomenal.
Wow, just open folds immediately, the King 10 suited on the button. So very, very passive play here, four-handed. And the only two guys that seem to be battling once again, Wagner and Asma. And again, Asma is going to get a walk.
Flashes a jack as he folds. Was that a king?
Looks like a...
Giving away some information there.
Yeah, that was accidental, but that's the second time in a row that Asma got a walk there on this big blind.
I can't believe he didn't call or do something with that King 10.
Yeah, once again, the Greek player that seems to be out there and nowhere on the left side of the table.
He hasn't really been over $1 million in a good long while.
Just no play really from him. I'm not sure. I'm not too fond of that play four-handed. I would have definitely introduced some chips to the pot there.
King 10 is not a great hand. In fact, King 10 is a pretty bad hand.
But when you're facing the blinds only in your four-handed,
are only going up. You're not going to get many more opportunities to shove in with something with a suited pitcher.
So once again here under the gun, he picks up the same exact hand, and again, same situation, just releases. King 10 for Zormpa, folds.
I can see that release. I can agree with that release. He's under the gun. It's off suit, but on the button with a big suited king.
Yeah, this is a little head scratching here. We can say this. The play, I'm not too fond of that, but. You know, once again, these guys are playing for a lot of money, and obviously they're all great players. They're down to the Final Four, so I can't talk too bad about them. But if it was me playing, I would have for sure threw some chips in there with the King 10 suited on the button.
Actually, interesting fact, King 10 suited is the hand I've been knocked out of every tournament I've ever played with.
I doubt that, Gareth, but...
that is 100% true.
And you've played 3 tournaments in your life?
I've played 4.
Nice. Then I believe you. So we do have a raise here from Asma. He's holding the 6 of hearts and the 5 of diamonds. And we've got a call here from Netnikov, and he's holding pocket deuces. So we're flipping here. Heads up to the flop. The flop is the Queen of Clubs, 4 of spades, and the 8 of hearts. So still a flip situation. He can hit a 5, 6, or a 7 Asma here to make the best hand. Netnikov still has the deuces, which are in the lead at this point, and Asma is going to give a pass. We'll see how many chips Netnikov throws out. It looks like 160 is the bet. Yeah. Action back over to Asma, and he just releases.
Although he has plenty of outs.
So Gareth, I'm not sure what kind of food you like, but I'm going to go ahead and head down to the bar, grab something to eat, and when you arrive, we got some beers coming in. Once again, what a beautiful city Prague is. If ladies and gentlemen, if any of you ever get a chance to come here, you know, aside from the poker action, so many historical buildings and lots of culture and tradition here during the Christmas time in Prague. Such a beautiful place to be. I would highly suggest anyone getting a chance to make the journey out here to the Czech Republic. It's a phenomenal place. Nothing like it in the world.
And if you're anything like me and all you've done is spend all your time in the casino and James Dean, you should probably get out and see the markets and the lights at night and the Christmas trees.
Correct. It's very festive here during these times. Lots of great food as well. So hand number 128. Action's over to Asma on the button, and looks like he's making a raise here as well with the ace-4 offsuit. Raises to 160,000, so just a min raise with the blinds being at 40,000, 80,000. Action's over to Netnikov, in the small blind, 120,000 to call with ace jack. So he does have the more dominant ace here, and it looks like he's cutting out some chips. Most certainly he's going to raise. Looks like he makes a raise to 375,000. Action over to the big blind with the 8-4 of spades. Zorpa folds, so we're back over to the button with Osma and the ace-4. We'll see what he does here.
I think he's likely to call here.
So he's facing a 3-bet of 375 total, and he just goes and releases his hand.
Shows you what I know. I'm finding the play very, very passive here.
Yeah, these guys are they're all sitting like a bunch of rocks.
I was lucky enough to deal WPT final this series at the King's Casino in the Corinthian. And the play was much more dynamic, much more active from the players.
Yeah, this could be very prestigious for these guys. I'm not, too sure of the names like I mentioned earlier, and I can't say that anyone's ever cashed for this high before. So, first place being a little over 64,000 euro. It's a huge payday for these guys. So
we're just looking at the back of our tournament directors and floor people. That's Steve Fraser and Troy Iverson, working real hard all week.
Yeah, two of the best. I learned a lot from these guys, and I heard you mention earlier that Troy Iverson does the World Series of Poker, so he works with me as well.
Yep.
And he does all the mixed games. He's a specialist. He runs all the later start time tournaments, which would be the 5 or 3 p.m. events, and dealer's choice games, all the stud type games, all the Omaha games, PLO. Anything that can be implemented into a tournament structure, and anything we host at the series, he's one of the best.
We have a hand building here. This is Asma coming under the gun with a pair of queens. He's kind of out his chips. He's looking at 320 grand by the looks of it. No, less. Doesn't put it all out. It's 200. 160 min raises. Netenkov folds, king 7 suited. 10-9 and king 8 are also probably going to fold.
So just facing a min raise.
King 8 with Wagner. Okay.
Yeah, so Wagner does make the call out of the big blind. It's just a min raise here. He's got a decent hand with king high. So heads up to the flop. Flop is the 10 of clubs, tray of spades, 4 of hearts.
If you're seeing the same screen as we are, you'll see the turn, the 2 of diamonds is listed up. This is because the RF sensors are built into the table, so they detect cards within a certain range. This just means that the dealer has put the burn card slightly too close to the sensor, so it's reading the 2 of diamonds as part of the board.
Yeah, so we didn't have a 4-card flop there. That's just the technology we have now in poker and the RFID picking up some signals, and that was the burn card, the deuce of diamonds. So for anyone at home looking at that,
so rabbit hunting's back in this season.
So it is the season for rabbit hunting, yeah, right here in beautiful Prague.
We're 4 players, and we have a difference of 13 big blinds to 27 big blinds.
Yeah, so it looks like the small stack here is just over 1 million, and the biggest stack is 2.1, so it's very close here in range.
We're really not making much action here. We're more moving blinds and antes around the table. We're waiting for someone needs to run into someone else.
Yeah, we definitely.
Too big hat.
I've actually seen a lot of fireworks here in Prague. They've been doing some daily displays down in the Old Town Square area, and we're looking for a little more fireworks here on this poker table. The bars do close early tonight. It is only a Tuesday, so hopefully these guys finish soon, because Gareth, it looks like you're going to buy. We're on hand 130 now, my friend.
God damn it.
So with hand number 130, action under the gun, Netenkov with the ace-queen offsuit.
Raises with 160k.
Takes it up a little, 160 is the action. And he's going to go ahead and take this as all players release their hands. So it's official, Gareth. You're buying drinks tonight, buddy. I'll save everybody some seats, man. I'm looking forward to it. My last night here in Prague.
I'm really thankful for you, Gareth.
So once again, another bad read from a great dealer. Good thing this guy didn't play poker.
Did you guys get this in writing, right?
I believe that is said in the TV, you know, this live stream, that somebody must have heard it.
So we're having too much fun here in the back booth, guys. But Gareth has lost the bet. Not a big bet, but it's probably going to cost him.
We have another bubble coming up because the other commentators, Bjorn and Gary, I think they were betting on 151 over and under.
It's very possible that we get there as well. So that's only 20 hands away. We're on number 131 now. And the way these guys are playing, we could see 300 hands.
40 hands at four-handed, so I think we could see it up to 200 now.
We definitely need some action, so it's almost like we're going to have a cold deck situation because as of now, no one's really getting anything to do any business with. But with
I've noticed that nobody here seems to be bullying or pushing other players purely based on their position and their chip stacks. It all seems to be down to what they have in their own hand.
That is correct. So hand number 131 here, actions folded to Wagner on the button with the deuce tray of diamonds. He does make a raise, only a min raise to 160. And look at this. Now we have some action. We have an all-in.
All in with a pair of threes.
So there's no possible way here Wagner can call, and he's looking back just to make sure he had what he had. Releases his cards. So Asma here with the pocket trays wins the pot with the all-in action. Hand number 132.
So, Joni, you're from Finland, so you're quite close to Estonia. Do you spend a lot of time going over there?
Not anymore, really. I used to go over there when I used to work at the casino in Finland because we were not allowed to play in our own casino. So the nearest place to play poker was going to Estonia. It's just like 1 hour fast ferry trip from Helsinki to Tallinn. So I used to spend a lot of time there.
Do you know any Estonian language?
I know something. I can actually understand some Estonian, and the Estonians pretty much can understand Finnish. That's because they used to have Finnish TV. Yeah. It's quite similar, and the Estonians had Finnish TV for a long while, and they were still part of the Soviet Union, so they liked to watch Finnish TV because.
Do you know the Estonian word for 12 months?
12 months? No, I cannot really say that right now.
Anthony, do you know the Estonian word for 12 months?
No clue, my friend.
Kaks taste good.
Kaks taste kuukaut.
That's the one.
So it looks like we've got the tournament director coming back out with some more pens and papers. Four-handed play. We're going to get some chip counts. I think these guys are going to make a deal. So we were just speaking about Joni, and he is from Finland, so he's Finnish. My name once again is Anthony Mank. Guys, it's a pleasure being here with you in the booth. I'm not finished, but I am finished. So thanks again, everyone. Enjoy your evening. Good luck to the remaining 4 players.
Anthony is a born-to-be DJ here, teaching us how it's done properly.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Anthony, and I'm sorry for all the watchers that the quality of this stream just went down a little bit.
So it looks like we're getting chip counts from players here. Maybe someone suggested a deal. Maybe they just need chip counts for the bloggers and the live stream here.
And back to the languages in poker here. There's also a really old joke about an Englishman going to Finland to play some poker.
Okay.
And it's not actually a joke. That's because whenever a Finn bets 200, he says 200, which pretty much sounds like cocksucker. So there was this English guy going to Helsinki to play a little bit poker, and he was like thinking, "What the fuck? Why they're always saying cocksucker to each other?" and there's also the Finnish word for straight is suora, which somehow said to an Englishman calls like sewer rat. And he was, they are insulting all of us all the time.
And the Italians too. The Finnish don't get along with the Italians because every time the Finnish person says "look at the sea."
Yeah, look at the sea in Finnish means some bad words in Italian.
What is look at the sea in Finnish?
Katso merta.
And what is?
In Italian, katso merta. It's the same. It's like, well, I don't actually even know, but it's some bad words they tend to use all the time.
My roommate
and there's a lot of
yelling at me,
yeah.
So.
And there's a lot of this similar that Estonian word means something different in Finnish.
Yeah. Like cocks taste good.
Something like that.
Cocks taste good in Finnish means
pretty much the same.
I like chicken.
No, not really. But for example, a hawk in Estonian means a dick in Finnish.
I can see how that would happen. But the Scandinavian countries and the Baltic countries, they share a lot of the same history and all of that. Do you get to learn any of that in Finland, or do you just kind of ignore those guys across the water?
Of course, we get to learn about the history, and the funny thing is that Finland and Estonia actually doesn't share too much of history, and we are from the beginning from the same tribe, I would say, because of the language. But we have much more in common history with Sweden and with Russia. So the Estonian have just stayed across the Gulf, and none of us have been invading each other. And we of course we have been.
Vikings used to all sail across and kill each other till they discovered how to sail to England.
And then they started killing English people.
France, Turkey.
Yeah, but Finland and Estonia is really like brothers. So we have been. Finnish people have been like doing a lot of building and doing a lot of business in Estonia, and we have lots of Estonian people living in Finland and working in Finland, and it goes both ways.
No, a few of the dealers in our little dealer family are from Estonia, so they're working and living in Finland now. Kairi and Crystal.
Yeah, hi to you guys if you're listening.
They're not watching.
Or watching.
Would be funny if they were, but they're really not. So we are right now. We're looking at chip stacks here for the 4 players left in the GrandLive main event. There's not much difference between first and second place. 1 double up. There's nothing. Literally anybody can win this tournament, depending on how the cards fall. And the players all counting their chips and discussing. The microphone is turned off, which is an instant sign to say that these guys are discussing a deal, and they just don't want that information to be shared. So we all know what's going on. No one's going to lie about anything here. We know that what we would do in this situation, how much you would ask for if you had the big chip stack.
Well, what do you think, Gareth? You're never gonna be in this situation and like that, but you would take any deal. No, I mean as a player.
Oh right, no, not as a player.
You would take any deal that involves more money than you get from the last payout.
I'll tell you, one of the last tournaments I ever played was in my local casino, and it was a €10 rebuy competition, round of each, Hold'em and Omaha. And I came in very last minute of registration at the end of the break, and I bought my €30 worth of chips, and I luck boxed my way to the final table. I'd been drinking, and when we got down to three-handed, I had over 85% of the chips.
85%.
85% of the chips. I couldn't even reach my arms around
the
all
chips
of
to
the
look
chips
at your
on
cards.
the table to see my cards. The other 2 players had like less than a handful each.
Yeah.
And then the guy that had the slightly shorter stack, he had like 4k, and the other guy had like 6k, and I had like 300k. And the guy with the slightly shorter stack, do you want to do a deal? And I said, yeah, what would you like to do? Give me first and you guys play for second? I don't know what's going on. You give me more money for first? I don't know how to chop this up. I came third.
You came third?
I came third. That
well
was
played,
my best tournament result so far. We ended up doing a deal when I lost half of the chips back to them, and then we were about even stacked. And I ended up with the worst.
But it's actually one aspect for being a good poker player to know how to make good deals. For example, nowadays you do a lot of deals, and I was once in a situation myself playing online. There's 5 players left. I have half of the chips, and there's 5 left. And they offer me a deal that I will get based by chip count, and I will get half of what would be a deal with the second and the first.
Mm-hmm.
So of course I'm gonna take that deal at that point of time. I have half of the chips, okay, but then again it would be me making a split deal with the first and second, and there's still 5 guys left, so anything can happen. So basically those guys did not know how to do a deal, and I got like 12,000 on the deal. So it was, and the last payout was like 2,000 or something, and I could have serious.
When you're talking about big tournaments like this, I mean, you can see these guys walking in now. These aren't playing anymore. These are friends of the guys who are involved. This is another player we've had all here this week.
It doesn't. Yeah,
You know,
it's a Greek guy here coming to talk.
He's a Greek guy, very funny guy, very cool guy. But you know, he's there because he is either backing one of the Greek players at the table, or he has some stake in the game. You know, when you're negotiating deals at this kind of level, you're not just relying on your own.
Well, basically, as a player, you are the one who by the rules make the decisions, but of course,
but if you have a backer
many times, you allow them in the negotiations sometimes.
If the backer thinks you stand no chance of winning this tournament, then he's gonna cut his losses. If the backer thinks that, you know, with 12 big blinds you can come back and destroy them, then, you know, fair play. If you can't come back and destroy them, well, that's good. So it looks like they're writing some figures down, so they might be approaching some kind of deal. What do we actually have left in the prize pool? 64k 41, so 105
plus 50ish,
plus 52, 51, so 156 left in there.
So it would be 156 total left in the prize pool. So that,
and the difference between 2.3 million top stack and 1.030 is it's one hand, you know. It's one hand and anybody.
Yeah, but then again, yeah, by the chip count, it's a really big deal. You know, it's really big difference because it's 29 against 12. So I'm certain that Raiko Asma wants to have
Raiko 3 times as much as they do a chip cut deal. So I'd like to know what's going on in TI's mind here. I mean, me, whenever I've floored events myself, I don't take my own opinions into a deal. I let them hash it out themselves. And
yeah, I think TI is going to do the same, but he's just calculating some new figures, writing them down, showing the players what would be if you would do this kind of deal.
Whenever I'm running a tournament, I would always have a deal option. When I create the payout structure, I would always have a deal option ready to go. So before the final table has even happened, I have a printed out sheet of what could potentially be a deal. You know, because we make the structures based on our own percentages, but we know that players are going to make a deal. There's no point in fighting against that. It's going to happen. So I would bring out a suggested deal if that's the deal you'd like to do. You know, so let's say in a small regular casino, you might have a 1,040 for first place. So you take the 40 off and give that to the bubble. You know, that type of deal.
Yeah, basically, I think that it's so easy to making, you know, in online nowadays they have this deal machines in there, so you immediately get your deal based on chip counts and everything, so people are used to it. So it makes it a lot harder in live game because they need to actually calculate the stacks first and then calculate the amount of you know, money according to the stack, the chip count based deals.
We have to do that for players all the time.
So it takes a lot longer time.
Yeah. But it's definitely a skill you need. You need to be able to negotiate some kind of deal for yourself.
Yeah, basically nowadays at every tournament almost, there at some point of time there will be a deal negotiations. And if you are good at the negotiations, you will make a lot more money than if you are bad at negotiating those. So you only not need the skill of playing poker, but you also need some negotiation skills.
You also need to get to
if you're a tournament player. Yeah,
with some chips.
Yeah, that's
the only time I ever get to a final table with some chips is if I'm setting it up.
So you're walking into the final table with the chips with you.
In a bag.
In a bag. Well, in 8 or 9 bags. Sometimes for only 6.
Yeah, but I've made many more final tables than almost every other player.
I think you're pretty correct in there. You make them like every week or so.
Yep. I've also busted out more players than
anybody else. Yeah. Yeah, it's the number you have, but how many players you have busted this last 2 weeks? It's
yeah, it's pretty sick. We've had a lot of players come through.
You have busted like more than 200 people, I would say.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe something around that. Yeah, all of us have really. It looks like they've come to some arrangement anyway. Somebody's smiling. Here's your body language test. Who got the best deal?
Well, Estonian Raiko Asma is
relaxed,
putting his
that's
Estonian
all.
glasses on, so maybe
He's happy.
maybe he's happy, and I think he's only happy when it rains. No, he's only happy when he doesn't make a deal, because he's a chip leader here, and I believe that.
Yeah. Well, the last time they were, we thought they were discussing a deal. The same situation. He was talking to his friend, and we found out they didn't actually agree on anything. We thought he did. Whoa! First hand now, all in, and we don't have the hand. So, how good's your poker to guess what that is? Don't muck it, Martin. Don't muck it. We want to see it.
Well, it's been mucked now, but
Yeah, it's in the muck. We'll never find
Thomas Wagner gets some more chips from that.
Oh, sevens. Sevens is the
Oh,
king
this
10.
is going fast now. There we go, a little lag, but Wagner picks up the blinds.
Blinds are still 40,000 and 80,000. Ante is 10k. The green chips are 5ks and the yellows are 25s.
So every hand there's 130,000 in the pot for you to steal, but so far we haven't seen too much of the stealing action here. Only one being playing aggressive have been Asma, and
chip leader is coming in under the gun with ace jack offsuit. And the microphones are back, so we can finally hear what the players are saying. He's coming out for a raise. Or is he just flat called? Looks like it might be a flat call.
I think he, by the body language, I think he accidentally flat called.
Fold from button.
Snap
And
call.
we're all in. No.
Of course.
Wagner and Asma again.
These guys are constantly going right up against each other.
This
Fives and
is
ace
fourth
jack.
time or fifth time, I think. I think it's fourth time they're all in between each other.
Dealer's going to put the flop.
There's a jack on the flop.
So Asma goes into the lead with the jack.
6 on the turn, he's going to need to catch a 5.
Five
Or he's going
to
to be
stay in.
Only a 5.
Second place money.
Why did I make the deal?
Oh, he did make a deal.
Yeah, they made some kind of deal.
Now he has a huge stack.
But they made some kind of deal first. We have no info yet to provide to you.
3.78 million in chips, 47 big blinds compared to 22 and 11 for second and third place.
You're gonna be here with Gareth alone for a while. I'm gonna get all the info we need from the deal they made, so we're gonna provide you the info of the deal very soon.
Yeah, now Rygo Asma has a huge lead. The blinds are so high that it's going to be very difficult for the short stacks to make any moves against him. But it's far from over because with 890,000 and almost 1.8 million, having a 378 is nice, but it can get taken away very quickly. The blinds at this stage are getting to very much crapshoot territory.
One big.
10% of your stack is going in on the blind. Makes it very hard to have a wide range of cards to play. Asma's still trying to stack his chips in a usual fashion. And 134. 134 is my lucky number, so this is going to be a good hand. And under the gun immediately coming out with King 10 offsuit. He's coming out for. Looks like he's coming out for a raise. Johnny's back now with details.
Okay.
We've raised up to 160,000.
So we are back now. We are back with this deal here. So they have made a deal, which gives. They only play for 4,000 now. They only play for 4,000 euros anymore. So basically, It's
They've all taken
the Greek.
second or third.
I'm having problems with the names because I have all the things in the same paper and of course opposite sides. So Mr. Sormpas will cash out 32,200 euros.
That's a huge deal for him.
And Thomas Wagner, who just got knocked out, got 39,442 euros. And Raiko Asma got 42,000 before the eventual what will happen. And Nemkov on the last place here, 39,500. So they took really close to each other, 32 on to 42,000 on the deal, and they're playing for 4,000 more euros. 4,000 more euros for the winner.
And the trophy.
And the trophy, of course, GrandLive trophy.
I think the game has loosened up quite a little. Look at the body language between the players. Asma is throwing chips overhanded into the middle of the pot for the dealer to collect the antes. He's in a slightly better mood, and Zornpass looks a little more relaxed. He's not so tense being short stack now. He actually knows he's making some money.
Everybody's making over 30,000 euros, and you still play the play of 4,000 euros now. It doesn't feel so much.
Doesn't make so much of a difference anymore. You're no longer scraping that bottom payout. You're no longer trying to cling on till someone else gets knocked out. So you're more relaxed. They can enjoy themselves now.
Yeah, of course, it was totally different if you're making 22,000 or 29,000, and now you're thinking of making your 30 or 36. 30 or 34, or to some people 42 or 46.
He's gained, 50% of his money. So we're coming into hand 137. Nettenkov folds Jack 10 suited on the button under the gun, and we end up with 5s and 7s. Asma has the 5s, and Zormpa has the 7s. And really now, since they've made this deal,
the play has changed totally, of course.
Completely. We went for hours.
Now it's just a gamble for yes. And now it's just a gamble for 4,000. Whoever wants it most.
Jack 10 would have flopped a jack and a flush draw. So and another jack.
No 5 for Asma.
He folded his full house pre-flop.
So Perikis will double up here.
And smiles and laughter for losing.
Yeah, the game. Everybody was really tense before, and now all are really loose.
Completely changed everything.
Everybody has secured at least 32,200 euros. Asma with 42,000 and Alexander Nemtkov with 39,000. Sormpas with 32,000, and they're playing for 4 more thousand euros. So the only bet remaining with the 4,000 euros will be our last commentator's bet. If they're gonna make 145 or 150.
14 hands to do, 13 hands to do it.
Yeah, I think they're not gonna see it.
Yeah, 151.
I don't think it's gonna last that long.
Can we fast forward the feed and find out? Does this thing fast forward?
We have another deal change. We have 3 players left. And now look, immediately it's creeped up from 11 big blinds. He hasn't been over 14, 15 big blinds since we sat down.
Yeah, I think he hasn't been up from there since the last 2 or 3 hours almost.
Yeah. And now he has 23 big blinds.
Immediately. But I think Mr. Perikis Sormpas has made the best of this final.
Yes, I think so.
He was so close, busting out many times, had no stack to play with, just hanging around in there, and eventually making a deal to secure himself at least 32,000 euros from this. I think he's the real winner in here. And Asma, after the last hand he lost just after made the deal, he won the hand, and he said that why did I do that deal?
Now, 20 minutes ago he'd be instantly folding this hand without any consideration in this position. Just too scared to play it, too unsure, too dangerous of his stack.
But he did that again.
Yeah, but now he's at least
thinking of it, yes.
Yeah.
Seemingly the 4,000 still matters to these players.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I would say more the trophy matters at this stage. They probably play enough for themselves that 4K is not really that much money. Sure, it's a lot of money for you and me because we work for it.
Do we?
No.
Do you really consider it a work?
Well, most dealers do. It's just we don't.
Well, I'm not dealing anymore, so regular basis, I mean.
We're sat in a commentary booth with headphones and a microphone and beers, while our colleagues
are actually doing the work, pitching out the cards on the behind the wall here. So we are the lucky ones to get here.
Don't care. Cheers.
Cheers.
I think they've got over the initial excitement of making the deal, and they're actually going to start to sit down and play seriously now by raising with 6-2 offsuit. King Jack under the gun to pick up the blind. We're at hand on 140.
So any of you listening to us, watching the live stream, if you're going out tonight, you can come to commentate us in a bar called James Dean, I would say,
Usually
later
James
on.
Dean, yeah. Although I went to Coyote Ugly yesterday, it was very cool.
Did you woke up with a Coyote Ugly?
No, unfortunately not.
Fortunate for you, sir. Oh yes, I can actually know that because you have both of your arms still there.
Just a sign. Now we sit and wait for the hand decision, which is going to actually give us a winner in this tournament. I don't think we're going to see any particularly brilliant plays from players for this now.
It's just to wait for some kind of. It doesn't even need to be a setup. It's just need two semi-good hands, and someone's going to be out. Somebody, then the level of the hand you need to be calling, or I mean pushing all in right now at this level. It's just decreasing all the time. They can do moves with anything. They all want to be out also. They want to be off from the table, but of course as a winner. But
I'm all in also.
so we have two all-ins, if I heard correctly. Pair of fives against ace queen.
Pocket fives are all in. Flop is king, 6, 4.
So we have a flush draw and two overcards for Asma here on the flop. He's actually a little bit ahead. No help from him. On the turn, and the river is a jack of clubs. Asma gets the nut flush. So he got the nuts. Sormpas knocked out third place, and by the deal he cashed out eventually 32,200, and the original third place would have been 29,100. So he ended up winning about 3,000 for making the deal. Wagner, actually, who dropped out as fourth place, got 39,000, and he would have gotten 22,000 as the fourth place.
So he's on the winning side now. Both of the people who have dropped out, of course, well, when you make a deal, of course, if you got it out early, you will be ending up winning from the deal. But yeah, we're down to 2 players.
Break 15 minutes.
And they're having a break, but I am not certain do they actually have the break. They will keep the break. So we are back on the break for 15 minutes. And we got some advertisement here for German Poker Tour. 200,000 euro guaranteed. It's right after Christmas in the King's Poker Room in tell me again the place near the border.
The big place, the big casino.
Yes, King's Casino in near the Czech and the German border. It's right after Christmas. 5 days of poker in there. If you live somewhere close, just all kinds of good tournaments and going on there. 200,000 guaranteed prize pool in the tournament. But yes, me and Garrett, we are out for the break. We'll be back with you for the action when it continues.
That's easier for us also.
Yeah, it makes it simpler.
Yes.
Okay, we are back for the heads up here. We have Raiko Asma from Estonia against Alexander Nemtkov from Russia.
Maybe not third. I don't remember knocking third.
And Asma actually had pocket nines, and he got a fold. He got a walk with that. Throws the nines away, giving a little opinion of him folding it to him.
A wave of a curse. So hand 143.
We're playing for 4,000 more euros. Plus something.
Not even 4,140, I think.
1,044 euros if I...
4,044. Okay, blinds are still 80, 40, 80.
It's hard for you now.
And we're on heads up, so there's no more antes.
Doesn't care.
I think it's the difference in, I believe, well, it says there is antes, but obviously there aren't.
If I raise or he raises, you don't need maybe to say amount.
I think it's the difference, if I remember correctly, in online tournaments on the final table. If you get to a heads up, they haven't changed the software that they age the antes, but in live games, the antes just slow the game down a bit, and then again, you know, it doesn't really make a difference on heads up. So.
Okay, so we're going to see some action flop. Nope. 8 deuce. Instant luck.
So what do you think? Do we have a political situation also here? Estonia against Russia?
Estonia, I don't know.
Neighboring countries. Estonia has been under the control of Soviet Union. And recently Russia have been showing off. Near there they caught an Estonian, they say they caught an Estonian spy on their soil, but Estonia is saying that they actually kidnapped him from Estonia. So there might be some tension between these two players.
Only if they're one of them's a spy.
I think the spy is still in jail, so...
So he's probably not playing this game anyway.
Well, it's pretty hard to get out of a Russian prison to get to play some poker in Prague. But
Well, even if you're a spy.
well, you're from Wales, you know. You have a fellow
spy in the world ever.
Yeah, he never got caught and nobody knows of him.
Yeah, James Bond. James Bond was Welsh.
How was he Welsh?
Timothy Dalton was Welsh.
Timothy Dalton
James
was
Bond.
Welsh. Yeah. Where is Ian Fleming from?
No idea. England, I think.
England, I think. Yeah. And
Also, Batman is also Welsh.
Batman is also Welsh. There's a lot of Welsh people the world doesn't know.
Superman.
Superman also is Welsh.
No, I don't know, he might be.
Might be.
Tom Jones.
Tom Jones, Tiger of
No.
the Welsh Tiger. How do you lion? What I say?
Panther. Sex Panther.
Whatever.
No Ace Jack King 4. No action.
Oh, Asma goes mini racing with the King 4. Standard King High on the
Ace Jack
on
folds.
the heads up. No. He couldn't have folded. Did he fold?
Look like if
Are we following this stream or not?
I don't know. The stream's delayed.
There we have the trophy.
That's a trophy. Oh my god, it's fabulous. What's that made of? Tin?
we have the we have the globe in there. I think
It looks like
coming
the,
from
it looks
planet.
like the World Cup trophy.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like
Yeah.
it. Yeah, the hand is missing, but we have the world in there. The whole Earth. Coming from GrandLive, final heads up. Provided to you by Planet Earth Poker Events. And of course from the King's Casino in Prague. GrandLive NYX Network.
So 10, 3, 9, 8, both suited. Neither hits their draw on the flop.
Nemco having the top pair, checks it. Giving Asma the opportunity to bluff in there.
Which he obliges. 175, 150. You can't see how many chips there. 7 or 6? 175,000. Raise.
And an immediate fold. So he gave Raikot the opportunity to bluff, which Raikot took, and immediately folded, knew that he was not good anymore. Didn't even consider a move, making another move in there. There's the trophy again, presenting the globe. Representing, not presenting.
Is that Saudi Arabia?
That is, well, it's an imitation of the globe, at least. With some parts,
That's Finland.
With some parts of the sea a little bit narrower than they actually should be. We have Asma with Ace-Jack against Nemco, pair of trees. Asma races.
Heads up, this could be extremely dangerous.
Raise from the button with Ace-Jack.
It could very well eliminate one of these players in the tournament.
And the stacks are 3.6 million against 2.2 million. Nemco.
No, Asma declares all in with the
Nemco has raised in there somewhere, I would say. It's all in to call for Nemco.
He was counting out his chips. I think he might have declared something.
And there's a call. There's a call. We have a virtual coin flip in here.
The threes. If the Ace-Jack wins, the tournament is over.
If the trees hold up, we're still having some more hands to come. And we are in a hand 151, so
wow.
Our commentator bet is also made of 10 queen 8. And there's the king. Asma made the nuts. Asma made he hits all over. Asma has won it.
Estonia wins.
Estonia, long time chip leader. He was the long time chip leader.
Final here in Prague.
He was on the leader. He played really. He was the.
Watching the tournament today, he was chip leader. He went down to 1.2 million and he's back up.
He played a little bit more aggressively than the others. He made good of his stack.
Yeah, he
also won in
chips
Prague
as
3 years ago.
as a way to accumulate more chips.
In Prague also.
He was The most
Really
aggressive
cool.
player on the table.
Yeah, and what we're hearing from
Honestly,
Daniel
like
here,
Lawrence
talking to
did.
him, that he actually won the same event 3 years ago in Prague.
Really?
So the second time winner we have, and to my opinion, he had the best use of his stack whenever he had it, and when he didn't, he made back his stack.
When he was on the button, he was raising, coming out, firing whenever he could. Yeah.
And
there's
those
the winning hand there. Look, ace,
jack,
ace jack, unsuited, with a queen, king, and a 10 on the board. Actually, 8-9. 7 cards straight.
Yeah, he has from 8 to ace straight in there, if you can play all the 7 cards.
You can pick 2 different straights.
You can do whatever you like with that.
Yeah, he has all the money, so he can do what he pleases. So yeah, he's one very happy lad going back to Estonia with a big gold trophy. And that's it from us, isn't it?
I believe so. Let's just wrap it up for a moment. There was a couple of turning points in this tournament, I would say. There was this Zenas, the Greek guy, going with 10 deuce against Wagner, Czech guy. He had the top pair on the flop and checked it from out of position. He had 10 deuce, hit the pair of 10s on the flop, and Wagner was having an ace high, ace 5 or ace 4, I can't remember correctly. And when they got the turn in there was a jack of clubs, and which opened up both a flush draw. To Zena's 10 high flush draw, and to Wagner a nut flush draw, and Zena's bet it, and of course Wagner's gonna call it and hit the nut flush on the river and got paid for it. He made a bet, and Zenas called it with 10 high flush and lost. So that was one turning point, and another was again Wagner from Czech Republic, having ace 10 suited, and there was gut shot and a flush draw for him on the flop, going out with Asma, the eventual winner, and he bets the flop. Asma called with a king jack. There was king queen 10, no, king queen 10, king queen something on the flop, and 10 came from the turn or something, not the 10. Can't really remember the hand, but anyway, no, there was a jack on the turn, so Asma caught 2 pair, and Wagner had a flush draw and a nut straight, and in there he bet it, and Asma called, and he hit the flush on the river, and he checked it to Asma, and Asma with 2 pairs did not bet and saved a lot of money in there. That was a turning point.
He doesn't have his stack to go into the later stages of the final.
Yeah, so that was a really big turning point for this tournament, and I believe that is why Asma won the tournament.
I thought that was a brilliant check.
That was a brilliant check with two pairs on the river.
So phenomenal play.
Phenomenal play on that. There was actually, I remember the board now, there was king, queen and 9. So king, queen and 9, and then there was a jack. No, I don't remember it. Anyway, we have a winner here, we have a happy winner, Raiko Asma.
Final table pictures. You have to buy me some beers, right?
No, I believe you owe me 4 beers of the betting involved in here.
I don't believe you. Did you get any of it in writing?
I get it in talking. Well, here we have a lucky winner, not a lucky winner, but a good winner, Raiko Asma, cashing out, the winner of the GrandLive event here in King's Casino. Congratulations to him. And the live stream is going to continue a little while longer for the taking of the photos and congratulations ceremonies, but I don't think you're going to need us talking to you about it anymore. You can figure it all out by the stream. By the video, you don't need us with the audio anymore. So thank you for watching, and goodbye from here, from Prague. All the best for you guys.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Oota, Madis. ei, võid praegu, tule praegu juba. Millest me räägime näe? Kuule, mul hakkab jook otsa saama. Käib. Kuule, mis toimunud on? Sprint. Esimest korda Grandil pole varem topeltvõitjat olnud, nii et linnuke maas.
Aga fänne me ei näe siin enne. Peale meie muidugi.
Kõik fännid on kodus.
Tervitan
kõik ja... Markeena. Karikas on päris tummine, jah? See on ikka karika moodi nagu. Thanks. See on juba karika moodi. Madis, tule tee üks pilt must kiirelt. Ha? Mis asjaga?
Tšekiga.
Ai, no pärast ka, aga ma teen kiire lihtsalt. Kuradi fännidele. Yeah, refill.
Of course, you can have the whole bar if you want. Drink from the bottle.
Ta ei kokku uduseks jääb. Käsi värised ja kahe käega ikka. Vaata, et keskel tuleks kollane ruud, siis on fookuses. Thanks sulle. Siin pakutakse poole peenemat kraamina. Ei teagi, ma ei vaatanud, mis mark see oli. Mingisugune... Kas see on kõige õigema mulliga ei ole? Siin on tunda küll, et kohaliku kraami maitsut juba, et see on mõnus vikat. Mingisugune 30-voldine šampanjami. Tulid pildid välja? Jaa, tulid. Thanks. Tšekk tuleb, siis teeb mul siin rahas. See Preili on mu lucky dealer, see naisterahvas. See oli siis, kui põhimõtteliselt jagas praegu Winneri ja siis ta eile vaatasin mullimängu hiiter, finaalova mullimängu hiiter oli vaatama, kui ma sõmmasin selle 2 venda välja järgmine käis Jessad, dealer. Ehk siis nagu põhimõtteliselt lõpetas ilusti ära kõik.
Hey, nice job, huh? Second time now, huh?
Correct.
The amount is wrong.
Is it wrong?
Yeah.
No, with the deal, yeah. But
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
but,
yeah, that's okay.
but on the
That's okay.
webpage we're gonna have, it's gonna say you have the full.
Yeah, okay, second time wrong amount.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be that way.
Yeah, they have to go with the original outcome. Right. Okay. Do you want to move that chair out of the whole area and the tables as well?
Not this one. Is it necessary?
Ei no ma tegin diili, vaata. Tookord oli ka 100 kilo oli ja oli 80 või.
Okay. Do you want to just move that the trophy out of the way of the chair? Yeah, that's great.
Hang on, man.
Come a lot closer to your hair, Leo.
I was doing it.
Looking at me, please. No, move, Daniel. Okay, keep looking at me. Yeah, all smiles, everyone. Come on, big smiles. Especially, especially you, Daniel. Just a couple more.
Hold on, drink break.
Yeah, drink break. Drink break. All right. Okay, ready? More big smiles. Brilliant. Thanks so much.
This time I might keep the check. You want to keep it? But it's really hard to get it
on the plane.
They want to take some more. The house wants to take some more shots. Daniel?
Yep, I'm here.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Not smiling.
Okay.
Oh, come on!
You have to be quick. Yeah.
You have really fun, huh? I really...
Okay, Steve. Yeah.
I was smiling.
Alright. Do you want some pictures? Take some pictures. If you want some pictures with you by yourself with the check. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no. Thank you.
Super good.
Fantastic. This was probably even better than...
Yeah, this one was sweeter.
Yeah.
That the first one was like, I was young.
Yeah, exactly.
I was young.
Now you know.
Young and innocent.
Exactly. Now you know how to appreciate it.
Yeah.
Maybe I have to put text though.
Okay,
now we get a nice picture.
Should all this, you know?
Sorry?
Kuule, teeme siin intakaga ära ka.
I want the trophy in the air.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Did you get some with your phone or?
Yeah. Thank you.
You want me to use